Hello, welcome to Sacred Streaming.
Late again.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Come on, man. Oh, wait, Jaffe's muted now.
Shouldn't be.
Oh, no. Okay, I saw your lips moving, but I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I was just channeling.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
We're talking over him.
I'm sorry.
Oh my God, this dog. Dude. He's getting so fucking old. He just keeps wandering around, and he knows how to open my door. Anyway, what's up, fellas? Good to see you guys again.
Good to see you, Jaffe. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm tired. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but
yeah, me neither.
Been up playing. I've been up pissing off the internet is what I've mostly been doing.
Yeah,
the last couple of days, but playing games and editing and just not sleeping a lot. Been reading a lot.
Oh,
all that good stuff.
Good. That's very good.
Yeah,
Dustin, are you well?
I'm very well. I have a little announcement for the stream, actually.
Yo, tell me.
Baby boy. Baby boy.
Oh,
baby boy. That's exciting. That's very exciting.
Congrats.
Well, that narrows it down for the naming ceremony.
Look at that.
There you go. Also, so I'm not going to show it on stream. I'll send it to you guys privately. The very first picture, straight up dong.
Nice.
Like he's not afraid. Show off what he's got. There's a picture with I'll say a substantial penis in it.
Nice.
So, but yeah,
nice.
we found out this morning. Everything's great.
Yay.
So we're back. Got back.
Do you have a name picked out, or you don't want to share it yet?
We don't have a name. Just because we were waiting till we could narrow down half of them.
Tell them the truth.
Right.
And let's see. We won't tell anyone the name.
Cool.
That's the only secret.
And look, from my experience, you never know. The kids still may decide to change its sex. So
that's true. That could
you just
happen.
don't know. You never know.
Normal things are always happening in the course of modernity.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this narrows it down. I told you to tell them the truth, and the truth is that I named the baby.
Right. There's
going to be a naming
college
ceremony.
Fund.
Right. Well, right. If I start a college fund, can I name the baby? Let's say I start a college fund, something modest, 10 grand, but I put it in the market. We'll just put it in the S&P and we'll just leave it alone.
You can put it in the Trump account.
Put it in the Trump account. Well, you gotta get a Trump account.
It's a free $1,000. Of course, I'm getting the account.
It's gonna be so funny when like all of these like liberal women didn't sign their baby up for this free money, and then when they turn 18 years old and these kids start getting all this cash and their kids get nothing.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the Trump account is. What is the Trump account?
The Trump account is a thing that the government plus other, I don't know, charitable organization. I think it's like Dell is involved with it, where you sign them up and you get them an account and it has $1,000 in it. And I think you can add up to $5,000 a year to it.
Okay.
And once they turn 18, it unlocks for them, or they can keep it going. So,
but does it get invested? Where does it get placed?
I think it gets in the stock market.
Okay, but like who manages it? Is it just like goes into like a Vanguard account or something like a?
To be honest, I haven't really looked into it that much to know the very specific details. I just know that you can sign up and you'll get $1,000 in an account for a new baby,
right.
or a small, or a small child.
They should replace Social Security with that.
Oh,
I'd read the fine print. You never know. It's like this may be another grift from Trump. It's like he ends up. It's like getting a lot of the profit and running into the hills. It would
be awesome if everything was just in his name, and then when everyone turned 18, it's like Michael Scott with the kids sending the kids to college or whatever.
Right.
Just trust me, bro. Account. I get it. All right. So what are we doing today? What is going on in the world? Are we talking? Are we taking calls? Are we talking video games? What is happening?
We'll talk video games. We'll probably. Well, I don't want to say probably. We'll see. We'll see about the calls. We're ready to go if we want to take them. I don't know if we need them. Really.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm glad to be here. Always fun to be here. I feel bad because people thought I was mad at Dustin on the last show.
Listen,
and
there's reactions strongly on both sides, Jaffe. Some people thought I was too sensitive. Some people thought you were too mean.
But I was joking. Comments. I was ball busting. I wasn't mean at all.
Yeah.
I was just taking the piss. That's what I do.
It's just so obvious too. That's the thing about it. The contention on the line with the way people treat each other is like there's obvious examples of people being mean to each other, and then there's incredibly obvious or instances of people clearly ball busting, and like you have what are you, like an only child or something? Sorry, Dustin.
That's true.
Well, it was explained to me that some people on the spectrum do struggle with social cues, and so they will take a lot of things very literally, and they just, and I'm not making a joke or anything. It's like they'll struggle to understand that there's sarcasm or there's ball busting or whatever, and it's like, why would I do that? Why would I be mean to? What an asshole! If I was going to show up and like, hey, I'm just going to be a fucking dick to this guy. What? Who does that? So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not mean. I'm just not a mean person.
Yeah.
So I if people interpret me as being mean to someone, it's typically your fault.
Yeah.
Are you all right, Dustin?
No.
What,
I'm
are you
still
gonna
thinking
cry,
about the
you little
last stream with
bitch?
Jaffe, and I've been trying to not cry at night, actually, thinking about how Jaffe treated me.
Super chats. We got to raise money for therapy for Dustin. You guys.
Yeah.
He's
God,
gotta
it's
go talk
expensive.
it out.
Better help.
I've got insurance for the therapy. It's not been for me. It's been for Holly, but maybe I'm covered if I need it.
You probably are
Therapy is
covered.
always traditionally terrible with insurance, but that's good. That's good. Your insurance is therapy friendly, because most of it's just rubbish for therapy, which is crazy.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's why I think we're not sponsored by BetterHelp, but BetterHelp sponsored Sacred Symbols for many years. And I know that they're controversial with some people, but I'm like, it truly is a great business idea. And it's truly like lowering the barriers of access to people so they can speak to someone. I think is like,
do they have the same therapist every time, or is it anyone who picks up the phone?
no, you get matched with a therapist and then you can switch at any time, but you'll get that same person unless they leave the system or whatever.
Yeah, no, I think therapy is really important. It's a shame it's for the longest time been stigmatized. It is what it is, I suppose. But hey, I'm getting old. Look, I got glasses for reading and they have lights on them.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Looking nice. Good for
And
you.
the thing is, when your eyes start to go, people are like, shut up, Jaffe. Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up. I care. Listen to me. When your eyes start to go, the hardest part to reconcile is when you're looking at small print and intellectually, like, you try to brute force it. You're like, I should be able to read this. I should be able to just will myself to see what these images, these letters are. And you just can't. And it's almost like madness inducing. It's like, because it comes on you so quickly. It's not a gradual degradation. It's just one day you wake up and I'm like, I can't fucking see that thing. So it's frankly somewhat terrifying, which is kind of fun to, have your buttons pressed like that, I suppose. So
it's so nice to see you guys today.
You too. How's life? Now that the Super Bowl's over, what are you watching? What are you into?
The Olympics have been on. I've been watching that. I've been playing games. Been working on Saint Slayer because we're gonna go gold in a couple of weeks, I think.
Do you guys have a new demo for Next Fest, or is it
we
gonna be the
will?
same?
Yeah, we will.
Okay.
We just passed 6,000 wish lists, which is exciting for us.
Yeah.
Super Perils of Baking just outsold the original Perils of Baking, which is exciting. Took 4 years, but
Right.
there we are. We're excited because we think Saint Slayer has a lot of potential.
Oh yeah,
I played it over and over.
Cool.
It's very good, dude. And like I played it over and over again. I usually play it with cheats, so I have to like where I need to get to a certain part of the stage, I just put up infinite double jump and then I just double jump. And I've realized that there's no top to the stage, so you can double jump like for a minute and then just not touch the controller, put the controller down, and then it'll take like forever for him to fall, and he falls like a rock too. So you're like super high up on the stage. So we've just been fucking with it.
Yeah. You're gonna leave in the secret codes like that for that?
Yeah, I think that doesn't really break the game, I don't think. Yeah, the dev tools will remove, but there is a full password system a la Castlevania 2 and 3. So
right. Did you check out that Haunted Lands game I was telling you about? Which
not yet. No, it's on my list. There was another game too that someone told me about. Well, oh no, it was you, Dustin.
So I told you, which I have an update on that. What is it called? I need to find here. It's called Chrysol Theater of Idols.
Oh, yeah. But that's not a similar game.
No, it's not. But I added that to my list too. I have. Where's my yellow? Oh, it's over on the couch. Yeah, I have a small list of games.
Blumhouse.
Yes.
Yeah, that later one is a Blumhouse game.
Yeah.
I bought it. I played for about an hour. I was playing it on PC because I saw the PlayStation, the frame rate is all over the place. So controller support's weird. And I'm wondering if it's that way on PlayStation, and if it is, it needs a few patches.
But wait, why are you recommending it then?
Well, I told Colin about it because I was like, look, it's BioShock with religious horror elements.
Yeah.
That's before I played it.
Yeah, I didn't like the demo. I thought the demo was not good. I love the idea of it. I love the
Oh.
graphics, and I love hurting yourself to give it yourself ammo, and you squeeze the gun and it causes you to like cut yourself, and
Yeah.
then you bleed into the ammo tube and stuff. It's some real neat ideas, but I have been disappointed in the first output of Blumhouse games because I love horror and I love Blumhouse, and I was
Right.
like, this is cool. You know, they're going to apply the same philosophy, which is, if you're not familiar, Jason Blum, for the longest time, his whole thing was, that's where we got things like Get Out and everything, was like, he let these creatives come in and do what they wanted, but you had to do it within budget. And so you got a lot of really interesting creative horror films. And I was hoping we would get that with their games, but so far, all 3 games, they've put out Fear the Spotlight, they put out this Crystal one, and they put out this thing about sleeping. And all 3 of them have been very, very disappointing. And I'm kind of bummed because I want a horror game company to be like in the movies where it's like like an A24 or a Blumhouse of like, man, they do really good horror consistently. Even Bloober Team just announced Layers of Fear over the weekend, Layers of Fear 3. And it was interesting because it like they didn't show anything, but after coming off of Silent Hill 2 and Chronos, I thought they were moving. Alexa, stop. You would think they were moving on from that kind of stuff, but it was a very underwhelming announcement trailer and everything. But the point is, though, oh yeah, there's that game called Crystal Theater of Blood. Sorry,
It's on a short list for me, but I'm overwhelmed right now.
Yeah, I get it. I absolutely get it.
Because I was in the middle of Turok 2 and I was in the middle of something else, and then games started coming out like God of War, which we'll talk about. I want to play Rayman 30th, although I think it needs to be patched a few times, so I'm kind of waiting on that. And there's a few other things that I want to get through, and then we'll be right into Resident Evil, and then so on. So there's really just no time to do it.
No, you have to start making. I mean, it really sucks because I want to be current and I want to know, like even Eugenics, which is out, which everybody's raving about. I'm just busy playing 1,000 other things, and so and it's funny because I know a lot of the journalists used to talk about, it's like you can only cover so much, and that's why a lot of these sites don't cover the smaller games. And that's probably only going to get worse at this point. It's like I was looking at I was actually impressed by the DICE Award nominations the other night. It was a very boring show. It happened this weekend. But it was kind of cool to see some very obscure games that, like, unless you not troll, what's like with a fisherman, like if you basically spend a lot of time on Steam like I do and you're looking at a lot of the indie games, you wouldn't know about it. And it was really cool to see some nominations for these games and writing and design that are like, okay, that's cool that they even knew what that was, let alone nominated. So that's a good sign for sort of growing the awareness of this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very overwhelming. Back at IGN, we used to really until 2012 or so, we could cover pretty much everything on PlayStation, even the smaller stuff, but it became impossible at some point. And now I don't even. That's what makes me a little nervous about. Not nervous. Saint Slayer. Can we get attention enough to get a Metacritic score and all of that? I think so. But we'll see.
I mean, with you can get that attention if you want it to go beyond just the fact that, oh, people who know who you are in Last Stand Media, are you guys trying anything interesting, or are you how are you going about getting banging the drum?
Yeah, we do have PR, so we'll see. I don't even know the plan, but
just the standard. Not in a negative way, but like you actually have a PR company going out and trying to get.
Yeah. We have Ben Smith's like PR, like small PR firm.
Okay.
Lamb Smith is representing our game. Yeah, we don't typically do PR. We did it ourselves. I'm not totally convinced getting PR matters sometimes, but I think it's so crowded. But I think it can't hurt.
Right.
So. We'll see what happens, but we do.
And you're coming out when? What's the date for this?
We haven't said yet. We have a date, but we haven't said yet.
Okay. Right, cool.
But yeah, we'll see how it. We're confident. We're confident the game's great. It's just a matter of if people pay attention. It's got to find
Dustin,
the right
have
people.
you played it? Like you played the whole thing, or you haven't played much of it?
I played it when they revealed it on stream, and I have access to the dev build. I haven't played it since then. But it sounds like, from what Colin's saying, it might be at a point where I can It's pretty much. I mean,
It's playable front to back.
Playable front. Okay, yeah. Last time I remember, it wasn't fully playable front to back yet, so I may have to do that soon.
Yeah, that's exciting. That's fun. That's really,
Yeah,
really
it's
fun. Are you enjoying the process, Colin? Like people are always come at me about making games, and it's like, don't you want to make games anymore? And I'm like, no. But I know a lot of journalists and YouTubers and stuff are like, oh, we want to make a game. And I'm always hearing about like, YouTubers getting into that and stuff. No, dude, go sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down. Or I'm having Randy call back in. Sit down. Do you enjoy the process?
Yeah, generally speaking, it's easiest for me because I'm just writing it and playing it and giving feedback and doing a little bit of design and stuff, but not just things that bother me or things that I think should be changed.
Right.
Or just little ideas. Like I said before, in Habroxia 2, the world map was my idea or whatever to like instead of just having stage by stage. So like little things like that. But I generally try to wait for the game to be at least a little content complete before I even start writing it, because I want to make sure it all fits. And it's funny, we're going to talk about God of War in a minute, and we're becoming incredibly sensitive about interrupting gameplay because and in the last few days in playing God of War, the new God of War,
Sons of Sparta.
Yeah, Sons of Sparta, where I'm like, Jesus, shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm playing my game, and I'm like, yeah, and I think Barry agrees. It's like some of this stuff's got to go. We're also doing it, and I've been very sensitive to this. We've done this in the past. Is like we want to do a no dialogue mode, just a box you check. It just removes all the dialogue. So you can just play.
Do you have voice acting for all of it?
There's no voice acting for any of it.
You mean just the text boxes coming up and interrupting?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So if people want to like speed run it or whatever, I won't say how long it is. It's not very long. I mean, it many of you won't be able to beat it at all. But for those that are good at NES games,
right,
it won't be like an extraordinarily long game. But there's a lot of replay value, and we're excited about it. It's very robust. Like I'm surprised by how much more it is than we envisioned. Just when
you say people can't beat it, at a lot of people. I mean, are you when you're sitting down? Because I've never consciously tuned anything to be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying you're sitting down and you want it to be a punishing, hard kind of game? And in that, how are you achieving that? How are you going about making those decisions to make it that?
Yeah, well, like my feedback over time has been some of the game was too easy. Comparable to where I saw it. So like we had to work on the boss fights and do a bunch of other stuff, but you'll see the game just becomes more crowded. It's not unlike Castlevania 1 or Zelda 2. I mean, the DuckTales, like the things that are the touchstones for the game, where it just gets more dense with more difficult enemies. It's not really an intent to make it too hard, it's to make it balanced. And,
so is the assumption that the way you get good at the game is dying and learning where the enemies are? Is kind of how it works?
Memorization will help a lot. Just like Ninja Gaiden or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, tuning is very difficult for us. We're going to start letting more people play the game soon, I think, and there will be another demo, like I said, so people will be able to play it. But we've been fairly bad about tuning our games. I think the Habroxia games are probably too easy, and I think Tribreaker and I'm surprised by how hard Twinbreaker and Tribreaker are for people, but they're just really hard for people. And we did actually have to patch Tribreaker to make it easier in a couple stages. So,
do you have telemetry built into the demos and stuff, so you know where people die? And
no, we don't have any tools like that.
Okay.
So I'm not even sure Game Maker has those tools. Like
I imagine, I don't know. I would assume there's off the shelf stuff.
Yeah, there might be a piece of middleware you could or something you can.
Because I mean, that's an amazing tool when you think about it now, right? It's like you put the demo out and you're like, oh shit, the stuff. The stuff I still get people complaining about from God of War 1 with the Hades spikes, which was never intended to be difficult. It was just a mistake, and we couldn't patch games back then, so we kind of got fucked in that way. So you look at it now and it's like there's almost no excuse for a game. I mean, obviously a small game that doesn't have the resources, but like a big Sony game or an Xbox game, no excuse for them to not know, oh, this area is confusing people,
It's interesting too, because like what I've learned is that like you have to, some patches have to pass certification, and sometimes you can just hot fix a game.
Yes.
Which is interesting too.
Which is that was my favorite. I was always driving the Twisted Metal 2012 team nuts, because I'm like, any and everything that you can put where we don't have to go through certification. Here are the 25, and it ended up being like 1,000 tweak variables that I want, that I can just ad nauseum. If people are like, this guy has too many hit points, there's no testing that has to happen. You just send the number across the internet, and the next time somebody boots up, they have a brand new, basically different tune game. I think it's super awesome.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We have to let more people play. That was the big problem with Twin Breaker, was like we had no idea it was so hard for people, because like we played it over and over. And what's funny is single player, like I usually play with dev tools, so like I need to shut those. Like I've played half the game over and over and over and over again naturally, but the last half of the game, when it gets really hard, I've not played too often organically. So we'll see what happens.
Well, this one I imagine has the potential to be probably y'all's biggest success. I mean,
we are aware of this. Yeah. And there's it's just getting people to care. Like I was talking about that game of Lovish that came out a couple weeks ago, which I fell in love with.
Which game?
Lovish, Lovish. It's called. It's by the guys that did Astalon, which was like a Metroidvania a few years ago, and it's so fucking good. And I'm like, how isn't this the biggest thing in the indie space right now?
I've never heard of this. Okay, I'll pick this up.
So it's just a matter of like finding, like, there are great games all over the place. I say this all the time about Bat Boy.
Right. I played Bat Boy because of you.
Right. And like Bat Boy in 2009, Summer of Arcade would have sold 3 million copies.
Yeah. And I'm downloading this right now. This looks cool. The thing is, and this is the hard thing, because even when I stream, and I have a pretty small channel, but it's just like probably when you guys were at IGN. It's like whenever you stream something that you think is really cool, like you want to show people, oh my God, you got to see this. But it's always the least attended streams or the least watched videos. It's like, and it's like, how do you create a piece of, internet content that people who, that want to tune into that. And I was a kid when, I don't know if you ever remember this guy, Dr. Demento, on a K-Rock, right? Where he would break a lot of these weird artists that no one had heard of. And suddenly it's like, oh my God, like Weird Al, I think, broke on Demento, right? I wish there was that. And I've thought many days about how I could create that on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, but people just don't show up for the weird, just for the sake of showing up for the weird. I mean, I do, but like this, I would have never heard of this.
Yeah, our streams are game dependent. We've learned that, Dustin, is like, that happened to me last year with Metal Eden, which I thought was an awesome, like, I mean, it was a flawed game, but it was really cool. And that was like one of our worst attended streams. People they think they want different games. They demand all sorts of stuff, but they don't play them or buy them.
Yeah. So there's got to be a better way to do it. I don't know if it's more of a video or whatever. The point is, though, Lovish, never heard of this book. How did you even come across this?
I just saw it. I just trolled I shouldn't say troll, spider the PSN like over and over again, every week or twice a week, just to see what's uploaded. Like you can find your way. I don't think a lot of people even do this or know to do this. Is like, you can just find your way into menus and literally see like everything that's been published, like in alphabetical order, like shit that's coming out in 28, 29, objects that people just uploaded. And so like I just go through that, and games that have been canceled that have never been removed and stuff like that. And I just came across it because the Japanese, it's got like that Japanese
the title
thing going, but it's not Japanese. It's not a Japanese game.
It's not. Yeah, because it looks like the lettering is Japanese on the logo.
Dude, it is so. The thing about this game is that it's so funny and it's really cute. It's about a knight, like he's in a party of 4, like a JRPG party, and in the beginning of the game, they're like going after a princess who he like is infatuated with, and he's afraid that the princess might fall in love with one of his friends, so he abandons them. Okay, and it's about him going into the castle and trying to find her himself. And each time you win a stage, there's like 90 stages. Each time you win a stage, there's like a WarioWare type game, like a mini game.
Okay.
It's really interesting. And I platinumed it in a few days. It was great. Loved it.
Did you get a chance to play? I don't know if it's a new demo. I know they put out the Mina the Hollower demo.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it.
Oh, you're not going to play it?
I'll play it when I mean, it's going to be awesome.
I think it's the same demo that they had out, maybe just improved a bit. So I started playing it, and then I'm like, I'll wait. But I'm excited for that. I'm looking, and they dropped a day for that now, right? There's a release date, I think.
Just spring, unless they said something in the last day.
Oh, okay. No, I thought
they said they wanted to pass Celia or whoever does the PR over there was saying that they want to pass certification first, just to make sure that they're good to go.
Okay, cool.
It's time. I mean, it's like shit or get off the fucking
Yeah.
pot already. Jesus.
What did you think of State of Play?
Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great A level show.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I have a hold on a second.
Yeah.
I need my notepad.
Gotcha.
Because there's like so many. Jesus Christ, how many notes did I take? There are just so many games coming in. Like there were probably a good 20 games in there that I'll play. So for me, it was excellent. Maybe overexposing Pragmata and Requiem a little too much for Capcom. Some stuff in there I didn't care about, like Dead or Alive and whatnot, but I know people do care about that. And I thought a really strong ending that obviously ended with Sons of Sparta, which is a game we've known about, but we didn't really know when it was coming out.
Yeah.
So what did you think of it, and what do you think? I know everyone wants to talk more. I want to hear more about God of War because I've been playing a lot of it.
Yeah, I thought overall it was good. I mean, I think the days of, well, first off, people have to remember. I was telling people that it's like we did just get a big exclusive from Sony a week ago. Whether you like or care about Horizon Hunter Gatherers or whatever it's called, this was coming on the tail of that. So it was pretty. It definitely feels that their cadence is picking up, which is very, very good to see. Whether you're talking the service games like that or Marathon or whatever. Obviously they didn't show Wolverine. They said they're going to show that in spring, but it does feel like if you primarily game on PlayStation 5, you're going to have a lot of good stuff to play, even though a lot of it's third party and whatever. So I thought it was good. I mean, I don't think there was any one thing I saw that I'm like, oh my fucking God, I have to get that. But there's probably a lot of things that will be my favorite games. Like I am excited for Requiem.
Oh yeah.
Silent Hill, the new Silent Hill. I don't know if I'm going to enjoy it as much as F and Remake. Well, yeah. But no, I thought it was I thought it was good. I'm trying to think that one of the games that stands out for me because I loved Desperados and I love Commandos and I love those kind of games. There was like a Shinobi.
Oh, Shinobi Ops. Yeah.
Shinobi Ops. I'm like, that's fucking pretty cool. I don't think it's going to be a big hit for people, but if you like that kind of stealth, isometric, semi-turn-based, whatever, that looked really fun. But yeah, no, I was excited for it. I am curious about Yotei Legends because I did think Yotei or Tsushima Legends was really good, but I think about like it feels to me like back in the day, like when every single player game had to have multiplayer, right? It's like, do people really see Ghost of Yotei Legends and go, oh my God, I can't wait? Like, and Yotei is my favorite action adventure game of all time. I adore that game. But like, do you think there are people out there, like what motivates that kind of decision instead of going, hey, let's make another hour worth of content?
Yeah, an expansion or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. My assumption about Tsushima's Legends was that it was a surprising hit. Because you saw that them trying to do similar stuff with God of War as well.
Yeah.
And Days Gone got like some updates too, although I don't think they're multiplayer, but they did add content. Like what I'm more surprised about with Yotei, although pleasantly so, with the Legend stuff, is they're doing it quickly, probably to take advantage of the game. Things move fast. Even big games are kind of irrelevant after a while, and so I think that it's just an easy way for them to get another pop. Probably add more trophies and whatnot, but I don't know. I mean,
it must work, right? I mean,
right. My assumption is they wouldn't have done it if it wasn't something.
Yeah, and I did think Legends was good for Tsushima. It's not like I'm like, oh, this is going to be crap. I'm like, why that? I'd rather have another, little side quest or something. But that was cool to see, though. I'm sure I'm missing some stuff, but even the Marvel fighting game, which hopefully will get a new drop soon with a much better tutorial, that's going to be exclusive first party, except PC.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think the biggest takeaway for me was it's nice to see a cadence of release seeming like the valve is opening a little bit for PlayStation, where the longest time it's been like, Jesus Christ, you guys put some shit out, but like this year alone, we're going to, in a calendar year, we're going to have Obviously Wolverine and Saros or Soros. I think it's Saros.
It's
is how you
Saros,
say
yeah.
it. Yeah.
It would be funny if it was Soros.
If it was Soros, right? And there's like 3 other. There's the fighting game, and there's like 1 or 2 other relatively big games that are exclusive first party. And I'm like that we haven't had that for a while. I don't think.
Yeah,
So
no, it doesn't. Well, what I'm most surprised about is them in an earnings call last year saying like we're aiming for 1 tentpole a year.
right.
And that I think set expectations somewhat low. But I mean, I think that's a safe thing. And maybe some of these like Saros isn't necessarily a tentpole game, but it is a AAA exclusive.
I'm super excited for that game.
I was surprised by, and especially in hindsight, there's a lot of they're kind of still doing the console exclusive like second party or timed third party thing. Like a lot. I was surprised in looking like obviously Kenna 2 is a timed exclusive.
Right. Which
For
looked good.
Loop is second party.
That looked like shit, by the way. But,
oh, you think so? I'm surprised by how hard people are being on it because I just feel like
I think it's so generic. I mean, it's like it's coming from Bad Robot, which I have a lot of respect for J.J. Abrams. It's first party, and I'm looking at that and I'm going, "What the fuck is this? This is one of the most generic. It looks like something that should have come out from Nexon or something." I did not get the. I don't know why first party or Bad Robot said, "You know what? We want to go all in on this." But yeah, but you're right. That's coming out.
Yako Shinobi Ops, the game we were talking about, is a console exclusive.
Okay.
Silent Hill Townfall is a console exclusive. Rev Noir is a console exclusive. So I was funny with Marathon, which is coming out imminently. It's funny, like that was obviously greenlit before Sony bought them, and they had big balls energy when they big hanging onions energy when they got bought. So it's like it's coming into Xbox. I don't think that game would come to Xbox if it was made under Sony. But that's a multi-platform thing. But yeah, and then we got the God of War stuff, which I want to get into. But Dustin, should we do some super chats and get them out of the way before we move on?
If you'd like to.
Yeah, let's do it.
We can do that.
What did you say? There's a brand new RPG they announced. I know you're kind of into more of those old school RPGs. What did you think of that? You just mentioned the title, the
Rev
Neon
Noir, the Konami one.
Yeah, what is that? What do you think about that?
I don't. It looks like Temu Tales a little bit, but
yeah.
But the one thing I was excited about now, I didn't know until the end of the trailer. I was like, oh, this is still in the Konami block. Like Konami's actually making a new IP.
Yeah,
which is fun. That's exciting because they really don't do that.
The director of Bloodstained 2 died over the weekend.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah, awful. I mean, he's not the main guy. What's his name?
Iga. Yeah,
he's still there. But this was the guy who was directing, right? Bloodstained 2.
Yeah, and explains. I don't know if he was. I have to read more about it because he was only in 52, something like that. I don't know if he was sick or something, but that might explain why the game's taking so long. If he was actually kind of, because they're very quiet over there, so they're not going to say anything.
Yeah.
If like this guy has kind of not been, I don't know. I got to read into it, but yeah, it sucks. Iga said something which I thought was funny. He's like, I'm gonna, in his name, we're gonna finish it. And I'm like, yeah, I hope you're gonna finish it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking, but I mean, came out in 2019. Let's get it going here.
Am I simply it's probably the industry's aging, which is obvious, or maybe I'm just getting older, so I'm aware of this more. Like old people become aware of who dies. But I'm like, in the last like 3 months, like we lost Itagaki. And then Vince, and then this guy today, and then there was also over the weekend the guy who designed Sega hardware.
The Sega hardware, yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, everyone's getting old.
That or maybe Epstein files or something. I don't.
Yeah, maybe the Sega guy was in Epstein files. Who knows?
Terrible. Don't say that, Dustin. Jesus Christ, man. That's how rumors get started. And now I got to fucking put up with the internet. Jaffe is accusing Dustin of. Oh, it's a joke, folks. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Super chats. Let's do it. Tacky Live says Jaffe late again. That was before we started.
Adding names to Schindler's List.
That's right.
I know Colin hates when people eat on stream.
It's not only me that hates it. It's a thing that everyone hates.
I mute. When I'm eating, I mute myself.
Okay,
I thought that was going to be a longer super chat, so I could take a bite. I was only late because I was looking for the link in the email.
Yeah, no, that's Dustin's fault as usual.
Yeah.
I
hope he dies.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't.
I can't. I'm only responding with smiles today because if I make a joke back, I'm a bitch.
You're the bad guy.
You're the
bad guy.
Scrubbing Bubbles says, did you guys catch Snark Tank's viral Jeopardy clip? Since Colin's technically black, I assume he's cleared to break it down.
Yeah, I did see that. It was very funny. That got picked up, I guess, in like the more mainstream, our areas of social media.
Yeah.
I won't describe it.
I have no idea what that is. I know that's Raygun's show, right? Isn't that his show?
Yeah, that's his show. Yeah, it was just a thing like, about the N-word or whatever. It became like very viral. It's very funny.
Yeah, his two co-hosts are black, and they were playing Jeopardy, and the question was like, what's a word used to dehumanize black people? And their one co-host was like, oh, it's nincompoop. And so it got thrown over to Chris, and Chris was like,
Yeah. Jesus.
Very funny.
I have to say, and again, I'm not asking anybody to spill any beans. It's none of my business, but he did tweet last night, so I hope he's okay.
I've spoken to him. I'm not gonna.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
he's fine. He's just dealing with something. Yeah, in the family.
D. Kratzberg says, jumped $10 super chat, says, hell yeah, Dusto. Thank you. I'm assuming this is when we brought up the.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Well, baby, thank you.
The naming this really does narrow down the naming ceremony. I don't have to. Now I can expunge all the female name ideas I had, and focus only on the male names. Because I don't know if you heard, Jaffe. I'm naming the child, and we're gonna have a big naming ceremony. I heard it's gonna be.
You're gonna name him Greg.
Greg.
Yeah. I think it's
Greg Miller Furman Moriarty.
Wow.
That's right. You should name him Sherlock Moriarty. That. But anyway.
Well, we have a name suggestion from rock band I'm Fan. Says Baby Jaffe Furman.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about first name, I say last name, first names. I'm talking about someone has a first name that sounds like a last name.
Right.
Oh,
like someone's first name is Jackson.
Right.
I knew a kid in high school. His name was Lennon. Like
Lennon. I hope.
I honestly don't remember.
I hope it was Lenin.
But it's the first name that is disturbing the most, right? Like Michael Scott.
Michael Scott. Yeah. Right.
It's disturbing. It's no bueno. But you can use Jaffe if you want. I'm sure that would go really far for that kid.
Sweet Tooth.
Sweet Tooth. Yeah, there you go.
We'll give him one of those Spanish like nobility names that takes like 15 seconds to say.
Yeah.
Antonio Montilla, whatever the fucking thing from Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Steven Gonzalez, $5 super chat, says, Jaffe, did you come up with the God of War fish costume skin, or did someone else? Just curious.
No, that was the art team. We knew we were going to do costumes for the game, and they just. Okay, you're driving me batshit,
dude. Just shock him. Why? Don't you have a shock?
Hassan's borrowing it right now.
Oh, right.
But no, that was the art team. They came up with like the cow and the cod of war and all that, and I was just like, okay, no, that was not me. But thank you for the question. But yeah, that was those guys.
Cool. NE Rev says, Colin, Ultimate General Civil War just came out on PS5. Wait, Ultimate General Civil War just came out on PS5, and I think you would really like it.
I don't know. Maybe.
What kind of game is this?
It's probably one of those like
the tactical
real-time strategy games or something.
Ultimate.
Probably like a hex game. Like
this does not look like a Colin game.
Yeah, I mean, I can already just look at the screenshots.
No.
I don't know why you would think that.
The
Civil War. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, we did this thing when I was at Sony, creative director of Santa Monica, where it was the first time anybody had done it, and maybe they didn't like it and they didn't do it since, but I had about 6 ideas. And we went out to a company and we said, we just want to kind of seed these out there and get some feedback. Are these commercial compelling ideas? And so we did an online survey, and one of them was a first-person Civil War game. Because when you look at, I was surprised about there were submarines in the Civil War. There were hot air balloon fights where people were like bombing and also fighting across different crazy shit that you're like, that could be really fucking cool, And that one did come back very high rated. We ended up not making it, but I don't know if there's ever been like a Civil War first person shooter. There has to have been somewhere, but never one that was huge, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There was one, I think, on 360 that was like a budget, like a History Channel
Okay.
Yeah.
game. You remember when the History Channel did like some of those low budget
Did you play
AA
it?
games? I don't remember. Maybe we got it
Yeah.
in the office or something, but I really don't remember. The problem is that like if you're using like a Lawrence rifle or an Enfield rifle or something like these, they're typically single shot rifles. There were Gatling guns, like Gatling field guns and stuff, like repeaters, in people's hands as well, but like it just wouldn't be very compelling. I don't think it would be like one shot and then and then like maybe melee or something like that, or you know, I don't know. But
the is it Kingmaker that's coming out pretty soon? Have you seen that one where the guy goes back in time?
Yeah. The shooter in
that look. I'm super hopeful for that game.
Yeah,
and so maybe if that's a hit, the next one they can go to the Civil War. But the fact that you've got like, you know, MiGs flying over, you know, 1,380 battlefields is just the greatest fucking thing.
Yeah, it's super cool. I always used to think about that as a kid too, and it was really playing Civilization that brought that into my mind too. When you would have like all of these random units that would be fighting each other and just getting slaughtered.
Yeah, no, I hope it's a good game. I've talked to the developers a little bit, and clearly they're trying to do something that's beyond just the joke or the high concept. But I'm excited for it. I hope it comes out soon.
All right.
Well,
let's talk more about. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, we have more. We have more.
Okay. Cyanide 1980 says Jaffles, buddy.
Oh yeah. What up, pal?
Where beard go?
Beard gets so the beard is not a look. The hair is not a look. It's basically what happens. I ignore it as long as I can because that kind of grooming is a pain in my ass. And when it gets long enough that I can't stop chewing on it, then I go, okay, it's time to shave it. So you'll see it again in about 3 or 4 months, and then it's just the cycle of life. It's okay. I'm gonna let this dog out. You're gonna fucking drive. Go. I love you with all my heart. No. What? Now you're gonna go over there. Why don't you speak English? You fucking moron. I love you so much. I love you so much, dog.
Go shock him.
I adore my dog, but he's getting so fucking needy, Colin Moriarty. I don't understand.
Yeah, I understand. I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that guy's question, what was his question?
Beard.
I was answering.
Where your beard went.
Oh yeah. But that's where it goes. It's not a somewhere along the line I gave up on vanity, and it's been a joy. It's been an absolute joy, my friends. I highly recommend it.
You should do a giveaway next time.
Oh God.
Who wins Jaffe's beard?
Yeah.
Come on. I think it'd be
make a voodoo all about it.
If you do that, I'll give away my mustache as well.
What, or we can trade. What are you gonna? Someone make a merkin out of it. What are you gonna do with it? Who wants that?
It's disturbing. You could glue it to your own face. You want?
I'm going as you for Halloween. It's like, why are you such a sad sack? Oh no, I'm cosplaying Dustin.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I get it.
Yeah.
Fur Yuki 23 says, go 529K. Anyone can contribute, and it's to set up my kids well on college fund.
Oh, are they talking about? Oh, right. There is a great. Our kids have that. There is a great tax-free. I don't know if it's 521 or whatever, but it is a fund that you can keep putting money into, and when they turn 18, as long as it's for education, there's no tax taken out of it, and it's a pretty good investment.
So my hope, not that I want to put money aside that grows for the kid. I would hope that by the time they are of age, that the college system is basically gone. They don't need to go.
That would be nice.
That's my hope. But so basically they can have money that if they want to go to grade school or if
I don't know. You can do that as well. You can use this for any kind of education. But you're right. I mean, I don't know if I don't know when the college system collapses, which it to some extent will, not entirely, but as massive as it is, it will. Yeah, I don't know what would happen to it, but it's been real good for our kids for sure. But I agree with you. I mean, I don't have a problem at all with college, but I think it has marbled into a sense of necessity that I'm glad that's being deconstructed now.
Yeah.
Because it's really not for everyone.
No,
at all.
it wasn't for me.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean, I'm glad I went, but I didn't need to go.
Mhm.
But I'm glad I went because I met the mom of my kids, but
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Austin J. Eller says Randy Furman.
That's right.
He'll be destined to be a power
We miss
washer.
you, Randy. We're thinking of you.
And he'll leave his child. Yeah, absolutely.
John Burry 80 says, being 45 years old, have I left it too late to start caring about trophy hunting?
Why is 45 too old? Just not too old.
Honestly,
Trophies have been going for almost 20 years, so by the time it goes 20 more years from now, you'll be 65, but it's not too late. Do something you love.
My take, it's not about the number of platinums you have, but the platinums you choose to pursue. And if, like I have 20 platinums, which is, I'd assume more than...
That's more than the average person.
More than the average person, but nothing for a trophy hunter. But I feel very deeply connected to those games that I have platinums for. So I don't care how many I have.
I've never gotten a platinum in my life. The closest I've come is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Yeah, but there's only a few. There's really only a handful of games where they're unavoidable, like the Walking Dead games, for instance, or any of the Telltale stuff. If you play them all the way through, you'll get the platinum.
Yeah. Death Metal in Your Face says, last week we discussed cosmic horror. I find the universe's indifference comforting. It removes the pressure to matter and lets me live peacefully, embracing life as it comes. Thoughts?
Yeah, but cosmic horror is not the indifference of the universe. Cosmic horror is that, at least my understanding of it and my experience with it, is that there are things out there that dwarf us to such an extent that it generates this kind of existential dread of nothing. You're barely a blip on the food chain compared to, so all of your worries and all of your achievements and your trophies or whatever, or what you'll name your kid or whatever, we're barely bacteria in a fucking petri dish to these things. That's the horror. And they might be indifferent to us, but we are at the mercy of that scale of just we're nothing. And that realization to me is the scary part, I would say.
Yeah. Three Body Problem on Netflix is a good example.
Watched it. Is it good?
I'm curious. The first season's good, but it's super cliffhanger, and I'm very curious on where it will go. But
are they going to make another one?
Yeah, they've already filmed season 2 and 3. I believe it'll be coming out later this year.
There's the real Chinese version of it too, right? There's like another version of the real.
And there's a book which apparently is the best.
Chinese. But there's like a Chinese version of it.
Interesting.
That's supposed to be excellent. That's like better than the Netflix version, and then there's obviously the Netflix version. So I've read the first book, but I've never, and I read a little bit of the Dark Forest Problem, whatever the fuck it's called.
Right.
But yeah, it's a really cool idea.
Yeah.
Like the whole idea, the whole premise of the Three Body Problem and what it's doing to this like race or whatever is like really interesting.
Okay, Zach Miklas says, question for all guys. What's a common mistake you see?
All guys, listen.
For all guys, all dudes, what is a common mistake you seen in game development from new developers?
Just biting off more than you can chew. I think you have to have like a direction, feature creep and all that kind of stuff. Like just make what you're making. Let a sequel, if the market demands it, give you an opportunity to flesh things out. Just think things get overbroad. Like I don't like games, Metroidvanias. We're going to talk about God of War. It's like, and I'm not talking about this specific Metroidvania, but like Metroidvanias that just keep giving you shit. Like you're 80% through the game and it's still giving you things. It's like, this is bad design. Like you got to let me play at some point. So I think it's just doing too much.
You mean with the tools that you have?
Right. It's like, yeah, right. Like introduce everything in the first half, I would even say. And then like, let it be about exploration. Let it be about story, backtracking, all that kind of stuff.
I was looking for a thing to respond more to that guy's question about Dread, but I'll deal with it later. I would say one of the things I notice a lot playing indie games is, and I guess this is what Colin was talking about with the tuning. It's a lack of play testing, and I understand that can be a pain in the ass, especially if you don't have a lot of financial resources to outsource that. But it is so crucial. You don't know. You don't really know how the game is going to hit if you're basing it off you and your team's responses or your friends' responses. You have got to get it in front of people. You've got to watch them play, and you've got to study the shit out of it and be willing to get your soul kicked in frequently. Because, you know, it's just amazing. Even, you know, I know we'll get to God of War, but I did a video this weekend about just all of these little things. Like a great example for me in Ghost of Sparta or Sons of Sparta is there are, and this one of the things I got so pissed about because I'm like, Sony Santa Monica should know better. There should have been some oversight. But, you know, in that game, there's a lot of, you don't have to parry, but parrying's a relatively important power in that game. But the animations, like all the enemies have big, ugly hit bars that take a lot of space. The orbs are flying around if you've killed an enemy, and the animation effects or the hit effects of like the starburst and the sparks and all that shit to show that you've made contact get drawn over the enemy. But the enemies have attacks that you can't knock them out of once they start. So when you've got an enemy doing an attack that your only real response is either to dodge or parry, but you can't read the animation because all that schmutz is in front of it. The orbs, the health bar, you know, that's the kind of stuff that playtesters and ideally experienced, but certainly playtesters, they may not be able to articulate that, but if you're like, why aren't they parrying? You would eventually follow the breadcrumb and go, oh, we need to come up with the solution to this because it's too visually noisy. So the problem is there's all of this stuff that you don't know what you don't know till you know it, and you're only going to know it by play testing the fuck out of your game. So I would say that's one of the most crucial things.
Well said.
Yeah.
Okay. Kojima made me gay with a super chat says therapy and mental health are a
is this Keely?
What?
Is Keely writing in?
Keely?
Because he likes, you know.
He says therapy and mental health are a is this bourgeois?
It's bourgeois.
Bourgeois luxury. I was almost.
You got to learn your communism. Come on.
I'm not too familiar with the commies.
The proletariat and the bourgeois.
Yeah. So what does it mean? It's a luxury?
A bourgeois luxury is a wealthier person's luxury. It's the way a communist loser would say something. It is true. Everything's a luxury these days, though. The way we live today is a luxury. You're on the internet. You're watching a YouTube video. Do you think that the fucking Russian serfs in 1820 were doing any of these kinds of things? So capitalism has given you everything, and bourgeois luxuries are good.
Yeah,
it's a matter of.
But you're right. But I would assume he's not really referring to the cost so much as referring to that's some kind of book learning thing.
Maybe, but I would someone use the word bourgeois and then make fun of book learning though?
Yeah.
I think the problem with therapy and mental health is an over-reliance on it. I always tell people, like, I've been in therapy on and off since the early 90s. I don't always need it. I like check in, you know, if I have to or do those kinds of things, but I think it's good to use it when you need it, but to never become reliant on it. Like, I think it becomes a way of life for some people, and I do think that's probably not good. But I think that it's very important.
Good therapist good therapist that you can trust is one that, you know, tries to get you out of there. There are therapists that don't have a lot of morals, and it'll be like, Jesus fucking Christ, I've been in here for 8 years. You know, that's not a good thing. But I think underneath, in my opinion, the more important takeaway is not so much whether you do the bourgeois therapy. It's about being self-aware, self-reflective, taking the time to listen to your thoughts, listen to sort of what is the isness above the you that the world sees, to make sure that you've got some sort of cognitive awareness of how you're navigating your space and your life and your mind. whether you do that through therapy or meditation or working out or whatever, the bigger problem is a lack of time people spend, in my opinion, of just going inward in an educated enough way that there's value there. So however you get there is kind of irrelevant. You need to get there though. Otherwise you're just going to be sleeping through your life.
Indeed. Well said.
Dusty
boy?
You've been listening to Fraser Crane. What's his
Fraser
name? Fraser Crane.
We're listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will agree that it is expensive. I mean,
yeah,
we probably could have got therapy for Holly on our old insurance, but we switched insurance in order to get much better care for this new pregnancy, and it is not cheap. I mean, certainly it's not cheap at all, but thankfully we're getting a lot better care for that money. But I'm not, it's certainly, I've talked to a lot of friends that are not in the same type of situation as Holly and I are, where, I think that unfortunately that therapy can be determined and covered by insurance based on what your situation is my understanding. Like something very traumatic happened to us, therefore the insurance is covering the therapy because it's like doctor prescribed.
Because you're bringing it up so openly, I'm going to ask, and I'm comfortable asking, is she in therapy just because the anxiety of like, what if it happens again kind of thing? Or how is it tied to that awful thing that you guys went through?
Yeah. So it's a little bit of everything. It is tied to, like, she was in the therapy before she got pregnant again. Okay. So it was dealing with, the loss, the trauma of the situation. So kind of all of that together. And so it's done, amazing things for her. Absolutely. Yeah. And so now the therapy is kind of, it's still dealing with, the bad stuff that happened, but it's sure. transitioning into like managing the anxiety of this next pregnancy, because obviously, there's a lot of things that most people would be like, oh, well, you don't need to worry about that. It's like, well, the worst possible thing happened to me. I'm going to worry about it because the most unlikely thing ever did happen to me. So therefore I need help getting over that for the next, pregnancy. So
got it.
Do you want to do more super chats?
Yeah, let's do this next one. We can get into the topic.
Okay.
It'll bring us right into the topic.
Vesmolo says, I agree with Jaffe on God of War. In my opinion, it's not even right or left. It's about edgy and cool, which Sony lost the pulse on. They make games for old millennials.
Like me. Let's talk about God of War Origins. God of War Origins. That's not it. Okay? That's the collection of PSP games.
Yeah.
God of War Sons of Sparta.
Yes.
The origin story, in a way. Yeah. So you've been taking a lot of heat about this.
I guess whatever.
Yeah, but can I say something about that real quick?
Yeah.
I don't understand. There's this thing that really bothers me. Like I always say about how, like, when people say put the fries in the bag, that really bothers me because it diminishes the work.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I hate when people say that. This is a different thing, but a similar thing where people are like, he's washed up. And I'm like, first of all, like Wolf the Dentist Stanza said in Mighty Ducks 2, at least I was there. Number one. Number two is that saying that to someone suggests that you have to do what you did best forever. Or you have you have no right to come in and out, do what you want, not make a game. And what bothers me about that, Jaffe, just knowing you and knowing the experiences you had and the opportunities you had, is like, you could make a game. You were offered directorships in the past that you turned down.
Yeah, that's true.
And budgets that you turned down. And it just suggests that the artist always has to be an artist. The writer always has to be a writer. They can never bow out or want to do something else and then never have an opinion on it. And people say, who cares what Jaffe has to say about this? I'm like, yeah, who cares what David Jaffe has to say about God of War? That's really insightful. Like a really insightful. Yeah, who cares what David Jaffe has to say about God of War? Right. Strange.
Well, look, so on one hand, I definitely agree with you about that, but because I made a video yesterday. I was just like, you guys go make a fucking video game. You clearly think it's the greatest job in the world. I did it for 20 years. I didn't really like it. I loved parts. I adored parts of it. But after a while, especially as the industry got bigger and more political and this, that, and the other, even those parts that I loved weren't enough to make me jump through the hoops to get another game made. But I'm like, hey man, if you think it's the greatest job in the world and I really am just salty and I'm washed up and I want it, but I can't have it, so I'm complaining, well, you go fucking make a video game. That's clearly what you want to do.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean but at the same time though, I was part of, I would do every interview. I would talk up the games, talk up the career. And at the time, those were my honest feelings. But, the media and us contributing to it when I was a developer doesn't help when we do sell that image of like, this is the greatest fucking job in the world. And it is when you love it. So I get why they might feel that way, but and I get how a lot of us have contributed maybe to that take that they have. But when I tell them point blank, and again, part of it's to hurt me. The bigger part of it is they want to hurt me because they like the new God of War, and they don't like that I'm shitting on what they like. And they have a right. I don't give a shit. It doesn't bother me so much as I just hope intellectually the ones that are actually thinking. That's what I hate, is because I'm a big fan of being genuine and honest, and I don't like that they would think I'm lying to them. When I tell them I love doing YouTube, I love streaming, I love editing videos and putting them out. I got up yesterday morning. I did what did I do? I did a stream with Iron Lords podcast.
Oh, cool.
Then I did a video game stream that they paid me to play. And then I did something on lolcow. That was one day. And then I made 2 videos. And then I got up today and I did lolcow crypt. And now I'm here. And after here, I'm going to take a nap. And then I'm going to do either a Gabbin' and Games episode or make a video. I'm not doing this because I wish I was making video games. I'm doing this because this is fucking fun. This is the same level of fun I used to have when I was having the best time making video games. So I think the biggest problem I have is I'm like, am I communicating this poorly? Do you think I'm lying to you when I'm over making video games other than consulting? It's a lot of fucking work, you guys. And even this going over Sons of Sparta, when I made this video, it was like I was an executive again going through. There were so many little baby beginner errors, like the one we were talking about with the inability to see the animations that you need to see so you can parry successfully. That takes a lot of time. You're going through and getting video and writing it and debating with the programmers and talking to the artists. And then you got to figure out how to solve it. Like we had that same problem in Twisted Metal 2012, and we had to write, or I didn't, but the team had to write a whole system to go, we had to have a level of detail on the special effects. Basically, it's like if you're close enough to a vehicle, it's like reverse level of detail, right? Because the explosions were so big that they were taking up the whole screen. And it's like, I can't see what's happening. So we had to come up with an algorithm to determine when to play it, which version, and all this shit. It's a lot of fucking work. And so I don't know why they think I'm lying to them. So that's what bothers me more. I'm like, I'm not lying to you guys.
Yeah, I think that I've learned this over time, is that there's just a level of meanness, obviously, on the internet about people doing their thing or trying different things, and realizing what they like and don't like as well in real time. We brought up this in my exploration of political content in 2017, 2018, where people were like, "Oh, he failed and he came back to games or whatever." And I'm like, "No, I was offered like a $300,000 a year job. Actually, I turned it down and tried to do my own thing, and it didn't make me happy. Why am I not allowed to pursue my own happiness?" It's like it's a weird I don't know. It's just a weird Schadenfreude style thing. And I think people don't understand that once you're in a position like you were in, that you might not want it.
I wanted it until I didn't, right? I wanted it until I got to make Drawn to Death. And it's not that Drawn to Death failed and, oh my God, failure's scary. I mean, I've had games that haven't done very well before. It was that I look at that game and I go, that was a game I really believed in. And that's where my mind was. And clearly I was disconnected at that point from the audience, and I'm okay with that. If that means I'm washed up, okay, I'm 54 years old. Sorry, I don't know what a 20-year-old is dying to play. You should be grateful. If I knew what 20-year-olds wanted to such a degree, I'd probably be on the Epstein list. Why the fuck? I don't give a fuck. I got through my career making shit I wanted to play. If I aged out of that, cool. I mean, why is that bad? But
yeah, it's strange.
But
It's
again,
just,
that I also have sympathy, right? Because we are in a culture where we are trained to look at success as a certain way, and we're trained to look at careers in a certain way. And so, like when you say put the fries in the bag, I told you I was watching the show Landman. I don't know if you've watched it yet, but
no, I
know
haven't
your
watched it. I
dad
know
was
it though. Yeah.
yeah, but so they're in the pilot, there are these guys who work on the oil rig or oil platforms. And I just remember looking at it and going, man, even though it's a hard job and I'm too old for it and I don't want to do that job, but there is something kind of like, man, it would be nice to have a job that I don't have to be so obsessed with. Like these guys, when they got home, they had time to have dinner and hang out with their family and watch TV, and they weren't constantly thinking about the business and the work and what is tomorrow, it was just a job. But it was enough to make a living, and they got to enjoy when they weren't working, and they enjoyed work. It's like we are so conditioned to think that's some kind of substandard quality of life that I think is. I think we should all be fighting that shit. I think we're probably fed that for a reason. I'm not quite sure what the oligarchs want when they feed us that, but maybe it's work harder, make us more money, but maybe you can be one of us one day. I'm not sure what the logic is, but it drives me nuts.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is vicarious in some way. Like again, people just can't imagine being in certain positions and ever giving them up or ever walking away from them. And I totally get it. It's how I feel about like pro athletes. Like when Andrew Luck retired after playing for 5 years, like really a prodigious quarterback, and he was just like, I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm sick of being hurt. I've made a lot of money. I don't need any more money. Yeah, it's like I just feel a similar way where I think a lot of it is. It's frankly a lot of it is spilled milk. Like people will never understand that level of optionality. A lot of people won't, and it just doesn't. It's anathema to them. And yeah,
I think they resent it because they know they could. I think anybody. Look. I'm not a believer that I could have played professional football. Of course not. I don't. There's a million reasons why I couldn't have. But most in life I have found, and there is privilege to this finding, but I have found that most things, if you want, you can get. You have to sacrifice other things, but you can oftentimes find a way to get the things you need. And I don't mean like, food on the table. I mean, in terms of like what your dream may be or whatever. So I do think when you see somebody maybe walking away from it, maybe there's a sense of, like you said, I would never do that. I want that so bad, but I'm not willing to swing for it. And so I'll just sit here in the cheap seats and judge you for walking away from my dream. I'm like, but it's not my dream. I have a different dream now. My dream is this.
Your dream changed.
I'm jealous of people who walk away. I want a big YouTube channel. I'm jealous of Matty Plays. Fucking Matty Plays takes a shit and he gets like 80,000 views on a fucking video. I'm like, I want that. I want to be as good as he is. I want to be as successful as he is without having to sacrifice the rough edges that is Jaffe. So we all, let me pursue my shit and I'll let you pursue your shit.
Yeah, the fries in the bag thing. Yeah, it's so funny, man. That really does, like, that insult the last year just really bothers me. I don't know why. It just, no one's ever really said it to me either. So it's like that, and I don't know why I would be bothered by it, but I'm bothered that it's an insult because it undercuts the value of real work and makes it seem like it's lesser than. And I probably make orders of magnitude more money than half the people that are even leveraging these insults to other people. And it's like, who the fuck are you? And I just couldn't imagine insulting a person based on that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I couldn't make a living. It's some of my favorite jobs that I've had when I worked at a movie theater. I fucking loved working in a movie theater. When I worked at the USC Cinema School, signing up people for rooms to make their films in, it was fun. You got to hang out with your friends and see free movies. I mean, not everybody wants to be, on the cover of, I don't fucking know what covers are anymore, but you know what I'm saying? Not everybody wants to be the big celebrity all the time. So fuck off. I love it that I told you to fuck off. And you're like, that's not nice. I know. The Ritalin's kicking in, boys. I can feel it in my
You
veins.
need it.
What's that?
Now I said, good, you need it.
I don't know if I need it. Yeah, I need it. I need it.
Now let's talk a little bit more about the game. Here's I want to talk more about God of War.
Yeah.
I've played it for about 10 or 11 hours.
I've played it for 6. I'm familiar.
I'm way further than most people are.
Yeah.
The last boss trophy I had, only 6% of the people have it.
Okay.
So there's a lot of bitching and whining going out there about a game very few people have played. But I am curious. I consider myself a bit of an expert in the Metroidvania space. I love Metroidvanias. I mean, that's been I adore them. And play as many of them as I can. Certainly not all of them. There is no universe in which this is one of the great Metroidvanias. I think it's good, and I think it has a lot of problems.
Me too. I think there's two things, right? There's the game, and then there's the IP. Sorry, but they're different things.
Yeah, right. So here's my perspective on this game is 10 hours in is like, I like it. I think it's fun and interesting, but there are it's as you were saying, there are just almost issues with it so fundamental that I'm like, did anyone test this game or play it or ask anyone? Like, and so the major problems I have is like, no D-pad control is completely inexcusable. That's just not the way these games are played. Anyone who's like, no, that's normal, never plays Metroidvanias. And people are like, oh, it could be
which is
on
weird because the developer made the Angry Video Game Nerd game based on NES. They know how to make retro games, but
right, exactly. And it's I think some people have suggested there's like a sort of digital like radial combat system on the stick that necessitates more than maybe,
there's
up,
the
down.
Aiming, right?
But I'm like, but that still can be done on the stick because the game stops. Yeah. So like when you use the head, the statue head or something like aim your bow and arrow, whatever the fuck it is, your sling. It's like
sling,
right, like Apollo. That you use the stick for that, and that's fine. But like that's a fundamental problem with these kinds of games, where it's like no. And I've said before, and I'm proud of this. This is why Drinkbox Studios still puts me in there. Thank yous at the end of their games is because when they showed me Guacamelee, I saw it really early, the first one, and I'm like, you guys, it was all on the stick, and I'm like, no. Like, absolutely not. You guys have to move this to the D-pad. And their whole thing was like, oh, we have attacks mapped to the D-pad. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like, you have to control 2D games on the fucking D-pad. And they fixed it, and they're like, you were absolutely right. This was and so still to this day, they put me in their thank yous, which I really appreciate because that's just obvious. And so there are small things like that. I also think the characters in the game never shut the fuck up. And this is a problem for Metroidvanias. If you think about the greatest Metroidvania, in my opinion, which is Symphony of the Night, what's great about it is that there are these story beats where the game stops. You enter a room, you meet Maria or Richter or whatever. And these are few and far between, and the game's about action. I love story-driven games. I don't want a story-driven Metroidvania.
I have to interrupt. Don't lose that train, but I have to tell you about that because the first God of War, the way we told the story was inspired by Castlevania. I think it was either Aria of Sorrows or Requiem, or it was one of the 2DS Castlevanias. And what I loved about it and what I took from it was the story beats were infrequent and they were simple enough because there were a lot of games where they were just overloading you with lore dumping at the time. And I'm like, I don't remember half of this, but I didn't have those problems with the 2DS or whatever it was, the dual screen Castlevanias. And I'm like, I like that. And so we made sure every beat we had in God of War that was a cutscene, which weren't many, was simple enough. It was that you didn't even have to remember what happened before. I don't remember if we gave a recap or whatever, but so yeah, I mean, I'm with you 100%. But in this game, it's like shut the fuck up. They just stop and talk all the time. I'm with you. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, totally. Dustin, have you played this game?
No.
Yep.
I have not played it yet.
Yeah, to me, first of all, one of the things I want to say about the game is I think it's beautiful. Like, I think the game is gorgeous, personally. Yeah. It does have, what's the studio that did that game, Another World? Do you remember that game?
Another World and Flashback and Delphine or whatever. Yeah, right, I loved those games.
The characters animate like those games, which I'm not crazy about. It's like that. It's almost what like Naughty Dog did with Way of the Warrior, where like you're trying, or even Mortal Kombat, where you're trying to like capture real movement over, like things almost look too good, comparable to the environment.
Yeah,
Backdrop.
I think it's a very unappealing visual game compared to what else is out there.
I think I would have. I mean, it's a 2.5D game that is disguised as a pixel art game, which I think is cool in a way, because I can say right away, like Metroidvanias that I've liked in recent memory, like the Prince of Persia game. What was that game? Abu Salim.
Yeah, it's Sons of Enzari or
Yeah, right. Kenzara,
yes.
Zhao,
Yeah.
or Zhao or whatever. I liked that game too, but these 2.5D, with the exception of Shadow Complex, maybe because it was so different, and and that's one of the great Metroidvanias. Those 2.5D just typically looks cheap to me, and I will say that this game doesn't look cheap, in my opinion.
Oh, I don't agree, but
I
okay,
think like the more I go into it, especially with the backgrounds and kind of the pseudo parallax that they have going on with their 3D layers, I'm like, this is a really pretty game, in my opinion, like a super pretty game. I think the thing that people might have a problem with the visuals is it's a panned out camera, which I kind of dig, but it doesn't need to. The perspective's a little weird, where they give you too much y-axis and maybe not enough x-axis in the game, if that makes any sense. And I also,
well, the y-axis does, but the x doesn't. You mean you wish it was pushed in a bit more?
Yeah, you could push the camera in a bit, and I think it would still, you wouldn't have the Super Metroid problem or like the Altered Beast problem where like the sprites are fucking huge. Like you would have maybe less territory, and I think that there's like a spatial problem with the game because of that. Everything looks squat, but the major problem I have with the aesthetic of the game is the posture of Kratos. He looks hunchback. And he always stands like that. And there's this really cool, it's so funny, man, because I was like, this is how I play games, is like I was trying to get him to stand up straight, and you can get him to stand up straight if you walk into a wall. And I'm like, why isn't he just standing like this all the time? It would actually, again, solve the verticality issue that I was talking about on the y-axis. And so like it's like you were saying, like little things where I'm like, I don't know. Also, the game's buggy.
Well, I can't. Yeah. It is very buggy. Did you find I got the bug twice with the radar or with the map where it wouldn't move with Kratos. So I was somewhere totally different.
Oh no, I never. Oh my God, that wouldn't.
And it's just stuck. And I'm like, I don't know do I have to get a pickup? I had no clue what was happening.
I had
that happened twice.
Like Kratos's brother, like Deimos or whatever, is talking to him, and so I'm going in a direction. I'm like, oh, I want to go back and look at something. So the text box just stayed on the screen for like a half an hour. Of him like Kratos this way, and it was just there the entire time. I also found that like a lot of times voice acting doesn't even kick in.
The voice acting is atrocious in this game.
And the voice acting is pretty bad. There are a couple of characters that are good, but they stand out because they're so much better than whatever casting they did for the protagonist. So there are
like Calliope when she's like, "Daddy, please."
Right.
I'm like, so one of the reasons people have to understand why I'm so mad at this is it's not as much as they want to play up this narrative that I'm salty and I wish I was making God of Wars. It's that not only was I one of the directors, certainly of the director of a couple or the first game and creative the second, but I co-founded that studio with Alan, with Tim, with Shannon, and we did it on the foundation of greatness, of pushing ourselves to the absolute limit, to the point that we wanted to kill each other because we wanted to make best of the best products. And when this game comes out, whatever you think of it creatively, and I don't agree with you on the aesthetics, I think it's a very unappealing visual game.
So interesting because I think it looks great. It's so
we should talk about that. But the lack of what seems to be oversight from everything from going, this voice acting is not acceptable for a first party game, this is junk, to the fact that like the background foreground ability to tell, sometimes you'll like throw Apollo's slingshot and it'll hit a rock, and other times it'll go through the rock and hit an enemy, and other times it'll give you the laser beam that shows where it's going to go, but the rock won't actually travel that path. It'll get hit by geometry. So why aren't you doing a collision on the line that comes out of the slingshot to say you're not going to make that shot? If you can do collision on the rock, you can do collision on the goddamn tracing of the fucking line. It's everything from that to the background, to inconsistent visual language cueing, like those little things that hang that you can hit and you get yellow orbs and shit.
Right.
Some of them aren't interactive, but they're bigger, they're brighter, and you're like, why can't I hit that? I don't know, you just can't. It's shit like that the reason I get so upset. And if you don't know me and you don't know my history and my background, I understand where you're like, Jesus, why is this guy losing his shit over this? It's like, because we should be better. Santa Monica certainly should be better. First Party, it was designed that way. First Party should be better. We don't let things go out like that, but clearly we do. And that's disappointing. That's the saddest part to me. That's the emotional part to me. Is just like, Jesus, guys, Shannon's gone, I'm gone, Tim's gone. I know Corey's off doing his thing, and that's fine, but is there any fucking oversight anymore? How did you guys let this ship? That pisses me off.
Well, I have two assumptions about this game based on the quality of it, kind of like what we would maybe call middling quality, comparable to the greats in the genre.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Number one is this was probably supposed to be ready last year, you would assume, for the 20th anniversary. And the second thing is that they probably stealth released it because they know it's not great. Right?
Then cancel it. She would have canceled it.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably would have. But do you agree with those two assumptions that the game is probably already coming in hot and that they're probably stealth released it because they don't want to deal with this?
It stands to reason. I don't have any evidence. You probably have more background knowledge of how this game was made. I can tell you, I know someone who has worked with this team and they've been working on it for a long time. So that makes sense. That would track, I would say, yeah. But I think then you cancel it. I mean, this is not Patapon that's being made by some team in Japan that you like. You're not licensing out Jet Moto, and it's like, because remember when Shu was on your show and he was talking about a lot of these legacy titles Sony is starting to license out to other publishers. This is I would argue that God of War is their top two of their PlayStation franchises, and within Sony as a whole, it's probably in their top 5 because Sony Pictures doesn't have a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Warner Brothers, right? Or it's not like, we own the rights to Harry Potter or we own the rights to Lord of the Rings. What does Sony Pictures have? Spider-Man, and that's really not even theirs. So why are you treating this legacy, this important brand like this? I think it's a real, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I
would have canceled it. But I wouldn't have greenlit the fucking thing to begin with, frankly.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I mean, I've known about this game for a while, but I don't know the story of how they came together and how they found each other and who was.
Well,
I haven't gotten to the credits yet. Like, I want to know who produced it. I guess I could go on Moby Games and look, but I just don't want to.
So
I did
Colin,
look at the credits.
Yeah, go ahead.
They put out a video, I think the day it was announced and released, with interviews with people from Megacat.
Oh, cool.
And
I didn't see it.
If I remember the video correctly, they were saying like when they founded the studio, they were like, "Oh, a lot of us had a dream that someday we could do a 2D God of War game." Yeah. But they were, making NES games and stuff like that. So this pitch, they just sent someone at Sony San Diego, just like a pitch. I mean, on an email.
Oh, interesting.
And someone saw it and then they set up a meeting and it happened. So it's just like a cold pitch email.
It's surprising just because Sony has been, to Jaffe's point, like they'll work with Bandai Namco on Freedom Wars, but they've kind of kept everything close to the vest. And then you kind of export something like this to someone else. You would expect maybe a little more, but I don't think, I think the major problem with the game, if anything, is it might be a little too expensive. I think $24.99 would have been maybe more appropriate, and maybe even like $20 for PS Plus at launch.
I don't. I mean, when you think about State of Play and think about how cool that, I mean, I don't know, you guys, you're a more hardcore Castlevania guy. I thought that Castlevania game looked awesome.
Oh, me too. But a lot of people have a problem with that game too.
Okay, well, I mean, again, it's subjective. I thought it looked really fucking cool, and I just think about this for a minute. You were talking. Oh, it makes me so mad, Colin Moriarty. You were talking about this character that in the Castlevania trailer, the character, I don't know if that's actually, what's the guy's name? The first name, Trevor.
Oh, Trevor Belmont. Yeah, no, that's it seems like it might be.
It
his
may not
daughter.
even be Trevor, but whoever it is, whoever the protagonist is, they're swinging. They've got badass weapons. They do these attacks, and the entire ground shakes and explode. You know, you're like, that's cool. I want to do that. I want to be that, right? And then God of War is like, my spear, right? I mean, it's like, this is fucking Kratos, motherfucker. First off, who wants to play Kratos as this kid? I'm sick of their obsession with playing is teenage boys, is what I said in the video the other day. It's like, I don't want to play Atreus. I don't want to play Kratos when he's 14. Can you just make a goddamn Castlevania with the Kratos we know and love, who's where's the gore? This is a T-rated title. Who the fuck greenlights a T? What is wrong with these people? I am not doing a bit. I know I come off like an asshole. I don't mean to. It's just passion and confusion. And I'm sure maybe if you sat down with Scott Rhodey, he could explain it and you go, okay, that makes sense. That, you know, but just as a consumer who did drop $30 on this fucking thing and who has a great love for the franchise, I'm like, you know, what's compelling about this character? He's just a kid in a loincloth with a spear. He doesn't have a cool weapon. He doesn't have a cool move set. He doesn't have badass powers. When he does finishing moves, it's just, there's no gore, violence, or you're like, fuck, he may not be God of War yet, but I can see where the anger is. There's like nothing in there. And I'm just like, what do you, I'm befuddled and perplexed and bothered by it. So I don't know. I'm mad, I guess. There's my answer. BetterHelp, help me. I need help.
BetterHelp.com/symbols.
Yeah.
It's funny because I am compelled by the game telling Kratos's pre-God of War story simply because you probably don't recall, but like some of our earliest conversations when I was still at IGN many, many years ago was how much I don't like Kratos as a character because I feel like he needs to be fleshed out more. And there's an angle to this where I'm like, yeah, this is cool. And part of me wants to keep playing it to see what happens to him because it's like, it doesn't seem like the same character. But I understand that things change or whatever. There is a scene, and I'm usually not one of these guys where like, this is woke and weird or whatever. Like, I usually don't give a shit about that. But there is a scene in the game, I don't know if you've gotten to it yet, where he's talking to like, and he meets her a few times, like some girl that is in their, I don't know, in their group or like one of their peers. And she's like
the one that the brother likes, or the brother likes her?
Yeah, I think so. And like, she's a powerful warrior, but she's like kind of relegated to be like working for, you know, the sculptor because she's a woman or whatever. And he like Kratos just goes on and on about like, you know, how much he respects her, and it doesn't, you know, and I'm like, this is the same Kratos that like is like, you know, touching chicks' tits and fucking them and doing all. It just there just seems to be like a lot of game modernity in this game that doesn't seem to quite fit.
I don't think it bodes well. And I don't want to stop talking about this one yet because I have still a couple things to say if you don't mind, but I don't think it bodes well for the remakes.
Like what if they're going to keep that shit in or whatever?
I think we've seen. I think they've shown us enough when we get to talking about the remakes that they've played their hand enough that when people would ask me, Jaffe, do you think it's going to be as violent and sexy and stuff as the first one? I'd be like, yeah, they're not going to change that, and they may not. I don't have any insight into this, but after playing Sons of Sparta for about 6-7 hours. And after seeing where they've gone with the Norse game and stuff, I'm like, I'd give it 60-40, that there's a 60% chance you're going to see a toning down of a lot of that stuff. And I think they're going to do it because they think they know better. And maybe they do. Maybe they fucking do. But I think it's rubbish. I think the game is, it was, you know, and people also misunderstand that. I don't have a problem with character growth or character evolution, but these are not real people. Kratos was designed as a pulp comic book character like Wolverine, Spider-Man, Hulk. Those characters evolve with the times. But what, Wolverine is now some kind of bastion of peace and love and calmness? No, he's still fucking Wolverine, right? Kratos has become, the whole franchise has become very soft. And that has never been the intention. And I just think, fuck them. Right. I don't care if they change my shit because it's not my shit. Like the Twisted Metal TV show, I think is great. I thought God of War 2018 was great, but it's like, you know what? You own it, Sony. You can do what you want with it, but fuck you. Shame on you. You don't even understand what made this appealing. You can grow it. You can evolve it. You can give it a little more character. You can make it more modern, this, that, and the other. But why don't you just make a different game? You clearly want to. You clearly want, I don't know. It's not that I'm disrespected personally. Like, how dare you do that to my thing? It's more like I got to make games at Sony that I loved, and I loved God of War, but I don't give a shit about God of War anymore because it's not, just go fucking play The Last of Us. You guys are obsessed with remaking that game anyway. Just fucking go do that.
Yeah, but I will admit, though, I like the new game a lot more than you do, obviously, is that there does seem to be an overemphasis on story that's leaking into a genre that doesn't play like if you play almost any Metroidvania of any quality, like this is by far the one that makes you stop the most, read the most, listen the most. It's just from that perspective, like look at Axiom Verge or Guacamelee or Symphony of the Night or like any of these games. Like it's from that perspective, I find it a little strange. Like, in other words, I'm not nearly as mortally offended by this game's existence as you are, or even what it's doing to Kratos, as much as I'm offended by the fact that they lost sight of what makes Metroidvanias truly fun. So while I think that I think it's a good game, and I think it's a beautiful game. Again, you and I totally disagree on that. And there's a lot to like about it, I think. There are just real issues with it. Like I played it for an hour before I was like, there's just no way that this is like one of the great Metroidvanias, but it's the funny thing about the genre to me is that there are very few bad games in the genre. Like as long as it's like somewhat coherent, I think you can get through it and play it. It's well worn and well tried. And I also like the further you get into it, and this is where I feel like a lot of people haven't played it too thoroughly yet. It's new. People have lives. Is like I do think it opens up in a way and starts to kind of play a little bit better, and you kind of get used to it. But I do think that here's another thing I'll say, and this is a personal preference thing, totally, is that I think, and this is where like Hollow Knight fans come in and a bunch of other things, but it's like, or Blasphemous, where it's like, I don't know that difficulty and Metroidvanias go together. I don't know that that's what it's all about. Yeah. To me, it's an experiential thing. That's what I love about Symphony of the Night so much, I think, is not only is it beautiful and compelling, but when people say it's like, oh, I'm having a hard time, I'm like, you're having a hard time with Symphony of the Night? Like it's easy. It's about the experience and the environmental storytelling and the music and the ambience and the backtracking and the completion and finding everything.
My biggest problems with Castlevania difficulties usually have to do with the map and going, I know if sometimes I just can't see the little box that doesn't have the line. And,
exactly.
and other than,
exactly. And then they go outside the boxes too, right? Like, oh, there's actually a secret room here. Castlevania does that shit all the time, which annoys me, but that's part of the fun, is not knowing where things are.
I get mad because people are like, Jaffe, hidden sections are all part of these. I want you to speak to this because people will take you as an authority on this, because I have the albatross of Dread, Metroid Dread, hanging around me. Right. And my complaint was never, now Metroids, if you want to go back to NES Metroids, SNES, but I'm talking about modern Metroidvanias that are made for, like Gen Pop that play these kind of games now. Hidden secrets are abundant in these games. Hidden walls, all that stuff. That's great. But my standing on this, and tell me if I'm wrong, I might be, is that you don't put the critical path. Like if you want to put something where you can find a cool power up or a shortcut or whatever, hide those things all over the place. That's normal. But if you can't advance because you come into a room and there's absolutely no visual indication and you're just supposed to hit at every wall, even if the wall doesn't have a crack in it or it's drawn differently. No, I don't think that is correct when people tell me, well, that's how Metroidvanias are. I'm like, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, Metroidvanias, in my opinion, are less about dead ends and more about like perpendicular intersections where you're like on a horizontal corridor in which there's a platform above you leading up to a new room that you have to double jump to.
So you can't get there yet.
Right, but it's there, but you're still going and you're still propelled in a specific direction or still going in that's what Symphony of the Night does so well.
So I don't know what they're talking about with that. And it sounds like you and I are mostly on the same page, which is, hide everything you want. But if you're going to hide the critical path and you're not even going to give, like in Zelda, the little cracks in the wall a hint, that's not normal. That's what they were telling me. And I'm like, I don't think you're right. But here's what I'd say too, though. Did you notice like I had a real problem with not just the background foreground being inconsistent. Like it's like the art direction, the visual language of what you could stand on, what you could shoot through, all of that seemed like there was no oversight. But I also found the controls, it's almost like they did the map and then they tuned the character and they didn't do it together. So I found myself falling off a lot of things because I jumped onto a ledge and then I wanted to immediately jump again. And I don't know if maybe because I hit the button, it reads when you release the button versus you press it down, or if it has to finish the animation to register the button. But on a lot of these games, that fluidity of motion that feels so good in a lot of these games, I don't think he controls very well in terms of navigating. I mean, did you find that?
Yeah, I think a lot of it. I also found that, and I think a lot of it has to do with this more digital style, for lack of a better term, this like multi-directional movement, as opposed to really focusing on cardinal directions like a normal Metroidvania, and not making it too finicky. Because I found even when you're stabbing upwards, there's
Yeah.
so many directional options because you're using the stick that it's like I'm missing shit all the time, and I'm like, I
Me too.
just want to aim up, dude. Like
Yeah.
that to me, that's there are serious control problems in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But again, I think it's like if I was going to score it at IGN or something, I'd give it like between a 6 and a 7, probably.
I get as a game,
Yeah.
I give it a 5.5. As a Metroid style game, it's benign, it's forgettable, and I've only played 6 hours of it, so you've gotten further. But for 6 hours in, it's inoffensive. I mean, it's offensive in that coming from first party, we should expect better, and for $30, we should expect better, especially given that there's so many other games in the genre or a cousin to the genre that have come out in the last year, whether you're talking about Shinobi or you're talking about Ninja Gaiden Ragebound or you're talking about Neon Inferno. All these games are
Oh my
so
god,
much
Ragebound
better.
shits on this game.
Right.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
if that's kind of the standard bearer, and I'd say that's like an 8.5, I'd say this is totally benign, forgettable. It's a 5.5, right?
Sure.
I think when you throw in God of War on it, and because that's the other thing is like, I mean, think about it. Compared to that Castlevania trailer, and they don't. And people are like, well, it's a low budget game. First off, I don't know what the budget was, and I don't care. That's not my problem. But if you mention Guacamelee, right? I mean, okay, so you don't have to spend a lot of money to, creativity's free. You just have to be good at it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't care if the game doesn't look like a beauty queen, but let me do cool shit. Let me see Kratos do something and go, fuck, that looks cool. I want to do that. I want to be that. That's a neat kind of mechanic. And it's just a kid with the spear and a shield. Unless he develops amazing powers coming up, but certainly the first 6 hours, it's very generic. And yes. So who the fuck greenlit this? Who the fuck was thinking about this and going, that's what we want? I mean, I think they should be ashamed of themselves.
I think it's well, before I go on to Dustin, are you going to play it?
Not now. I was.
I would like to play it, but I am really focused on beating Dragon Quest VII before Resident Evil comes out. And because that's Dragon Quest VII type of game I don't want to put down and come back to.
I want to talk to you about that before I go, if I may.
Sure.
I want to stay on this until you guys are ready to get off this. But I'm playing. Keep going though. Dragon Quest VII. Sorry.
Yeah, so I want to play it. I want to check it out, particularly just because there is a sense of local pride for me with this being a Pittsburgh studio making it. I know there's more than 2, but the 2 main developers in Pittsburgh are Mega Cat and Shell Games, which they made I Expect You to Die and some other VR stuff. So I'd like to check it out for that reason. I think I'm speaking completely out of turn because I have not played the game. But my impression on not playing it and just seeing people react to it is that it is interesting to me that Mega Cat, which I actually haven't played, I don't think, any of their games before. So I don't know what the standard of what their quality is. I know that they did the Angry Video Game Nerd and they've done like a Five Nights at Freddy's game. And so clearly not a bad developer by any means. And I've heard their like retro stuff is really cool, but I was when Colin first told me, like, I don't know, a year ago, however long ago that was, that Mega Cat was working on this, I was like, really? Like, that just seems like a very odd choice for I would expect that if Sony was going to have an indie team, a 2D based team, working with, and I agree with you, Jaffe, one of their biggest, top 3 IP, that it would be someone bigger than Megacat. And obviously, I would, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, give it to fucking Way Forward. Can you imagine? I mean, there are people who do this kind of game brilliantly. But
yeah, I was thinking Inti Creates would have been an interesting one too. Like a Japanese one would have been really interesting.
Yeah. So, I have not played it. It seems like to me, the feeling is that it is at best pretty good. Like some people are saying it's like a 7 or 8, but I don't think anyone's like, man, this game is excellent. Like, this is a great Metroidvania game, which to me just is like, man, it's like, if it's God of War, you would want it to be one of the, not even necessarily the best, but one of the better ones, and not just an okay one.
Yeah, it does beg the question, to Jaffe's point. Sony doesn't do many projects like this anymore. It's not the PS3 era where they're like, oh yeah, you guys make this and you guys make this, and we have fucking 17 games at Japan Studio, and it's like, so this was a kind of a deliberate thing. And God of War has never been worked on outside of Santa Monica or Ready at Dawn. So
I mean, there was a mobile phone game, but there was a lot of oversight into that game. I went to meetings for that game. It was not like that was in a vacuum.
So I think what we can glean from this information, Jaffe, is that Santa Monica is into this, I would assume.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I was look, I think I know what's going on, but I mean, I'm not naming names and stuff, and it certainly is. It's Santa Monica local. Like I think the world of Scott Rhodey and all this stuff, and but one guy can only do so much. But I was surprised. I didn't even know Yumi had left running Sony Santa Monica, and the people who were running. Yeah. I didn't know that. So now, let's just say that the people who I think I'm correct in running it, I've never had any respect for them, and I haven't. But I'm not naming names because I don't know if I'm right about who is running it. But this reeks of that kind of, I'm not going to obsess over the audience. I'm going to make sure the executives are happy with me, kind of thing. I don't know why this was. Somebody should have had the fucking balls to put their foot down and say, "Not good enough, not fucking good enough." But they didn't.
I'm trying to find the name because it's still saying that.
Well, don't say it.
No. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
You can, but at least give me a little. Yeah. Give me a little distance because I don't want to
know who it is now. And yeah, it's not. Yeah, I know who it is. Yeah. Yumi went to Netflix, which is interesting.
Oh yeah, Yumi was great. I mean, she was no Shannon, but she was great. She did a great job after Shannon left. But
just go look at it. If people are saying like name names, like just go look it up if you need to know.
Well, because I think there's a couple of people running it now.
Yeah, right? I think they're doing that a lot now with the co-CEO. That's kind of right.
So I don't want to be specific because I don't want to be a dick. I can be a dick to the person. They know I don't like them. They don't like me, but I don't want to call them out. But I always had the problem with this guy. Always, it's like, dude, let's fight. Let's be, when I was with Becker, he was an executive, but it's like, let's get in the trenches together. Let's serve at the pleasure of the audience. Let's fucking tear shit up. And at the end of the day, all will be forgiven if we make a hit. And that's not this. This is duck and cover is how I've always thought of this person. And again, I can't draw a direct line, but it has his stink all over it, is what I would say. Because somebody should have stopped this.
There is someone else that I think, because the other co-lead, I thought you were gonna have more of a problem with, because that I won't even say it. It's like the co-lead comes from a company where I'm like, oh no.
I don't. We may be thinking different people. Or the same.
I think we are. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, but on the art too, though. I'm sorry, but again, I mean, it's subjective, but when you look at some of these games that are out there, even games that don't cost a lot, to me, it feels like they couldn't decide, like, do you go super chunky retro or do you go super stylized like Guacamelee or some of these other, or Grease or whatever that game is called, Gree. Or do you go, photorealistic or whatever? And it feels like they just pick this total milquetoast. There's no real artistic vision So it just comes off like a lot of people have compared it to like a cell phone game. And it does have that look. It doesn't look like a beautiful, chunky pixel delight like a lot of these retro games. It doesn't look like a hand-drawn piece of art like Shinobi that came out last year. It just kind of looks like, were you guys going for photoreal? And this is as good as, you know what? It doesn't even look as good as Disney's Aladdin. That was like the hand-drawn, 2D cell animation. It's like, it's very confusing why. And then if you take the character, I mean, this is the thing that drives me batshit too. I'm sorry, we can move on, but
this is great. I like this.
well, I just want to say that, I have this problem with old Kratos. I love 2018 because it was part of this arc. But after that, I think if you bring Kratos into a meeting of people or a play test or a focus test and say, out of these 20 characters, who should be the lead of this franchise? The new visual design of Kratos, I think, is terribly unappealing, right? But that, that's subjective, and clearly I've been proven wrong. People love the blah, blah, blah. But when you look at this character, if you didn't know God of War, right? Every game should stand on its own, right? I don't know anything about Dragon Quest, but I know that those characters in the new remake look super cute and super appealing, right? I'm like, oh, these look like really cool characters, right? Even though I have and I know that I assume like Final Fantasy, they're new characters but the point is, when you look at Kratos and he's just this kid with the spear wearing a loincloth and there's really nothing to him in his visual design, in his creative design, you're like, that's the guy who's shouldering this game? That was good enough for you guys? Don't you want to give him some flair? Don't you want to give him a little personality? And maybe like, but that's his story. That's who he was. No, it wasn't. He's not real, motherfucker. Nathan Drake's not real. He's not old and he has to retire. As much as you want to believe that bullshit you get from Naughty Dog, he's a fictional character. Godzilla, when he dies, he keeps coming back because he's a fucking fictional character. So I'm sorry, but do something with your visual design with Kratos. So you're like, I want to play that kid, but he didn't have the Blades of Chaos. Fine. Give him something cool though. Yeah, it's a spear. That's what they had. Okay, great. Fucking morons. Pissing me off. Sorry.
Well, I'll be very curious to see like how it seems like the game is doing fairly well on PSN. It's got, but who knows? I mean, a lot of my people on my friends list are playing it. That's anecdotal. Got a good user review, which is more meaningful.
It's like days. A 7.2 on Metacritic user and like a 7.3 or 4 from reviewers, I think. Last time I checked.
It's got like a 4.7 out of 5 on PSN.
Do you have to buy the game on PSN to rate it?
Yeah.
And you have to
download it, I think, too. Yeah.
Yeah. So
because I've tried to go back into games like that I have purchased but have not downloaded recently to review them, and like you have to download it. And I'm
right.
Like, oh,
I just wonder how much they've played it, because people were telling me how great reviewed it was on PSN, like within 30 minutes of it being announced. And I'm like, they played enough to rate the goddamn thing?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier about. I mean, the game is girthy, which I'll give it to them for that. But there's either a lot of filleting or complaining going on about a game that not many people have seen all the way through. Right. That's the thing that I think these opinions are interesting. Our opinions are interesting. Yours are, in my opinion, especially poignant because of who you are and your relationship.
And you because you love the genre and you have played a lot more than I have. I've played, like I said, 6 hours of it.
So I want to see it through. Like, it's funny what you're describing. I must admit, Kratos's flatness. I must say, I'm 90% certain it's not intended to be this, but the flatness is such a bait for me to get through the game because I'm like, this can't be. Like, what happens?
They can't be serious.
Yeah, like,
right?
Well, just because I'm like, what is going on? I know he's young. I mean, Deimos is 11. Yeah, and like you said, Kratos is 14 or whatever. So they're young, they're not formed yet, but I'm like, this doesn't seem like the right Kratos, and I actually want to see if they do something about it. And that's why I'm trying
Eddie
to keep
Furlong in Terminator 2 was young, but Hit Girl was young. There's a lot of fictional characters that are young that are still badass and interesting. But what do you the voice acting? I mean, the fact that they made this thing T, like, and they allowed this to go out as a T, does also make me worry about God of War remakes, because like it feels, other than TC Carson, who I think is a good actor and does the voice really well, it feels like I'm watching like a WB Kids cartoon. Like Deimos is like, oh, Kratos, come on, man, let's go over there. And there was this one sequence where they encounter these talking monkeys.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, Kratos is like, you better put that back, monkey. And I'm like, what? And then Kratos, the adult Kratos goes, do you want me to continue the story? And the Calliope girl's like, Daddy, talking monkeys, the gods are so silly. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? I mean, I am furious when I'm just remembering it and reliving it. And I'm just going, what the fuck, Santa Monica? This is not, if you want to make a fucking, WB show or whatever, CW show, then make that. That is not this, you cowards. If you don't have the fucking creative stones to make your own shit, don't fuck up something that's already working. Who the fuck wanted a T-rated God of War game? Talking monkeys, Daddy. That's silly. The fuck is this?
The T rating, I think, is especially interesting. Should that have been the intention to do something a little more accessible? Because there's no barrier, as far as I can tell, from buying M-rated games on PSN anyway.
No, yeah.
So and it's a digital only game. So from that perspective, it's like, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
It's not like 15 years ago when you have to go to the store and you get carded. I always talk about how I got carded when I bought Grand Theft Auto 3 and I had to fucking pay someone in the mall to buy it for me.
Right.
These are different times, And
And
by the way, I was of age. I just didn't have my ID on me. That's the thing I keep forgetting about with that story. Was the most annoying part.
I mean, look, I will tell you that I understand that times change and people who are looking at this and going, Jaffe just want, if I was making it, I probably would have spent a lot of time exploring, the whole tropey idea of people who become psychopaths and serial killers tend to torture animals as kids. And I would probably have a mini game where he's doing, I would plant the seeds that this guy was unwell. I'm not being silly. I would plant the seeds that this guy fundamentally, the reason Ares reached out to manipulate him is from the beginning, something went right with this boy. Right. And that's, to me, that's interesting. That's God of War. If you want to go back and understand this guy, cool. But he's just like kind of like, I'm plucky Kratos. What the fuck? Anyway.
There is a little bit of that when he hunts animals. I don't know if you've done it where you hold the triangle button down and like the tall grass.
No, I haven't gotten
there's like to get materials.
Okay.
Like skins or whatever. So like he put his like and he stab down, but it's just a thing you do on a few screens. It's nothing torturous. Well, we'll see. I mean, I'm interested to see how this kind of flattens out as people begin to play it more, and we'll see what the consensus is. But I just think I'm pleased that Sony is willing to do smaller things like this again.
I love that. Love that. Yeah.
I have long been of the mind, again, I think people fetishize the PS3 era a lot.
Yeah.
And as I remind people a lot, that was Sony's worst era. Sony literally lost money on the PS3,
they weren't
cumulatively.
hits. Yeah.
They're not going to repeat the experiences of that generation because it will destroy them. And I also think people are like, well, they made a lot of things then. And I'm like, yeah, but none of you. And again, this is proven when the Insomniac leak happened and we got the numbers for all of these games where it was like, why doesn't Japan Studio make Rain anymore?
But here, okay, can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Dustin, may I say something about that?
Yes.
I know.
We're just trying to include you, I think.
Yeah, we want you to feel.
Listen, the chat is focused in on me. This is
okay. Good. That's all you need.
I just want to exist.
Are they going to hold you at night? Are they going to keep you warm at night?
I'm doing my job, producing the show.
You guys should make a Last Stand Media blanket with just the chat so Dustin can wrap himself up in it at night.
Oh, no.
And keep himself warm with the love of the chat.
Well,
but anyway.
Maybe right now, but not always.
What I wanted to say, though, about those games, those earlier games, right? The issue I always had, and this is almost like in some ways back to the same, was if you talk about Rain, if you talk about Calling All Cars, if you talk about Journey or Flow and Flower is one of my favorite games of all time. I'm not knocking the games, but the problem I had with them was that they were arty-farty, and I like some arty-farty, but I always thought they should be like, I don't know if you guys played, what's the game demo that people are talking about the site? It's not Returnal or kind of the cyberpunk noir. It's kind of like Limbo or Inside, but it's more commercial. Here, I'll tell you the name of it. It's the demo just dropped on Steam. I don't know if it's on console. It's been in production forever. What is this thing called? It's really good. I recommend playing it. It's called Replaced.
Replaced.
Oh
what it's
yeah,
called.
that looks awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
isn't that coming to Xbox but not PlayStation? I
it's
think-
Game Pass One.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a really good demo. But what's cool about it is it plays like Inside with a little more action. And Inside is a great game, but it is an
Yeah, it is.
arty-farty game,
Mhm.
right? It is a game like Sony was making, but it's not arty-farty, it's commercial, right? So that's my thing is I think Sony would have had a much better experience in the PS3 days if they were making these smaller games, but they were still aiming for their, bread and butter audience. And so that's another reason I look at this God of War, Sons of Sparta, and go, you guys could have had a cash cow if you would have budgeted it right. And they may still, I don't know, but it's like, I don't think this is what people want from a God of War game. And so I hope they don't take that as like, oh yeah, people don't like when we make smaller games. I think they could have made a 2D, Shinobi art quality, God of War, violent, classic Kratos, and people would have eaten it up, and it could have been one of the classic Metroidvanias. That should have been their goal. But
do you think it might not be relevant to you, but do you believe in my theory that they stealth released it because they knew it was going to be divisive? That seems to me the answer.
Well,
It gives people no time to dwell
Just
on
buy.
any of it.
sure, but I think that makes sense. But because my history, and obviously Sony's a very different company than when I was there. In my day, they would have just not released it. So if they were going to have to release it, then sure, I think you're absolutely right.
And do you, for the new God of War trilogy, by the way, we were kidding. I don't know if you saw on the stream. You know how like they'll show a game and then like someone from a studio will pop up and they'll interview. I'm like, Jaffe's gonna pop up, and this was like his secret thing. It's like, I'm David Jaffe.
No, no, especially not after this week.
Yeah, this wouldn't have been good PR for God of War.
Yeah.
Do you think that Santa Monica is making it internally?
I don't know. It's kind of I've heard Blue Point might be doing it.
That would
again,
make
or
sense, right?
right? But and I also don't know. Maybe you know this, but I got the sense there was some confusion, and maybe it was intentional. Maybe they haven't said. Is God of War remake going to be 3 different games, kind of like the Final Fantasy thing, or is it going to be a singular game and they're going to retell the story in a kind of truncated way? So when you play it from the beginning, you start, as Kratos on the ship or however they open it, and it goes through the whole story. But they've kind of, it's a different way of telling that 3-game story in one
cool.
30-hour. Yeah. So I don't have they said if it's 1 game or 3 games?
They probably have. I saw no press releases the day of, but the way they showed it indicates to me it's going to be separate games. What would be cool is if they did a Quantic Dream style thing where, because Quantic Dream like allows you to reorder the chapters and Heavy Rain and all of that to like where you could kind of like, it's a one package and then you can kind of mix them up in a way if you want to play some sort of saga. But what I was more curious about is if they're going to try to release them all at the same time, because my assumption is that maybe you'd release them one a year or something. Like keep going, and then it's like this comes out January 2029, 2020, 2030, 2031, something like that.
Yeah,
whatever.
I what I do think is clear, and again, people who say I hate the new God of War, I didn't like Ragnarok, but I did think God of War Ragnarok Valhalla was really good. And I hope the guys, I think there were 2 guys that directed Valhalla, and I really liked the tone of that game. It felt like it, even though it was kind of a rogue game, it felt more like the tone of the older games with the newer sensibilities. And the fact that that game, if you remember, has you going through a series of the Greek levels, like you're on the ship from God of War 1, you're pushing the crate up the hill from God of War 1, there's God of War 2 sections. People have been asking about the camera. I think it's going to be the new camera. Maybe they'll pull it back a little bit or give you a little more control. Some people like that, some people don't. I think it's fine. I thought it played great. I think if you're doing a remaster, that's different. But as a remake, I don't think you're going to spend the kind of money they're going to spend to do what is now kind of a niche style camera. As much as I love fixed cameras, I don't think the money is there for that. But so I think they've kind of showed their hand with that, because I almost get the sense somebody at the team was like, hey, I'm going to make a God of War from 1 or 2 and do it in our new thing and just see what it, because you always do experiments like that when you're on a team. And oh, I came in over the weekend and this guy did this. No, that was really fucking cool. And that led this guy to think of that and blah, blah, blah. And it was cool to see old school Kratos in the new, the new polys, and he looks really good without the beard and stuff, like classic Kratos. So I think I could be wrong, but I think it's pretty clear they're going to be doing that kind of camera. It is going to be a full-on remake. I hope, but I don't think I'm right, but I would love to think the violence and the sex is still going to be there, because people ask me that a lot. It's like, are they going to be, I'd be stunned if there was nudity. I'd be stunned if you had the sex mini games. I'd be stunned if it was super brutal and over the top gory. I really think those days are over. But I don't know that. That's just, what do you think? Do you think they're going to retcon that?
It seems like such a betrayal of, not even so much, the sex too, but the violence especially is such a betrayal of what God of War even is. That it would seem so anathema to the franchise itself to do. It is my hope that if Blue Point is doing it, not that they would have free reign to do anything, but they do faithful shit. And I would just want a pound for pound remake. You could do the Dead Space thing where like they added a couple side quests and they changed some of the directions of where you're going in the Ishimura, but like it's basically a faithful thing. I want them to remain faithful to the game. And
so
I think
you
that's
would
what
want
most
the
fans
camera and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's to your point. I guess if you're remaking it, you can do more and less subtle things but I think you have to remain relatively true to it. Otherwise, like, what is the purpose of why not just remaster them and
I think they should do that too. But where I am salty on this, and I've totally made the story up in my head. I have no evidence of this at all. But other than the fact that they made a T-rated game, it feels like they're just trying to make God of War into something that it never was meant to be. My guess would be to them, it's more about the story. Let's make him likable. Let's explain where he came from. If he's too violent, it's not, I get a sense there's a sense of shame about the earlier God of Wars, and they really don't want to own that. And so they're almost trying to sort of push that away. Now, is that true? I have no evidence of that. It's very personal for me. So it could be just totally all in my head. So I don't know.
I'm particularly interested in 3 just because I was surprised that they're even redoing 3, because 3 came natively to PlayStation 4. So they are doing work. And that's what makes me think that these will be pushed out in sequence, just because there will be more distance between those copies. Because this definitely leans into with God of War 3, especially like Sony's propensity to remake everything.
Yeah.
Or re-release everything, and they've already remastered and re-released so many things, but I'll be interested to see how this all, like, I think we're going to need a little time for this to settle. As far as my own recommendations, like if you're into Metroidvanias, I think I would give this game a go, because I think it's probably something that's of a curiosity to you. Again,
but if you haven't played, and I know Ragebound's not a Metroidvania, but if you haven't played Ragebound, would you play Ragebound before you play this?
Oh my God, Ragebound's like one of the great games of last year. Yeah, this doesn't even fucking hold a candle to Ragebound. Yeah. But they are different. Ragebound is everything that I wanted, basically, in a Ninja Gaiden game. It was.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a recent Metroidvania that might be better. Like, I liked the last Shantae game, but it was the GBA one. I'm trying to think there's a lot of great indie Metroidvania.
Oh my God, yeah, most of them come from the indie space. Like I was saying, over the last few years, like I think Tales of Kenzera and Prince of Persia are both definitely better than this game.
I think Prince of Persia is definitely better. Kenzera I really liked. I just thought it got very samey. The level design got real samey, and I couldn't stick with it. But I'm with you on the other one.
The beauty of the Metroidvania, there's even weird ones like Ioun Chronicle Rising was kind of a strange Metroidvania-esque game that I really liked, but the beauty of this genre is if you're really truly new to it, man, the world is your fucking oyster.
Yeah. You've got the Ori games, which are beautiful fucking games and play great. There was a really weird one that came out on PlayStation. I think it's on PlayStation Plus right now. It's like the psychedelic, trippy, flowery.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. What the fuck is
Osios or so, I don't know what it's called, but it's really good. It's really weird, but it's really good.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it was just added, I think, to the game catalog.
Yeah. Play that.
Dustin, should we get into more super chats?
Yep, we can do that.
Ultros, yeah, people have said in the chat. Yeah,
Ultros,
that's the game I remember. Yeah, that's on my short list as well. But again, I don't know. Things are going to start coming out hot and heavy now. So, starting with Resident Evil. So I don't know how I'm going to keep up with everything.
Okay, the first super chat, well, not first, but picking up where we left off, is from Locke Plays, who says for baby Herman Furman. Well, too late. You threw that money right in Colin's wallet. So
yeah, thank you.
So it's not going to him.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Money laundering, maybe, from Lockmort?
Sure. Why not?
Who knows? Millsauce says, hey, Colin, take us to the Matthews Bridge.
Oh, that's a Limp Bizkit reference. He wants me to play the drums. That's what he's asking me to do. Because they say that, and then there's like a really cool drum beat. And it's funny, when I was in high school, all my friends used to ask me to do that beat all the time. It's not even a hard beat, but no one wants to hear me play the drums, so I'm not gonna do that for you. But thank you.
This comes from Carlos, who
$500 in super chats the next 5 minutes. He'll play the drums for you.
I mean, I'll play the drums whenever you want, but I just don't think you really want that.
You got to monetize this shit, baby. Come on now.
People on X are going crazy about Jaffe's opinion on God of War Sons of Sparta is the best part about that game's release. Hope you all are well.
You're well too.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it has been interesting. People don't want to hear from him, but then they do.
Yeah.
Again, as I said earlier, I just think it's perplexing why people don't think it's relevant what the person who created, helped create God of War thinks about.
Well, people want their opinions echoed back is what they want. We know that, right? So if you're really into video game design, and I think you're right, but I think most people, especially people who love new God of War or who are just obsessed with anything God of War, they don't want me, taking their shine away. And I get that. I understand that, but I don't care. I mean, I'm not there for them. Go listen to somebody else. So
yeah, that's the whole thing, is like, take it or leave it, I guess. That's what I do with everyone's opinions. That's what you're expected to do as well.
I almost called this next one Winby Knockout, but it's win by knockout. But let's go with Winby. What does David think of the 2D God of War? This came a long time ago. This at 1:17.
Well, let me tell you.
Yeah, we'll do it all again.
Could you repeat that? Could you repeat everything you guys said?
Yeah. I don't like it. How about that?
Thank you, Winby Knockout. Free Paul E. Stein. Paul E. Stein. Well, better than something racist. Could have got me there.
Yeah, right.
Jaffe, thoughts on games written for Twitter?
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. I hate that you spent your money, and I have what does a game written for Twitter mean? Does anybody know?
No, there's only $2. Next.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know. Sounds interesting.
Mickey Doe says, Jaffe, you salty sea dog. Hope you are doing well. You weren't wrong in your initial thoughts on Sons of Sparta.
I guys appreciate your super chat. Thank you for coming into Long John Silver's.
Winnie the Through says, have you guys checked out Clover Pit? Imagine Balatro, but with slot machines. Really addicting, but only PC, Xbox Game Pass right now.
Yes, that's kind of the serial killer. You're trapped in the room, and I played it. It was okay. It wasn't for me, but I know a lot of people love it.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it, and I wasn't too into it. But I don't think I played it long enough to understand it. So, Winby Knockout is back. Thoughts on PSP God of War? Playing them on PlayStation 3, the Ready at Dawn joints, right?
They're great.
Yep, the Ready at Dawn's games. Yeah, I never beat either of them, but they were very well regarded. Yeah. What did you guys think
also like, by the way, people ask me all the time, I also like Dante's Inferno. I like Ghost Rider on PSP. I like a lot of God of War clones. I love those games.
Yeah, Dante's Inferno was EA trying to get into that. That was an interesting time. Did you guys like the PSP games internally?
Yeah, we were. I mean, I worked a little bit, a very short amount on the first PSP game. But oh yeah, we had a great relationship with those guys. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was sad to see them kind of fold up recently.
But I mean, that's what I mean. That's what I came up with, right? Which is when we outsourced God of War, we sent people to their studio. We were there all the time. We had story meetings in Santa Monica. It was there was a lot of fucking oversight and there was a lot of collaboration. It just seems like that didn't happen here. Or if it did, yuck,
Jar Jar's Jizz.
That's nice.
Oh yeah.
Colin.
The Cincinnati Jizzes.
That's right.
Good family.
Colin, lovish screenshots makes it look like a little like Solomon's Key on NES. Any similarities?
Wow, that's a pull. That old Tecmo
That is
game.
a pull.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of. It is like a static screen game like that. Generally, there are games with multiple stages with multiple screens that are connected, but it is a static screen kind of puzzle action game in a way. It's not really a puzzler, because I kept saying it reminds me a lot of the HAL Laboratory games, Adventures of Lolo, but that's really kind of not accurate because that's even more of a puzzle game. But it is just one of those. It's like fucking Mappy or something. It's just a screen that you're like that, like
Mappy, what a game!
like we're action and trying to run around and just get the fuck out. Lovish is so good, dude. So good.
By the way, somebody mentioned this, and I don't know if it's a meme or a joke for you guys, but I was talking on my show about a remaster of Jaws from the NES that's coming out this week.
It's out. Yeah, or I think it might already, or it's imminent. Yeah.
And somebody was like, "Oh, Colin," and I'm like, "Does Colin hate Jaws or love Jaws or whatever?" But do you have a relationship with that game or something?
I actually do have a relationship with that game, just in that I don't know that I've ever really brought it up though. But my neighbor Brian, it was like one of the 3 NES games he owned, so I played that game on a ton.
Okay.
Because
the new extended edition looks great though. They've added a bunch of stuff to it, where it's more of like a robust, but it's still retro game.
It's funny just because, first of all, that game used to scare me, which for some reason it's really not even scary. But the second, I think it was just the Jaws kind of stuff. But the second thing is, I didn't know it was even at all well regarded enough to ever, because wasn't it like LJN or something like that?
Yeah. Or it's like Jalico or
right.
I think it was
it's
LJN.
like I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So when I saw that pop up like a few months ago when that was coming out, I'm like, really? It's like they are real. I don't want to say they're scraping the bottom of the barrel. It's a licensed game and people are going to make money on it, but they're really like trying to find the goods. We're going to get Fester's Quest soon.
Right. It is out. It came out the day before Valentine's Day. It's out right now. It only has 6 reviews.
Take care of this.
Well, with Colin gone, this is a good opportunity. Jaffe, you said you wanted to talk about Dragon Quest. You had a question for me.
Yes. So I heard you guys talking about it the other day when I was on last, and I'm like, that sounds interesting. And I saw that you had tweeted you bought 2 copies, and I was like, okay, let me look into this. I got the demo. And I absolutely loved the art style and the music, and it just felt wonderful. But I ended up only playing for about 30 or 40 minutes because I'm like, my God, this thing is like, all I was doing in that first 30 or 40 minutes was constantly going around and just talking to people and talking. And I'm like, is this like a walking simulator meets RPG? And I know that's not the case because it's got combat. And I'm like, I wanted to ask, is it like, yeah, that's one of the weaknesses, but if you stick with it, or is it more like if you're not enjoying it in the first hour with all that, you're not going to enjoy it at all? Because it was just too much clicking on people to hear them say things. And I'm like, can I play the game?
Yeah. So what's funny is, to my understanding, I haven't played the original when it was on PlayStation 1, Dragon Warrior 7. Yeah. But that intro, like, it takes, to my understanding, it takes like hours before you get into your first battle in the PlayStation 1 version. So this is like an extremely cut down version of the game. So I noticed when I played that demo, I was like, wow, it is taking quite a bit to get into combat. So I wouldn't say that that beginning part is like a full representation of the game. But I mean, once you get past like that beginning part, there are parts that have extended talking in it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it's like, I would say the beginning is a little bit much. Once you get past that, I think you would get a better feel for what you think about the game itself.
Okay, so I'll go back and try the demo again, because I have heard people just raving about it, and it was there's such a delightful kind of tone to it.
Yeah.
It just feels really joyous, I guess is the right way to announce it or say it, that I wanna be into it. So I'll give it another shot then, because that I don't mind if most of the game isn't that, and there's a few sections that are, but it did feel, if the demo was a reflection of it, I'm just like, holy shit, man, this is too much for me. But that's good to hear that it's not all like that.
Yeah. For me, it's a very relaxing game where I'm just kind of along for the story and the the combat encounters, I'm playing on normal and they have not been very hard the entire
Right.
game. I could bump up the difficulty, but I'm just enjoying it, you know. So
Have you heard about this game Under the Island that comes out tomorrow? Yeah, I'm very excited for this. Reviews are starting to hit. At least one for Destructoid was really, really good. I haven't seen the other ones yet. But they say it kind of captures the feel of like Link to the Past. It's one of those kind of games.
yeah,
And it looks really good. The art style looks really good.
Is she fighting with a hockey stick?
I don't know. She's wearing
Looks
like
like
a
it.
pot on her head and or no, that's a cap. Okay.
yeah, this looks cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going with the super chat. Forgot about. I'll read them and you can bring them up because I have them up here.
Okay. All right, this one's from KB.
Yep. Will Guerrilla address the backlash over Horizon's character designs or push forward undeterred? I don't get what character artists don't get anymore. What did you think of that? The whole thing, Jaffe. I think the game looks kind of cool, but I was saying that, like, in my opinion, I feel like people are reducing cartooniness or stylization towards everything looking like Fortnite, and I understand that that's a massive touchstone in a huge property, but I just feel like it lacks distinction and.
Real quick, she is using a hockey stick, by the way. I just checked, but
cool.
look, I love, one of the things I do love about Horizon is the combat and the fluidity of the motion and all that. I just don't like the narrative and I don't like the characters and all that, but I like that. So I'm interested in this game, especially I liked the second multiplayer section they talked about that was more like over the shoulder 3D Hades, where it's not just like what you're playing in Night Rain, which I think sounds fine, but where you're actually going through dungeons with your friends and solving puzzles and all that stuff. And so, you know, and I think that with the combat and the fluidity of motion, I thought it looked good. As for the look, I like it. I like cartoony and colorful at times. I actually liked a lot of the characters. The only character that I really thought felt, you know, like it was the big fat lady, which I don't have a problem with, like, you know, a big, you know, animes filled with big fat,
the fats,
funny characters and stuff. But this one, I think, did feel like more of a representational check, which nothing's wrong with that. But it, you know, but the other characters people were complaining about, I thought they were cool. I thought the old guy with the guitar hammer, whatever the fucking thing that was cool. And the hot chick with the sword, the ninja girl, and the girl with the kind of purple hair that was cute. I don't know what people want. I mean, I know they want it to look like Horizon, and I don't know if that choice was a budget choice. I think the choice they gave in the trailer was bullshit, where they're like, we wanted the art style to reflect the sense of, I think they said, like, fluidity. And I'm like, shut up. That's such bullshit. That's such PR speak. My guess would be that it was a budget thing, but I don't really know, because people were like, well, why does the phone game look so good? And you guys had to do this to the brand. But I think I'm going to give it a shot. I think it looks pretty cool. You know, I'm not opposed to it.
It's funny because my instinct, because it's being made internally, was, as opposed to, you know, being made by NCSoft or whatever, is the game was greenlit in between Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. And I was saying that you could have imagined, Jaffe, and I know you could easily imagine this having been in games where, like, they're presented by Jan Vanderbeek and all these other people there, like, here are all your assets, here are all the assets from the game, here are all the animations, like, you guys make some multiplayer component, and they didn't do that. And to me, I'm like, I think that's more expensive and shows a little bit more belief in a different sort of vision. I like the way Aloy looks in it.
I do too. Yeah.
But I don't know. The major thing, I've been getting a lot of beef for this because I've been sticking up for it, and everyone knows I love Horizon. But they're like, you just love Horizon. You wouldn't care about this game if it wasn't Horizon.
I don't give a shit. I hate Horizon.
And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I wouldn't care about the Horizon game if it wasn't Horizon. Super smart insight.
Right.
And I really appreciate you telling me that.
I mean, I get their point, right? Which is the brand is so strong that you're overlooking the shortcomings of the product outside of the brand is I think where the insult's coming from, right?
Right. And it's like, yeah, like you're only drawn to this. If it was something else, you wouldn't want to play it. And I'm like, you're right.
Okay, but that's what I can tell you is from my perspective, that's not the case. I don't like Horizon. I think the characters are annoying, blah, blah, blah. But I do think the combat in Horizon is great. I think the motion in Horizon is great. I think the idea of cave people, not cave people, but cave people fighting mechanical dinosaurs is cool. And I also, even though I'm not a Monster Hunter guy, I did very much like the EA Japan version that was called like Wild Hearts or Wild at Heart or whatever, which didn't do very well, but it was a bit more arcadey and simple to get your head around. And this looks like more of that with the Hades design. So, I'm certainly willing to give it a chance. But think about that. If it works, and it might, and Marathon, people who have played the new Marathon said it's really good. They may actually end up with a couple of service games that they're not going to be Fortnite, but they might actually, maybe it'll end up, we'll be looking back and going, Jim Ryan was right. You got to break a bunch of eggs to make an omelet, but once you get one or two omelets, you're off to the fucking races. And maybe he's like, that was always the plan, man. I knew they weren't.
By the way, he was right. It was just the resources and the way that they were using them was wrong. Like what they released first was left such a bad taste that maybe it was hard to have faith that any of these were going to work. Yeah, it was in my opinion actually a really sound strategy at a high level that was deployed in the worst possible way. Because you do have to make a bunch of attempts. You do, otherwise you're probably going to have just a bunch of failures because it is so rare for things to stick. But I'll be interested to see what happens with this Horizon game. And Marathon, you're right. Like everyone's like, Marathon's going to be another Concord, and I'm like, no, it's not.
I don't know. Seemed like it was at first because the first alpha or the first beta, whatever it was, the closed test was bad.
Right, but people are still saying that, and to me, I'm like, I don't know what you think is gonna I don't think it's gonna be the biggest game in the world. Maybe it will be, but it's gonna be fine. Their Marathon's gonna be fine. Yeah,
and then I was hoping we would see that thing they're calling Project Gummy as well, because that's from Bungie. And apparently that's testing really, really well as a service game for Sony. They haven't announced it yet. So
yeah, they spun off that whole team to do it. So LFG or whatever.
I think Jade's game, she's gone, but I think I'm stunned they haven't announced that thing's just dead. But
yeah, I'm surprised by that too. I think it was Paul Tassi had tweeted something like they can't release this game. And I actually think it's true. Unless something fundamentally is changing behind the scenes, I think it sounds like a cool idea. I do think the visual, the idea of robbing the rich or whatever, I think is neat. I just think people aren't into it. Obviously, I mean, I've said before, and we've talked about it. I know someone that played it. It's not supposed to be very good in that Project Hearts playtest that they did remotely. And yeah, Jade Raymond. Games don't lose their studio head and their executive producer if everything's going right, and I think the director as well. So my theory on Haven is that it's a foothold for Sony in Quebec, which is such a vital place to be for game development in the West, and I'm not sure they want to shut it down so quick. It's going to be a little different, I think, for them. The other game I'm interested in is the Dark Outlaw game, the Jason Blundell game, which it seems to be maybe the remnants of the.
Have they released anything of that?
No, they haven't released anything. It's interesting because of what happened with Deviation. It seems like, from my point of view, first of all, they hired a shit ton of people from Deviation to make this new team. Okay. So it seems like maybe they got rid of the shitty players that they didn't want, or took parts that were working and parts that weren't. I don't really know, and then just made it all first party. So, so there's that as well in the mix. Whenever that's revealed, plus, a few other multiplayer games probably here and there that are going to be coming out too. I think the theory of the case is good. I just think, again, the execution, they should have done it all with second party assets and just invested in it and seen what happened, but not get your own shit involved in it. It's why everything is so far behind, a half a generation or more behind at this point.
Yeah.
Daniel Sikra.
You skipped one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped one. You're right. Cork. What is this? Cork K.
Not so easy.
Oh yeah.
16. It's not. No, it's not easy.
Thank you.
Hey there, given the current RAM issues, could you see Sony releasing their handheld before PS6? I think spacing the releases could increase adoption. I don't know how this works if they do this. This has been a working theory. This only works if it was a PS5 handheld. I don't know if you guys saw the Bloomberg reporting today saying that they might push it all the way to 29, which would be fucking awesome. Like, I want them to push this thing out.
Yeah. But I thought the handheld was going to be like a Switch. I didn't think it was going to be a standalone handheld. I thought
I think it is a standalone. It is a standalone handheld, and that's why I think they're releasing. I don't know if you noticed, like when you downloaded God of War, it had a little leaf icon next to it. No. Because it's like a low power game, and that's like their eco-friendly in quote ways to like get low power modes into their games so that it works on this new system, apparently.
Okay.
While still getting the credit for being like, we're green, but really they're just trying to do it because this thing is, gonna need help. I want the handheld really bad. I do wonder what they're gonna do with it, but wouldn't, Dustin, I mean, component prices would even be more severe for a handheld, right? I mean, if you need smaller, more bespoke items and you're not making a box.
Well, RAM is RAM. RAM chip is a RAM chip, to my understanding.
Oh yeah, I guess he's saying RAM here. I'm thinking components more widely, because I know hard drives, solid state hard drives, I don't think are a problem, but hard drives are now a huge problem, and other things. I think it's just going to kind of creep onto everything ultimately.
Yeah.
I think them doing another fucking handheld is. If it's not basically the PS6, it is
the PS6. So that's the whole thing. It is the PS6. That's apparently the rumor. I mean, that's what.
Okay, so it's not like a Switch then.
No. It is going to be.
Oh, you're saying there is no PS6 proper. The PS6 is the handheld that also hooks.
No,
to your
I'm sorry.
TV.
There is a PS6 proper, and there is a PS6 handheld, and they're the same.
Okay.
They play the same games. You would buy one or the other or both. In other words, there's no dock. At least that's as we understand.
Got it. Understood. That's the main difference.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's why the low power stuff's coming in, because it's a not as powerful as a machine. And that's why I'm the one thing I'm curious about with this timeline stuff. Well, there's a few things I'm curious about, and it's not stuff. And Jaffe would know some of this, but it's like, how does this Sony's using and leveraging economies of scale by the many millions of components? It's like, what do you do with all these contracts if you're going to push things out? In other words, I was under the impression that Sony might have been able to nail down pricing for components, at least in the beginning of manufacture, that would keep the console relatively cheap. Because the big thing that Tom was saying was that their whole idea was to make a cheaper console. So the PS6 coming out as or more expensive than the PS5 is actually, it doesn't make any sense towards the strategy that they're taking, as opposed to Microsoft, which is apparently trying to make something more powerful.
Why doesn't it dock though? Why would you make two different things that play the same thing when the competition is you can do both with one thing?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You maybe could dock it. I mean,
maybe you might be able to plug it into your TV or something.
Well, that's what I mean. Okay, so as long as it is your console and your handheld, it is basically a Switch.
Right, but I wonder if it's going to be like, it's like the same thing. Like, I've told this before, like Vita had an HDMI out, right? Like, I played with the Vita with the HDMI out many times when I would capture footage. Maybe it's just something as simple as that.
Got it.
But we do know that there are two different machines. I mean, at least that's what the rumors are.
All
right. Next up, Daniel Sicro 1115 wrote in and said, Colin, can you buy the rights to Jamestown Plus and make a sequel? That game was awesome. Jamestown Plus is a shmup, really an arcade shooter, kind of a shmup. Came out 10 years ago at this point. Those guys are somehow involved with the 20XX game that everyone wants me to love, but I don't really like very much. But I did like Jamestown. It's funny that you know what that is. Organic Mirage wrote in and just gave us a tip, so thank you for that. Jake K. Banks wrote in and said, good day, fellas. Just wondering if any of you have been to Australia. You have a big fan base down here. P.S. Do you think we'll ever get an Ori 3? I mean, those guys are busy with No Rest for the Wicked. And I think they own Ori, but I don't know. I mean, Microsoft obviously funded those games. The bigger question is, I would love for those games to come over to PlayStation at some point. That would be nice. I've never been to Australia. I've had the opportunity to go the couple times I did as a journalist or media person. I turned it down. It's just such a fucking long.
Yeah.
It's just such a long flight. Have you been, Jaffe, for like a media tour? No?
The closest I've come is I saw Young Einstein, and I had a crush on Olivia Newton-John when she was alive, but that's it. No.
Fair enough.
I always handed those media tours off to other people. I hate traveling.
Yeah, I know you do. I know. Yeah, going over there would be rough. I mean, they'd probably fly you first class and stuff, though, right? I mean,
who?
Oh, Sony, I'm saying back in the day.
Oh, I don't think they ever did first class. No, they never offered it. But I just didn't like being away from the kids and planes exploding and all those things.
Sure. Spanish Deco wrote in and said, "Mark my words, Toxic Commando will outsell 4-Loop. Maybe Toxic Commando is the upcoming Saber game.
There's a demo coming, I think, this week or next week of it from the John Carpenter thing, which, it looks fine. It looks pretty generic, but proof will be in the pudding. The car, it's cool. They have all the vehicles and stuff in there, but I certainly agree with Spanish Deco that it, at least as a, it looks more fun and pick up and play, and 4-Loop looks a little over designed. It looks like, and I've been there when I designed the first multiplayer I ever did, we over designed it because it's like, you can do this and then this pairs with this. And if your friend does this, you can be, and you have all these visions of the real deep strategies and stuff and the real, but most people just play team deathmatch. And you get like a 90%, it's got to be the same. You get a very small valve to tweak that's the unique twist. And a lot of these multiplayer games come out and they're so overly designed that it ends up just being, no one wants to learn that. So I would agree with him. Toxic Commando will probably outsell 4-Loop. 4-Loop looks like a disaster.
Saber is so interesting to me. I was talking about this on Sacred. They just have so many games going right now. Like, they have Hellraiser, Toxic Commando, Road Kings, a Jurassic Park game, the KOTOR remake, an Avatar game, Turok Origins, Space Marine 3, the John Wick game. It's like,
damn. The John Wick game is what it was, right? That looked pretty well. I don't know if it looks cool. They didn't really show us anything, but the idea of them doing a John Wick game is pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's cool. It looks good. I Saber, they're very lucky they got away from Embracer. And now they can do their own thing. All right. Organic Mirage wrote in. I guess this is what he originally meant to say, because that was the person right earlier that gave us the whatever. Colin, do you think Kind of Funny will pretend your game doesn't exist? I don't know. I don't think our game would be in the wheel. They did play Twin Breaker.
I was gonna say, didn't Mike Snowbike Mike? I think he shouted you out for a game, or maybe that was a different thing. But
yeah, I don't know. I he was a nice guy. I liked that guy. I didn't work with him, but I knew him. No, so I just don't think it's a game that would really be in any of their wheelhouses. There's a million games. I don't take umbrage with people ignoring my games, considering the sheer volume of games. Like, would you really? Maybe in another era, my games would be more notable. But no, I don't know.
Not a good answer, Colin. Not enough drama.
I just don't know why people are so fixated on this still. It's 9 years ago, dude. Like, it's time to move on. Nerf Ninja wrote in and said, "Thank you for the donation." Thank you for the donation. Scrubbing Bubbles wrote in and said, "This is in reference to kids' names. I knew a Haitian kid in high school named Toussaint. That's interesting. Toussaint, what was it? Louverture, right? Wasn't he the Haitian rebel leader during the rebellion in the 1790s? Something like that. What the fuck was his name? You guys don't know anything. Scrubbing Bubbles, thank you for writing in.
I know nothing about Toussaint. I've never heard the name.
Haitian Toussaint Louverture, right? Or Toussaint. Yeah, Toussaint Louverture was born a slave in the French colony of Saint-Domingue. Yeah, he was a devout Catholic, and okay, I was right. He was a Haitian general. I knew I was close.
I don't think anybody was arguing with you. I think we were thinking of like, we like croissants.
Yeah, sure.
That's where my mind went.
Sure. Yeah. Mr. GN112 or 1212 wrote in and said, "Can Kratos usurp ACU frat leader as the number one Chad?" What does that mean? ASU frat leader. Oh, it's a meme.
Oh yeah.
Is this the guy is this the thing where it's like getting mogged? You know that thing that was going around recently where they were using a bunch of Gen Z verb? Yeah, I can't keep up with all that. Thank you for
next. Can't do it, man.
Can't do it, man. Next, Sergeant Daniels wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, did you see the 14 Years of Flames game trailer? It's a World War II FPS game from the Chinese perspective, fighting the Japanese. Looks sick." No, that sounds awesome.
Wow. It's called what? 14 Years
14 Years of Flames. The Japanese did fuck around in China for a long time. So, isn't that something you learned when you went there, Dustin? You had some sort of like about the Japanese war crimes?
Not
like
when I was there, but I watched a YouTube video about the Japanese war crimes, and I was like, holy shit, these guys were crazy.
Single player, interesting. It's single player. It looks good. That's going to be an interesting conversation when it happens. I had one guy on my show that made a game from the perspective of the Palestinians, and you were shooting Israeli soldiers. And I wonder about this. Are people gonna, even though I know this is World War II, you're fighting basically a country now that, we consider our allies still. I don't know. I just wonder if this is going to go down well with people, or it's going to piss people off, or it's just going to be an interesting, or most people aren't going to think about it. But it is story driven, so I'm sure it's designed to get you to think about it, right?
Yeah,
I think this is cool.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds great. It was I bring this game up all the time, but Spec Ops: The Line, I think in a lot of ways was special because you were fighting Americans, and it was creepy, in other words, like, the chatter, like the foreign chatter of the German or the Wehrmacht soldiers, you can't understand shit that they're saying. Like, I loved in Spec Ops, like you could understand them, like, and it was
I've
cool.
never played it. I own it. Everyone tells me I should play it. I should.
Oh, that game is so good. It's really a great game. Courtney Williams 6376 wrote in and said Gundalf the Gay, peak gamer tag. It's fine. Mr. Brawl 96 wrote in and said, Colin and Jaffe, do you still smoke daily? I do too, but feel I should stop or slow down with first child on the way in May. Any advice on how to? It's hard. Slowing down, I've slowed down a lot in the last year or so, comparable to where I was. You just gotta, I believe people need their vices. I don't think you should cut everything out of your life. Personally, you got to have something, like you got to look forward to good food or a beer after work or something. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's just a matter of control and understanding yourself well enough. As I've said before, I could very, 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 very easily become an alcoholic. Like, it would be the easiest thing in the world. Alcohol is so good. I'm quite pleasant when I drink, so it's not like I would have any problems with people. It would just kind of ruin my life, and I learned that about me, that I'm just, so you just have to know yourself, know your limits, and enjoy a little bit, but take care of your responsibilities. I don't think you have to
Yeah, I've never smoked every day. So I smoke on average twice a month. And I like to smoke and get really fucking high, because I do it because I like to explore, the mental space. I don't do it, so I'm probably a weird case study in that sense. I don't, like, I really want to try ayahuasca, and I want to try DMT, and, I want to do all that shit. So, but I've never been a daily, I couldn't function if I was smoking every day, at all. But, I would say, yeah, I wouldn't be doing it every day at all, let alone if you have a kid coming. As to how to give it up, I don't know. I have no clue.
I mean, weed's cool. I mean, it's not like you're going to get all the problems of unwinding yourself from alcohol or anything like that. Just
or cigarettes.
Right. It's just, I've stopped smoking for months at a time in the past, and you just stop. And it's hard. It is hard. Like, it's hard to do anything. Like, I just love I have like the oral fixation. Like, I look forward to sitting down and smoking and reading, or sitting down and I'll just sit in my backyard and just look at the tree line,
I'll sit on the balcony now and I'll smoke my pipe from time to time. There's no weed in it, but I'd love there to be weed in it. And I want a pipe like Christoph Waltz had in
that big ass one in Inglourious Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards. I love those. I want ornate pipes, and man, I love sitting on the balcony.
Doesn't he like take it out of a case or something? It's like so fucking huge, because he's like, "Do you mind if I smoke?" And it's massive.
Bob.
All right. Trent Miller 8556 wrote in and said PlayStation Network gets hacked and everyone loses all of their trophy data. He actually says loses. Are there any games you go back to get the first platinum for it? No. If my trophies went away, I would retire from video games.
Wow.
Thank you for writing in. Start an Infection 9736 wrote in and said Colin and Jaffe should have a making of Twisted Metal 2 discussion. I think you guys had one for Twisted Metal 1. Any chance you could include Scott Campbell in it too? It'd be fun. I mean, are you still in touch with Scott? You must be.
Not really. He and I wouldn't say we had a falling out, but he was, when we owned a company together, I saw the side of him, and he probably
was that Incognito?
No. Incognito was perfect because they worked for Sony, because they were a developer. Play. Right. And I worked for Sony. And so we had this middleman that was Alan, right?
Right.
But when he and I were equals, he didn't really want to be equals with me. And I had just come off God of War. So I had all the publisher credit. And I wasn't willing to sort of take a back seat, and we're both A types, and it wasn't, there were some things that happened where I was on a phone call and he didn't know I was on the phone call, and he kind of talked shitty about me. And that was when I was like, okay, I know, the guy's great. I mean, I don't have any problems with him, but it was enough for me to go, I don't trust him like I used to. So I wouldn't really go out of my way to be on a podcast with him.
Yeah, fair enough. I loved that podcast we did with Gene, you and me and Gene, about Twisted Metal 1. That was so fun because I had platinumed it and took a shit ton of notes. And that was in 2023. I want to do that for Twisted Metal 2, and we will. And then we'll do it for Twisted Metal 3 and 4, your favorites.
I need to play them. But I told you guys somebody made a Twisted Metal 5, right? It's great. It's you can play it on PC. You have to get the build. Really good. Really good.
Yeah, it would be fun to do 1 and 2 and then go to Black with you at some point. Which is maybe for a lot of people one of your seminal game, depending on whether you're a God of War fan or not, or a Clawing All Cars fan as well. Greg used to love Clawing All Cars. Remember that?
Yeah.
He loved that game. That might be how you guys became friendly with each other. Lena McCool. I can't. I just put it up on the screen because I think I could say it, but am I saying something sexual? You know what I mean? I left my 10-year-old daughter to devote more time to listening to Punching Up. What do you think is going to happen? Dude, your response to that, what do I think is going to happen, made me laugh so hard. And I went back and watched it, and I watched the Lockmore edit that we never released.
Yeah,
we should just release it at some point, I guess. Right?
I'll release it
that guy was
tomorrow
great.
if you want. He said the guy said to release it. The problem is we said we wouldn't, so we need to publicly say he told us to release it.
You should just put that when you tweet it out. Just put in the text. He told us we could release it.
He could told us.
Randy said we could release it.
He said it's okay. Randy's kid said it was okay.
Your Alex Jones edit was hysterical, by the way.
You like that?
Yeah. Did you see that, Jaffe? You're in it.
No.
Where the one where he's like going, he's like patriot, retard,
vampire,
mental retard, patriot, traitor. And they're like showing him people, but he just replaced all the pictures with us.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. That's great.
I love Lockmore, eugenicist.
Oh yeah.
How did you line them all up?
I knew I wanted Lockmore to be the eugenicist. And then they was mostly random. Micah had the Patriots hat on, so I made her a Patriot. And I thought it was funny to have you be the traitor right before Dagon. Dagon was on, I was like, Dagon's the only one among us that everyone universally likes, so he has to be next level. Moses.
Sean Kelvey Jr. The numbers at the end must be random, right? Like it's like the old, remember Discord used to do that?
Yeah. I just
don't. Everyone has 4 digits at the end of their names.
Not everyone.
Not everyone?
Well, you're right. A lot of them do, but not everyone.
Not everyone though. You're right. Not everyone does. That's right. He says, what do you guys expect from the God of War trilogy? We already talked about this earlier, but you sent this earlier. So go listen to that. But what do we expect? Jaffe expects sexlessness. Hank Silman wrote in, said mainly for Jaffe. For lead artists and designers, how do you balance working with creative leads and writers who overstep and drive gameplay and assets through writing mid-development? How do you keep them on the rails?
Well, I mean, I think it depends on the hierarchy of your studio. What we had at Santa Monica, or what I've had every studio after, which is built off the Santa Monica philosophy, is you have a producer that, figures out how to get the ball up the hill, and the director that figures out what the ball is. So if you've got a writer would never be in a position, unless they are also the director, to influence anything or any member of the team in a way that the director doesn't approve of. That doesn't mean that the director is the one with all the ideas. That's rarely the case. But if a writer comes to you with something and is like, hey, I want to make Kratos do this, and it doesn't fit the vision, hopefully you give that writer enough time to really make sure you're understanding why they're so passionate about it. But you should have a structure in place that doesn't allow for that. It's not like they come in on the weekend and change something, is what I would say.
Yeah, Saint Slayer is the game that I've had, like, I don't want to say the least amount of creative control, because that's not really true. I determined like where it takes place, who the characters are, and all the rest. But it's funny, like I'm writing it, like they've put bosses in and have kind of ideas of who the characters are, and I'm writing those characters. And I
Right.
kind of like the collaboration. It's a little
Yeah.
less pressure, actually. It's like I don't have to come up with all these ideas. Someone else can, and then I can kind of just be like, oh, let's do this.
Yeah, but
I
mean,
like that person.
your relationship is defined as such, and you're also one of the producers. But you know, if you're, there should be a creative lead, whatever you call them, on any game, and things filter through that
Right.
individual.
Right.
Otherwise, yeah, you're going to end up with people just making shit up, and it's like, what the fuck is this? So,
Ms. Razik wrote in.
Oh yeah.
And said, what's with the crazy wind effects in open world games? Crimson Desert, Witcher 3, Ghosts. Seems like the worlds are under a constant hurricane threat. They just want to show off. You know, let them show off a little bit.
I like the winds in Yote because obviously it, you know,
they're directional
gameplay and and the trees move. But I've noticed that and hated that since Shadow of the Colossus. It's kind of shorthand for arty farty for me. It's like oh, it's somber, it's serious. You know, it doesn't mean that it's going to be an arty farty game, but more often than not, when you have wind on the soundtrack at a pretty high volume of frequency, it's an arty farty game.
Dustin, do you remember that there was a game at a State of Play? It might have been 1 or 2 State of Play. It wasn't this last one, but like 2, maybe 1 or 2 ago, where it was like a 2D kind of top-down Zelda-looking game, but it had like these wind effects with leaves on, and every shot had like the wind with the leaves. I don't know. I'm like, is this in every shot has the fucking wind effect with the leaves over the top? Like this is a constant thing that's going on in this game. I don't know what that's all about. It was very interesting.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Someone out there might. Awesome Tatum 1976 wrote in and said, exactly what's wrong with having an opinion, especially if you have the credentials. This was in reference to Jaffe and us talking about, you know,
yeah.
Like, let me ask you a question, or no, let's just hypothetical. Whose opinion on God of War would be more important? like
I mean, Corey's at this point, maybe,
sure.
Because but I don't even know how involved he is these days. But
or Twisted Metal, right? Like
Twisted Metal, I think
everyone's gonna want to know what you think of Twisted Metal. Yeah, isn't that reasonable?
Hard to find someone that has a better understanding of that franchise. I think Scott would when it comes to certain aspects of how the game was made. But in terms of the intellectual property of it, I would say, yeah, you're not going to find anybody who probably gets it more than I do.
Big C-Man wrote in. So Jaffe, your OG God of War trilogy is better than the new ones. Journo said God of War grew up with the new ones, but it was always emotional. Feels like they never played them.
Thank you for all of us who made it for that. We appreciate it. Again, the problem is people speak in sound bites and they don't do the research, but they feel comfortable coming at people online as if they are in the know. I have never been opposed to God of War being an emotional game. When Corey came up with the idea of Kratos hugging his wife and kid and sending the power of him into his family, I thought that was some of the most brilliant gameplay meets storytelling meets character revelation ever. I'm with you. The original games did have that kind of pathos and heart, but I think the new games, for some reason they felt that needed to be dialed up. And now everybody comes at me and is like, Jaffe doesn't understand. Characters have to grow and develop. And it's just like, you're not educated enough on this to get into a battle with me on this. It's like my position is not what you think it is. It's not that I think characters can't grow, but there is a difference between growing a franchise character where consistency for the brand is a value and growing a character in like, you know, an actual novel that is meant to be, or, you know, or a singular story that is meant to be a one-off, and why he was created in the first place. And there's also a difference between evolving the character with the times is not always the same thing as literally evolving the story of the character, right? You can make a character relevant for today, like we were talking about with Batman. Batman today is different than Batman in 1939, but the essence, the North Star, is still Batman. And it feels like what a lot of these people want is Batman today to have gone to therapy, worked his shit out, not so angry, And it's like, but that's how people are. People grow. We like them. It's like, it's Batman, you fucker. What do you want him to do? Though, if Batman gets healthy and heals, his story is over, which is why I think Ragnarok is a lesser game than 2018, because 2018 brought us to the end and it was brilliant. But where do you go from there? Because now he's just a boring old guy. Sorry.
Dustin has a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, for the next God of War?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Jaffe knows about it. You want to hear my God of War sequel idea, Jaffe?
I have to say, I authentically think this is a great idea.
My idea for a sequel God of War is that the Egyptian gods hear about Kratos and how he killed everyone in the Greek pantheon, and then he went to another pantheon and killed everyone there. And they're like, "Oh shit, this guy is gonna we're next." So they come and hunt him down because of what they've heard of Kratos, the God Slayer.
I mean, it's a good opening. I don't know what the story is, but it's a good setup. Yeah,
that's not my job. It's not my job to figure it out. I'm just saying. I was
a nerd with glasses and a fucking pin protector, pocket protector does that. I'm just here to drop the fucking brilliance and go to lunch.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, it's cool.
Zane wrote in and said, "How does someone make a 2D game with no support for movement on the D-pad? How can it be? I don't know. I don't know. Like, there are a few people that I've seen being like, "What's the big deal?" Or like, "I don't play these games with the D-pad." It's like, you don't? What? Well, anyway,
rocks in your head.
You're gonna be playing God of War with the analog stick. I don't know if you saw, Jaffe. I tweeted at Megacat a few days ago and was like, "Can you the game looks great. Happy for you. Can you please patch it with the D-pad?" And it got like a shit ton of like people responding to it and like a bunch of likes, like hundreds of likes. So it's definitely a common problem. Orchard MW wrote in and said, "Colin, we need updated lore. Any progress with the Brookhaven idea?" Brookhaven, of course, is where I'm born and raised on Long Island, but I had this idea of buying land and people have their estate and they have a name for it, and I would name it Brookhaven. No updates on this. I do want to buy land. I had an opportunity actually here locally to buy more land, but I don't want to buy more land here in Virginia. I want to buy land further south and further inland. So maybe one day. Anirudh Menon? Dustin, why don't you just say what's on your mind?
I'm not saying there's nothing on my mind. I'm patiently listening to and ready to answer any very
Dustin's
kind
just thinking,
donations.
I wish I could afford land. That's all he's thinking right now.
He does have land. He owns a house. I don't.
Hey, believe it or not, Ron DeSantis said something I agreed with for once, where he was like, "We need to get rid of these yearly property taxes."
Oh my God, what a dream, dude! When I tweeted about this earlier in the year when I was paying my property taxes. I'm like, I own my house outright, and for some reason I have to pay everyone's like, well, you get to use the roads, and the schools, and I'm like, to the extent that I'm paying this much for it, like, do you really believe that I'm getting this much back for it?
I mean, I don't mind using tax dollars for schools and stuff like that, but it does seem weird that it's tied to my house. But
it's just what bothers me is it's actually, I have the thing. I was just looking at it. Where the fuck where they're like, "Oh, here's the arbitrary value of your house."
Right, right.
And I'm like, "Oh, good.
The tax is this."
I paid much less for it than this.
Yeah.
I guess that's good for me in some way, but it's good for you too, isn't it? Right. Pisses me. I fucking hate it. Yeah, property tax. There should be like a limit to it. Like, I think you should pay for a little while, but maybe like if you're in a place for like 20 years. The problem is that no one would move. So that would cause it. So there's obviously major problems on the back end with that.
No one's moving anyway. Too expensive.
Too.
You already have a house. Why would you move right now? I'd like to.
Yeah, you want to move?
I would like to move to a slightly bigger house.
The house down the street from me is for sale. Oh, in Butler.
Yeah, I don't want to leave town, but it's the way the market is. It's like, why would I do that? It's like anything that I can really afford is mostly a lateral move with the way the market is. It's fucked.
Yeah, like what? Yeah, like I guess you're gonna need more space. I'm trying to think of your house. Like you have one extra bedroom.
The room that you slept in is the baby's room now.
That was your room when you were a kid.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, you have one more, and then you're gonna have maybe they go sleep in your fucked up basement.
Yeah. Well, no, dude. Basement's been great. Super dry. Holly did an amazing job with the walls down there.
Good.
So everything's been good with the melting of all the snow.
Very well. All right.
You got to read the one that you
Oh
couldn't
yeah,
say
all right.
the name
I don't
for.
mind people sharing their opinions, but the problem with Jaffe is the way he shares his opinions. It just comes off as cynical and abrasive. I just
That
feel like,
sucks for you.
yeah, I also just think I get this a lot where I'm like, I'm not trying to be anything. I am just who I am. You're either going to take it
Yeah.
or leave it, I guess.
I'm a very passionate guy. The reason that you may love some of the work I've done in the past is because I brought that same kind of passion to it. But I am not, and part of it's probably culture. Colin and I have talked about that a bunch, about sort of Italian or being raised Jewish or whatever, compared to some people get really uncomfortable with that. And a lot of them tend to be kind of waspy kind of folks that's better to keep to yourself. But I was never raised that way. I've always, been very comfortable expressing myself and my passion. And I like to think I counter that with a clear affinity for humans. And I don't wish ill on people at Sony Santa Monica. I don't wish ill on the Mega Cat company. I've had games that people have hated, and I know it hurts. And it sucks, but that I don't consider that my job right now. My job right now is to, as I said, to serve at the pleasure of the audience, and my audience, such as it is, expects an honest response, and that's what I give them. I'm sorry if that comes off as abrasive. I am a genuinely nice guy, but I'm also passionate, and some people don't like that. And to that point, I would say that's probably why you don't subscribe to my channel. I have found, I don't know if we discussed this last time, but the term that it just really I loved was something like benign vanilla personalities. In video gaming, the biggest YouTubers do seem to be the ones that don't offend anybody and are just kind of quiet and milquetoast, and everything's great, and people love that shit. Gamers love that shit. But I'll never be that. So sorry, but there's a lot of options for you out there. Go watch Dreamcast Guy. What do you want from me?
Why do I know that name? Who is that?
He's a nice guy, but he's so strange. He's got a very unusual look and in a way of speaking but he's very successful, and I don't understand it. I've had him on the show. He's been on the show. He's a decent fellow, but I'm just like, I don't get why he has so much success in that space. But people don't want the boat rocked. Gamers especially, maybe it's just fans of anything especially, they want what they already think parroted back, and I get that. I get it. They don't want to be challenged, or they don't want their opinion questioned.
Yeah,
So
I think, Jaffe, there is like a jadedness obviously out there. I see it. That's why I wanted to talk to you about High Guard. Maybe we'll get to that. I don't even know if we will. But I also think there's like toxic positivity up the wazoo. It's like so lame, like I won't use any names, but some of the people in the industry that talk about games, I'm like, you're so fucking corny. You're so bad at this. Like, you have nothing.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like just everything's positive. Everything is good. Everyone, I'm happy for everyone. I'm sad when this happened. Like, I'm sad when a layoff happens. Why did this happen? Like, it's like, in other words, instead of calling balls and strikes, to the best of your ability, like subjectively calling balls and strikes, you just pretend everything is like a strike right down the middle. And if I just don't understand that.
But it's kind of good business for them, I suppose, right? I mean, some people really vibe with that, and I get that. I've always been comfortable if I'm going to have any success in this space. Like, if you look at comedians, right? The biggest comedians for the most part are kind of vanilla. But I'm okay being like one of those comedians that has their fan base, but he's not for everybody, right? Because otherwise I would have to change too much. And I'd rather have people that really like me for me versus playing a character that I'm like, I hate playing that character, But it would have been nice to have been born a WASP white guy with no culture of arguing. And
you were in the right place for it.
Everybody would have loved me. Oh, well.
Where you grew up, you were surrounded by that probably.
I was.
Jay, I will tell you, I was surrounded by Italian people and Jewish people.
Yeah, good for you. That's some
and
fucking heat, baby.
And it was the heat.
Yeah.
It was no one ever shut the fuck up.
I love it. I'm so into that. I love that. I love loud. I love a house filled with family with the doors unlocked and people come and go as they please. You don't have to call and announce that you're coming over. Like, that's such a white Christian thing, to call somebody and let them know you're coming over. It's like, you're my dad. Just open the door. Here's 20 keys. You don't need to fucking announce you're coming over. Just show up, fix yourself a plate. Who gives a shit?
It is funny.
I love that.
Yeah, it is. Like, in my friend and family groups growing up, I was also like kind of quiet. So it's also funny that people are like, man, he's so aggravating. It's like, oh, you have no idea. J.S. Dylan Schneider wrote in and said, like, Papa J, here is a rose for you.
All right.
And then it says in parentheses, Oxide reference. I don't know what that means.
Oh, thank you, buddy. I was playing a game yesterday called Oxide Survival Island, and they had their Valentine's Day event, and you could find these roses around the island. So I was streaming that. So thank you for the rose, JSD. Appreciate it, bud.
Zoner X 7174, although the numbers are probably arbitrary, says, as an old gamer, I've always appreciated Jaffe's games. I can't even remember the hours I put into Calling All Cars.
Great game. Thank you for that. We loved making it. That was one of the least successful games, but it was the most fun we ever had making a game. It was just a joy to work on.
Yeah, it's one of PSN's early somethings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll always remember that game. 75 Kamen wrote in and said, God of War Sons of Sparta is an example of letting people take risks. If we never get games like this, then we never get amazing ones. Happy it got made.
You're just simply wrong. I mean, what risk did they take? What was the risk?
A Metroidvania is not exactly a risk.
I mean, it's not good. It's subjective. If you love it, you love it. I appreciate that. And I am glad, I agree with Colin. I am glad that they are doing smaller games and stuff like that. I agree with you on that. But I think a risk would have been different. But whatever. But I hear you.
Pair of Shoes says, new Last Stand store idea, a new snack, Jaffe Taffy. We'd have to get. We'll have to make it. We'll have to license Jaffe's name for that. Oh, Daddy T 1997 says, Jaffe, during your initial playthrough of The Last of Us 2, were you aware that Tommy was the sniper in Abby's section? Because Colin didn't.
I never finished The Last of Us 2. I loved it, but what happened was I was playing it obsessively with Ellie, and I was upgrading her and I would explore everywhere, and I was just super into it. And then I got to the Switch, and it just took all the wind out of my sails, which metaphorically may have been the point, but it just killed me. And I only played another hour after that. So I never finished it because I was just like, I did all that work to build that character, and now I gotta start again. No, I don't think so. So, I mean, that's the risk you take when you do something like that. I'm glad they did it. I thought it was very clever and interesting, but that's a case where the gameplay suffered, in my opinion, at the hands of the narrative and the messaging. And I think it was probably the right call, but
2EC Static wrote in and said, I impulse bought this game immediately after the show, and I do kind of regret it. I care about the story, but it feels half-baked. Micah and I went for a walk yesterday, and we were talking, or maybe it was 2 days ago, we were talking about this exact thing, which about my confusion, where I'm like, you don't have to buy it. Like, why don't you wait for like gameplay and a review and some critical analysis and maybe even a price drop and all the rest? It's like, I just feel like it's obvious that you don't have to buy something.
Well, I bought it immediately to stream, but yeah, if I wasn't streaming it, I would have waited.
Well, I bought it immediately because I'm going to be expected to play it, and I wanted to play it.
But if you love the brand, though, right? Like, I mean, you're going to watch the Jets. They're going to lose, but you're going to watch the Jets, right? Because you enjoy being around that culture.
That's
so,
true.
If a new Indiana Jones movie comes out, I'm going to go see it, even though the last two have been crap, right? So I get, being a fan, but I would also say that, buyer beware. As much as a fan you are, you're going in blind. So,
yeah, it's interesting just from the perspective of having this thing and drawing your attention and your excitement in such a limited way because in such a limited time way because you have no time to think about it. So yeah, you just act. And I get it. I would do the same thing and I did do the same thing. I went out right after in between when the state of play was announced and when we had to finish Sacred Symbols, I went and bought it. So
yeah,
who am I? Dexterous Joe wrote in and said Mad Cat just doesn't seem like a good fit for this IP. It's not Mad Cat. Is it?
Mega Cat.
it's Mega Cat.
Mega Cat.
Yeah.
Game Kitchen would have been the better match. The game doesn't feel memorable. Game Kitchen, of course, does Blasphemous and most recently the Ninja Gaiden game. They would have been interesting. Blasphemous is what I was saying earlier. The funny thing is that I'm not crazy about Blasphemous because it is a heavy, deliberate Metroidvania, but people really do like that game a lot.
Yeah.
And that is more what this is.
There are a lot of people they could have gone to, though, whether it was them, whether it was Way Forward, whether it was the guy that did Slain and Valfaris. There's a lot of people up and down the budgetary spectrum that have done this before that you're like, why did you go with these guys? I'm not saying these guys aren't talented. People thought the Angry Video Game Nerd game was really well done. I wish them well. But yeah, it's like, this is a strange marriage, but
what I love about them is I don't have a lot of experience with their games, but I do know, and Dustin and I have been talking about this, is like they make NES games, but they make NES games. I think that's so fucking hardcore, you know, because we make at Lilymo, we make games that you would think you would play on NES, but we cheat in all sorts of different ways. They have to actually make a game that runs. And that I think is fucking super cool.
Yeah.
It's tough, dude. Making games in that era is like without a lot of tools, and it's tough.
There are people who do it for the Atari. David Crane, who did
Boy and His Glob.
Well, yeah, and Pitfall.
Yeah, Pitfall, of course. I love
is still making games for the Atari 2600. Him and Gary Kitchen. He just put a new one out. So
yeah, that's too old. Like that's too old. I don't think the Atari holds up. You and I talked about this. Like I don't think it holds up particularly well.
Some games hold up, but they hold up at a pure abstract mechanics level, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, but sure, I would, if you're going in for something narrative based or experiential, no, they don't hold up at all other than nostalgia.
A couple of days ago on YouTube, I was in bed and it was recommended to me. It's like, oh, Mega Man 2 on Atari 2600. And I was like, oh shit, that's going to be awesome. And I clicked in and I watched it for 5 seconds and I'm like, no, this isn't on Atari. Yeah. Like this isn't none of this would work. Too many music tones, too many colors. River Raid though is my jam forever.
Yeah, River Raid's great. River Raid holds up. Kaboom holds up. Yeah.
And when people make fun of women in games, I'm like, River Raid was made by a woman, asshole.
As was Dodgem, which was a game that inspired Twisted Metal, one of the original Atari games. Amazing game. So, as was the sex game for the sex mini game for God of War 1 was coded by a woman and designed by a woman. Yeah.
Women are horny. Dr. Mister wrote in, said the buck stops at the top. I don't get the impression the new Santa Monica Studios studio head has a heritage of excellence. Cheers. Well, we don't want to get too into that.
If we're thinking about the same person, but we may not be, wink. I would say you are right in my opinion, but it's subjective.
Vesmolo says they'll tone down God of War and Bugmen will love it. That's true if they do it. The Bugmen will love it. Yeah, I think he's talking about like the people, the people that are offended by everything and all the rest. Like they'll.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard that term, but okay.
Death Shoot 1 says if they censor the remakes, the anti-woke crowd will be insufferable like never before seen. I'm woke, and I really hope they keep everything.
I'm woke too. The problem is that people are morons. Because what is not woke about enjoying sex? This is why it always pissed me off that people are like, it's misogynistic. No, it's not. It's a threesome. It's a threesome with 3 consenting adults. The women, we made sure to make it clear the women wanted to be there. Now, some of the later games, Bros Before Hoes and all that, I can't speak to. I didn't work on those. But my God of Wars.
Oh, that was the trophy, right? That everyone got mad about?
Yeah.
Was and that I did think
yeah, and I did think, and I wouldn't have approved that name, but for a number of reasons. I don't like that trophies break the lore when it's like, let's be cheeky, and it's like, dude, you're The Last of Us Part 2. I don't know what the trophies were in that game, but you know what I'm saying. It's like when they name them outside of the fiction, to me, it always is sort of a fourth wall Deadpool breaking thing. I don't like that. But I mean, even like in God of War 3, where you chain up the woman and then you crush her, that felt like it was a little bit shock value for shock value, and it kind of felt a little mean. in not in a fun, this is character way of Kratos, but whatever. But for me though, no, I don't think there's anything anti-woke about the first God of War at all. But your mileage.
That was really, I mean, that's from a time of before woke and anti-woke. If anything, it was like there was some political correctness, but it wouldn't have.
But you could remake God of War today and it would still be as woke or anti-woke as it always was. Well, again, what is not woke about God of War 1?
Yeah, I don't know. Pair of Shoes wrote back in and said, my biggest problem with modern God of War is the dialogue. Besides God characters, most of the characters talk like they are out of the modern day, which just takes me out of it. That's tough. I mean, you got to find writers that can. I've been thinking about that a lot in the dialogue I'm writing in Saint Slayer, where it's like, Jesus Christ, I'm like constantly looking like, is this a name from the Holy Roman Empire? Does this make sense? Like, I'm constantly researching things, and I'm sure something's going to be wrong, but it's tough to do that. But yeah, a lot of it comes off. The writing is in some of these games is questionable, but I don't know if God of War is one of those games I would consider questionable. Matt Danger 87 says, I love getting this level of access to creators like Jaffe. I don't have to agree with every opinion to appreciate hearing said opinion at all from the people who did the work. So thanks, Jaffe. I'm glad someone sees it that way. A lot of people see it that way.
Yeah, thanks, man.
J.S. Dylan Schneider says, I played God of War Betrayal on my Nokia flip phone during lectures in college. Was awesome. Was it?
Yeah, it was a good game. Yeah. For the time, yeah.
Maxwell Cavedo says, to be honest, Herman needs to go. Scott Rhodey needs to be the head of PlayStation Studios and let Scott clean house and hire actual good people. To be fair, he probably had nothing to do with this game, but yeah.
Well, he had, I mean, I'm sure he was aware of it and I'm sure he played it and, if look, I'm a huge Scott Rhodey fan. I really am I think he's the bee's knees. But there is a point where he can only do so much and you want to let your people have agency, and maybe the head of Sony Santa Monica was like, I really believe in this. Okay. I mean, maybe he loved it. I can't imagine he loved it. He's a very astute guy. He understands the audience. He's a gamer. You can't tell me Scott Rhodey was playing this going, this is fucking good. Come on, man. That guy plays way too many games and knows too much about quality to go, Sons of Sparta is a great Metroidvania. There's no fucking way.
Rhodey used to tell stories about how he would get so many games.
Oh yeah.
To play that he and his son, I think, would like go through stacks of games, like just try whatever was available.
Visiting his office was always a joy because he would have stacks of games. Like, you want this? You want that? You'd walk out of his office, even if you just went in to have a conversation about the game you're working on, with like 6 new games for the weekend. It was great. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, you and I are on the same page, and I say this, it's nothing personal against Herman Holst. I don't think he's the right guy for the job. I think that's fairly obvious. I think Sony knows that internally because they demoted him, and I don't know if it's one of those things like the Jets have, as an example, the Jets have a coach under a 5-year contract who sucks, but they have 4 more years and they just don't want to pay someone else to do it, so they're going to at least ride him out for a little while longer. And I kind of wonder if that's the same thing with Herman Holst, where it's like, we got these are not at will employees. They're paid millions of dollars a year for many years.
Still, at some point, like even Auburn knew they had to get rid of their coach, and it's like Auburn. It's like, I love Auburn, but it's like, what do you expect? No one's showing up expecting to beat Alabama half the time. So, but they still got rid of the coach. So hopefully, they'll do the same.
Yeah, I don't, maybe send him back to Gorilla or something, but I don't know if he's not the right person for the job. The Panda Supreme says, kind of odd that they locked the co-op in the new God of War game behind beating the game. I don't think people are upset about this. I don't think that's odd. I think
they have something else they should be upset about, but keep going.
Well, I was just going to say, like, it says, multiplayer, and when you buy it, and then people are like, I can't figure it out. And I'm like, yeah, maybe they shouldn't have put it in there. You probably have to put it in there. But it was kind of a cool little secret that they kind of had to spoil, I like things like that, where it's like, oh yeah, now you can play New Game Plus or play it again with a second player. I think that's kind of cool that they make you unlock.
My understanding though is it's not the game again, is it, with the second player?
Oh, it's not.
It's like a mode.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
I could be wrong, but I think Sony released, or Santa Monica or somebody released an explanation, and it's like you unlock a co-op horde mode or something. Now I could be wrong on that. Let me know in the chat if I'm wrong, but that's what upset me about it, was that it was pitched as a co-op game at some point. And whether you unlock it or not is a different argument, but what you're actually unlocking is not you and your friend can play through the whole game. I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain I'm not wrong. Yeah. They called it challenge mode. I think it's a different kind of thing. Like, it's like, oh, it's can you make it through 100 levels with you and your buddy of just repeating enemies? I don't know if that's true though, but that's what it seems like.
Trials 95 says this needs to happen more. Jaffe is great. We will do it more.
It needs to happen every day at 10 o'clock. No,
we're at 10 o'clock.
Colin has
You're
no
right.
interest in a daily radio show.
Not now, but I'm trying to get you more involved. I'm enjoying our
I love it. I'm here whenever you guys call. It's like a dog whistle. I'll show up. You guys just hit me up.
Dustin knows all about dog whistles.
What's it like to be so sad? Dustin?
I was trying to understand what he even meant by that.
Adam
I mean,
defunded.
All the time you want to kill yourself, or just like every 30 minutes?
I was explicitly calling you a racist, but we'll get into Adam defunded, who said,
hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I don't know how. I can't respond. I can't. I just have to smile and yeah.
Well, I'm just kidding.
Adam defunded says if they get removed the brutality and naughty parts of the God of War trilogy remake, then it will make Kratos' growth from the new games pointless. That's kind of an interesting point. It actually, it doesn't make it pointless, but it questions like the amount of turnaround.
If they care about the narrative quality, they'll have to find an event that he is. It's a specific point where he did something that he regrets, but it's not his whole. Like you can write around that, of course.
Sure.
But yeah, you're right. If you don't address it at all and you just take away the violence and stuff, then yeah, you're absolutely right. But I'm sure what they would do is he's less of a monster, but there's this one moment where he has to be a monster, and that's what makes him go into himself and become better. Whatever.
That's what I thought it was so funny when I was making fun of earlier in the newer game where they have like that whole arc with the female warrior who can't, and like Kratos is very sympathetic to her and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if Kratos wants the woman in the phalanx, but maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
I hope something happens in the end of God of War 3 remake where he gets like punched in the throat and it causes his voice to change into the voice of Chris Judge. So they just explain it. By it's like, no, it was he just, he got his vocal cords torn. Okay, now he sounds like this guy. Okay.
Maxwell Cavedo says, Jaffe name dropped the guy. We're gonna have him fired tomorrow for ruining my favorite franchise of all time. I'm gonna feel so vindicated if it's Herman. What do you think? Herman is he's moonlighting as the head of Santa Monica?
It's not Herman. And again, I would never do that because I don't know specifically. I don't know. I'm just like I made it very clear. I'm just guessing based on who I know has a lot of power over there in my dealings with this person in the past that I've always felt was just not. The only thing I can say is if you look at movies like Private Parts, where you had Howard Stern versus Pig Vomit, or if you look at MASH and you look at like Hawkeye and Trapper versus like, who was the guy they called Ferret Face, whatever, it was always kind of like, it's a very classic tropey thing, like the ragamuffin roundabout guys going up against the kind of straight-laced people who like authority. That's the trope here. And this guy has always been the guy that you could always count on to do, if he could just get a pat on the head from his boss, that was a good day at the office kind of thing. And I never felt this person put the audience ahead of everything else, which I think is a disaster when you work in entertainment. You're making these calls. So
One Purpose wrote in and said, will Sony block PlayStation Steam games on the next Xbox? Why would they?
No.
I still don't understand this argument.
Will Sony block what?
So if the next Xbox allows Steam, then all the PlayStation games on Steam will be playable on Xbox.
Oh, I see.
And I'm like, I don't understand why Sony would give a shit. It is like the most optimal win. So basically, you can play PlayStation games on a console, on a rival console, in which that console manufacturer gets none of the money. Why would Sony give a shit about that? I don't think they're going to care. I'll just reiterate: Steam running on this new Xbox makes zero sense, and I don't know. I somehow am skeptical of it, but I know that hip hop gamer guy says that the next PlayStation will also run Steam, and that will also make no sense. And it makes so little sense that it's impossible for me to believe that that's true. Sony would. Why would you ever release a console and have other storefronts on it? Do people not understand how money's made in games?
The only thing that ever came close to that I've seen is back in the day, ColecoVision released a version that you could play Atari and Intellivision games on ColecoVision, and that got sued out of existence. But other than that, I've never seen what they're talking about.
Like how you're talking about how, and I think you're absolutely right about this, Jaffe, about how so many people talk about games and have no fucking idea what they're talking about, like no clue.
Right.
And this is one of those things where I'm like, you have no clue what you're talking about. Like,
but
this would obliterate the bottom line of these companies if they gave you an access to another storefront. It's to the point where you can go on the new Xbox and then go to Steam and buy Halo or something, and then Microsoft just gets 30% less money than they would have otherwise. Like, it doesn't even make, like, even their own games. It's fucking nonsense.
But they don't want to, and that's the thing, is that's always been the hard part for me, is they want to feel. And maybe it's the internet. I don't know, man. Like when I was a kid growing up and I would watch movie people behind the scenes talk about making movies, I wouldn't sit there and go, no, you're wrong, Spielberg. You're wrong, Zemeckis. That should have been a different lens you used. I would be like, oh, I don't know anything. You're the one making the movies. Mm-hmm. But when you do it in games, man, they're just like, nope, you're wrong. You're an idiot. You're a fucking moron. I'm like, okay. Like one guy, Matt in here is going, well, Jaffe hasn't worked in Santa Monica for 15 years. So when he does that little passive aggressive, little fucking icon. And I'm like, no, but I've worked in video games up until 4 or 5 years ago, and I still do consulting. So I know a hell of a lot more than you do about this shit. And I know the players, and I've worked at the studio, and I founded the fucking studio with a couple of people. So sit the fuck down, you non-contributing zero, is what I would say.
Wow. Yeah, the whole Steam thing is so befuddling to me. Like, not that even Microsoft's doing it as much as people don't understand why it's crazy. And again, it goes to show you, like, that they don't understand the economics of video games. They don't understand. And like, there is no making it make sense. No matter what anyone says, there's no making it make sense. You don't sell hardware to make money on hardware, and you don't sell hardware to send other people to other people's storefronts. It's like, what are you doing? Anyway, Death Metal in Your Face says, I didn't want a redemption arc for Kratos. Too bad.
I mean, I didn't either, but there we are.
Derek A says, thoughts on Obama talking about aliens? I saw this, but I haven't gone too deep into it. I think, didn't he say something about how he never saw evidence as president that there were? I mean, I don't give a fuck what you say about that. I was
stunned this made news like it did. I mean, there was a clip from ages ago where he's on Jimmy Kimmel talking about this stuff, and he clearly was joking about the black helicopters and all this stuff because he's read into this and he knows the culture and everything. I got the sense it was the same thing. Like, it was kind of a bit of a joke. He's like, well, I didn't see him, but oh, they're real. And he was just fucking around, right? I don't think Barack Obama, if he knows there are or are not aliens, is going to choose some random, YouTube interview to just throw it away without any. I mean, it was clearly he was just riffing and being silly. And whether or not he was doing that because, like, at a psyop level of like, let's, there is value in making people think this whole idea of believing in aliens is silly. If you believe in aliens and you think the government's covering it up. And it may have been that, but the fact that this was like front page news in a lot of places, like Obama did not admit there were aliens and you should take that serious. So that's my take on it. I thought it was a joke.
I'm kind of tapped out. This. I'm tapped out on all of this until we see more. It's like, it's totally circular at this point. It's like, I'm enough already. It really seemed maybe a year and a half ago, we were getting we were really getting somewhere. So I'm just like, I'm out until you show me the fucking spaceship, show me the alien. I don't care about any of your hypotheses anymore.
Yeah.
Royal Gambler says, is there any chance that God of War used AI for the art? I don't think so. I mean, there's always a chance, but I
haven't heard anything about it.
That doesn't read like AI art to me.
I mean, I think AI would have come up with better art. Should have ripped off Castlevania.
I think you're being hard on the art, in my opinion. But to each its own. That's totally subjective.
Yeah.
Charenzabel says, congrats, Dustin. Being a dad is the most fulfilling thing I've done, and happy you get to experience that. Colin, you are a legend with unmatched instinct and an eye for great talent. Last Stand is peak gaming content. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. I'm going to take all the money, though. So Dustin doesn't get any of it. Tat Mathiasen Says, yo, Justin, I don't want to see any more of your faces.
I'm not doing. I'm happy. I'm happy to be here on the stream. It's a good stream. Good time with the boys.
He says, yo, Colin, my dude, as a drummer myself and all the other drummers want to hear you smack that shit. Dopest Phil, go. The thing about it is, I don't know if you guys agree, but I always found people that couldn't resist playing instruments around other people to be the most annoying people in the world. You know, like the person that's like a guitar is in the room and they like go to the guitar and they start playing the guitar. They're like, I just don't want to be that guy, you know? That's always been my thing. I've always been very self-aware of that, especially because I played drums my whole life or most of my life, and they're loud as fuck.
Drums a little different. Yeah. I mean, if somebody had an acoustic guitar and they were really played something pretty or apropos to the moment, but do I really want to hear somebody playing drums in isolation? I don't, but I'm sure drum fans like it.
Yeah, it's so I try to not be that guy. I did play once on a Q&A. Someone like wrote in and asked me to play something, so I did. But
I like the hot drummers on Instagram where they'll play other people's songs, but they'll be hot women who are just like playing drums.
Yeah, there's like a lot of women drummers.
Yeah, I like that.
Which I never encountered as a kid. I never knew one. And it wasn't until, I mean, there are some in the past, but like Meg White was obviously a really prominent one, but she happened to be also the worst drummer that's ever existed.
Yeah,
so
and she wasn't a super hot drummer.
No.
Somebody called them the live, laugh, guitar type dudes.
Yeah,
it's true. I've never thought of that. It's true.
You know who was kind of a hot drummer? I mean, a long time ago was Karen Carpenter. You know the Carpenters?
Yeah, I just I think of her as a skeleton because she's
she's been dead forever.
But no, because her whole thing is she lost all that weight because she had a eating disorder.
Right.
And yeah,
she died when she was like
that's
28
how
or
I
something,
see her, but I don't remember her in her prime of like,
She was just cute. She wasn't like, everyone looked old then.
They did. The hair. It was the hair.
All right. Let's see. Oh, Charanzabel says, agree with Jaffe regarding the God of War remakes. Have they forgotten how much hype came out of showing Kratos ripping the head off of that fiery dude? Seems like leaning into the violence and sex is an easy way to sell millions. I have one change I want them to make, which is I want them to give all the women pepperoni nips.
Oh God, no. But that should be maybe like DLC. Like if you want the pep nips, it'll cost you $5.
It should be a slider.
Yes, a slider. That's exactly right. That's your DEI. You can I mean, if you want to fucking put clothes on the characters, if you want to change the nips, I'm down with that. Let the user decide, I suppose. But
Kluko says, with gamers seemingly being angry all the time these days, do you think established studios will play it safe or try crazy new ideas? I don't know if it might have something to do with people being upset all the time, but the word out of DICE, I don't know if you've seen this, like people have been reporting this as like investment is real bad now because of the way people are responding to stuff. So,
well, what do you mean? Because I thought investment was real bad only because the costs are so high and people are able to do stuff on their own easier now. Like, I don't know if you saw like the Joe Rogan, I think it was Joe Rogan with that Roger Avery filmmaker.
No, I didn't see it.
He was basically saying, he'd been trying to get movies made for a while, but he couldn't get any funding. And the minute he put AI in front of his name company and started making it more of a tech thing, now they have 3 movies in production, right? So because they could get funding for that. So I think a lot of it seems to be that it's and I put easy in quotes, but it's so easy now to make video games that it's less about I want to fund this specific game and more about I want to fund a tech company that is allowing people like to make games or to distribute games, or because making games now, I mean, it's a lot of these are one-man band for these games that look really exciting that are coming out. And it's not like we're talking about Jonathan Blow doing The Witness. You're talking about big 3D productions made by a couple of people. It's kind of amazing, actually. So I think that's one of the reasons, if you're investing now, why would you invest in a 40-man, 50-man team versus just, well, let me invest in a couple of guys. And I don't know. I think that's part of what I was hearing coming out of DICE. But
interesting.
I'm sure the failures,
but that makes sense. Yeah. It's funny because it was someone from Microprose, I think, was saying like they were like, compared to the modern era, like it was almost guaranteed that you can make a game make money back in the day if you just made a good game. and found a little bit of a market. It
Yeah,
was
I
not
think
even that.
that's
It was kind of trivial, actually, comparable to
Yeah.
what it's like today. But I
it's
see
just
something
too
like,
many.
yeah, I
Yeah.
see something like with what happened with High Guard. Like, I wonder who invested in that game, because that's like a total loss. And you see things like, GDC is going to happen soon. That's always in March, right? And that's
Mhm.
going to be that's a big time when games are signed. Dice obviously is a big time as well. It's funny because the smaller teams, I feel like, don't need investment as much either, because their overhead's so small. So really the investment comes in the form, like you said, of technologies or just larger teams
Yeah,
and big
and I
bets.
think larger teams become a much harder sell at this point. It's like the idea of like going out and going, like I said, we want to make a AAA game. It's like, maybe if you're leaving a studio and you have a full team, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of change. I think that's probably scaring away a lot of investment about what does it look like to make a game, to be a team. Unless you're talking about like at the massive Ubisoft scale or Rockstar scale, why would you invest in a game like from the PS3 era, PS4 early era versus it just seems reckless with your money, because why not just invest in something that might be the next, what do they call it? Friend slop game
Mm.
uh, or something. Cause that's where the players are. Why not invest in, a Roblox game or a Fortnite game? Cause those make a lot of money too. So it's really, really an interesting time. And I love the fact that it's become so much easier for people to make video games. I think that's really, really cool. Um, and I know a lot of people hate the AI. We don't have to get into all that stuff, but there's something neat about the democratization of the process that I think is going to lead to some really cool stuff coming out. So
Yeah, you and I couldn't disagree on that anymore.
yeah, I got you.
But
I got you.
but
Yeah.
we don't. We've talked about it ad nauseum.
Yeah.
Adam Defunded wrote in and said, I think Twitter Game Super Chat is asking Jaffe how he feels about games that appear to target a very online demographic, particularly when that group may not represent the core purchasing audience.
Please help me with that. I still
Yeah,
don't
I don't know
understand.
that I understand. Dustin, translate that for me.
I think he's just saying that there are people that are making games that aren't making them for a general audience. They're making them for people that are like them online. You know what I mean?
Got it. Yeah, I think I got it.
No, because I mean everybody's online. So what are you talking about? Like, can you have an example?
Honestly, I think the terminology doesn't really make sense, but I think I understand what they're trying to say.
Okay.
That it's like Concord devs thought Concord was appealing because they were making it towards people that are like them and not a general audience
Okay.
that like what they like or like.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I can maybe speak to that then. So I will say this. I mean, the more you spend, the more you have to take into account you need more people to love your shit or to at least purchase your shit. That applies to every industry. Okay. So I got washed out in the industry. And I don't mean washed up. I mean like you're surfing or whatever. It's like a washout. I got a bloody nose from the fact that I had had a lot of success in my career by making with teams exactly what I wanted. And it was the stuff I wanted to play. And then the budgets got big enough and the competition became such as it was that no longer worked for me. And I was always taking the audience into account when it came to tuning the games, but never into account of like, well, what do they want from the very beginning? And so I think now you absolutely have to be much more if you're spending that kind of money on top of that. So I think that's, if you look at Concord, for example, I don't think it was wrong to say, oh, maybe there's money in making a hero shooter that's a PlayStation exclusive. I honestly, I think, I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know why that game failed. Like, I mean, it should have been a hit, but I mean, I don't know what the biggest nail in the coffin of Concord was, because yeah, the characters, it was just kind of came across as benign. Some people could yell at the characters and there were some stupid characters in there, but lots of games have characters you don't like. There's a lot of fighting games that have characters I don't like, but I didn't hate all the Concord characters. It was a well-made game. It was just kind of like it just sort of sat there. It wasn't anything special. So I think though that you do need to. I'm rambling. I know. I'm sorry. I probably need to go get a Coke, get some sugar and shit. But that's my attempt at answering the question, I guess.
Yeah, you need to go get a drink or something or whatever.
Yeah, I'll be right back. But I I want to hear you first though, because I'm curious what your take is on that question about making it for the general. Like, the game you're making right now, you're not making it for the masses. You're making it for a very specific group that loves that retro shit.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yeah, I think I understand the argument in that. I think when you're making a multiplayer game, it inherently exists and lives and dies, as we've said, based on the buy-in of a lot of people. So you need to make something that's kind of more broad. But at the same time, you need to have direction. Like, it's good to have intent.
yeah.
So I think, was Concord made for like purple-haired lesbians? Like, I don't know. It doesn't read. There are games that like read way worse than that to me. I think the characters just kind of were lame, and I think
Yeah,
that kind of
sure.
but
But there are characters in Marvel Rivals that are lame, but it doesn't
Yeah.
make the whole game lame.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's a good point. And I agree exactly what you're saying with fighting games, where there was always characters in every fighting game I played where I'm like, that character sucks.
Twisted Metal, there are cars that nobody wanted to pick, but you know, we still put them in there. But I think what it is it's a misunderstanding. There's somebody in the chat right now, Lurkero, who says these are games for people focused on the latest online social validation where nothing can be offensive. What you misunderstand about this is every game or every creative decision, unless you're just making widgets and it's a soulless sequel, there's always somebody who's trying to express something, right? So a lot of people made fun of the Super Bowl, the Turning Point USA Super Bowl, when the guy's like, I just want to drive my truck, catch my fish. You know, that guy that got all you know, but you know, I, as a, you know, and I don't have a problem with driving trucks and catching fish and all that, but as a liberal progressive guy, it's easy to point at that and make fun of it. But that's a niche of an audience that really vibes with that. So I don't have a problem if somebody's like, I want to make a game that's about, you know, my take on the world about social values. I would just caution, if you're going to spend, you know, over $2 million on it, you know, be careful if you end up losing your shit. But make it for, you know, the right budget, and there's an audience for it. Why not?
Sure. Sure. Rabid David K wrote in and said, do you think The Last of Us 3 will have factions? Know that they don't have to do the standalone. Oh, that they don't have to do it standalone. Still salty. Thoughts on Naughty Dog skipping a gen after inevitable delays?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't think you need to be worrying about The Last of Us Part 3 right now. Like, I would love to believe that it was like right around the corner. It obviously isn't. It would be weird if Neil was producing but not directing it. We know that is the other Naughty Dog game. I'm sad about factions too, because I think they actually might have had something with it, but it is what it is. Will the next The Last of Us have factions in it? I doubt it. Chonko 4874 wrote in and said, who is your favorite president of PlayStation for President's Day? If you were president, how would you handle ICE? Initiative for a Common Engine. Love it. That is what ICE used to mean to us, was the Initiative for the Common Engine. If people don't know what that is, that was like an engineering group within Sony that was headquartered at a Naughty Dog, and they would work on new hardware. My favorite president. Do you have an answer for this, Dustin? It's got to be Kaz, right?
I mean, Kaz is the legend, but who's the guy that was in your apartment? His name?
The guy that was in my apartment. Well,
hey, Colin.
Oh, Jack Trenton?
Jack Trenton.
Yeah.
Jackie T, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, he was an interesting guy. Tony Atkinson wrote in and said, has anyone here checked out Cairn yet? Or Karn? How do you say that? It's Cairn, right? Yeah, rolled credits this morning and was pretty enamored.
I own it. I haven't booted it up, but I have it. I heard it's great.
Yeah, I've not played. It's not really for me. Are you going to play that, Dustin? That seems like it might be up your alley.
I'm just too busy right now to play anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Other than Dragon Quest.
Let's see. Oh, I lost my spot here. There we go. Adam Defunded says, some YouTubers I follow watched 14 Years of Flames game trailers and are triggered. Despite my love for Japanese culture, history can't be ignored. I wonder how much of the game will be factual and how much will be fictional. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but the thing is it really doesn't matter. We've gotten away with a long time of telling our stories from our own perspective, and I am eager to see other perspectives. It would be ballsy as hell to make a video game about the combat situations that even the Wehrmacht or the Luftwaffe or whatever found themselves in. But like, it's going to be very hard to separate like the celebration and the victory or whatever of those games with the messaging. And that's the complexity of games and interactive art. This was the first time this ever came up was around 6 Days in Fallujah. And that was so bad that Konami canceled it. The first version of it.
Sony Santa Monica canceled it.
What do you mean?
Well, we were making it first.
Oh, right.
And then it got to Konami and they canceled it. And it finally came out and I bought it and it was totally forgettable.
Yeah, it never came to console, which was surprising. I loved the idea of that game. And I was perplexed that people were so precious. It's like, you don't give a fuck about any of this other stuff. Why do you care about this? You know, you don't care about.
You mean they were offended by it or what?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Fallujah was crazy. And yeah, it just happened and we were involved in it. We were involved in fucking Normandy too. We see that over and over and over and over again, don't we?
Well, weren't they worried about the white phosphorus and dealing with war crimes and all that is what
they
it was?
were, but what was funny was Spec Ops came out after that and that does all that shit anyway. And they didn't give a fuck, you know?
Spec Ops came out well before it.
Spec Ops The Line came out after the Konami Fallujah.
But they never released.
Right, but what you're saying is that was the concern at that point, and what I'm saying is that those concerns are actually embedded in a game that came out.
Oh, you're saying the concerns came out first. The game didn't come out.
Right, exactly. Okay, like people were concerned, but like the things they were concerned about ended up in another game, and no one complains about it.
No, people are morons because I mean, you know, look, in the fact it's unfair for people to talk about video games being an art form and then want all the games that deal with war to basically be like, you know, Bridge on the River Kwai era of war movies. When we have Platoon or Saving Private Ryan,
right?
Just take Platoon or The Deer Hunter or Coming Home. We for decades, over 50 years, have movies about the horrors of war and is America right and this, that, and the other. And the minute you want to put it in a video game, it's a problem, which is interesting. I don't know if that speaks more to the fact that video games still struggle to tell nuanced stories, or we just don't have enough people that are okay with video games being about something that's not just for kids. I have no clue. Yeah, but I do find it obnoxious as shit.
Yeah, I do too.
You either think it's an art form or you don't.
Yeah, agreed. And I also think just with war media, exposure to war media, I think is good and important.
Yeah.
And there's a casualness in which we talk about war, that we kill, that we do those kinds of things. And I love, like, the beginning of Saving Private Ryan is obviously famous on Normandy, but like every 10-year-old boy should be forced to watch that and be like, look how cool it is. Isn't it cool? The boat door opens and everyone gets fucking mowed down before they even get into the water. All their bodies fall into the water. People are getting fucking destroyed by bandoliers and fucking, you know, or not bandoliers, what do they call those? The bang staffs that they're shoving forward, and there's barbed wire everywhere, and you're getting fucking mercilessly killed, and there's nothing glamorous about it at all. And things that get closest to that.
But why not just let them watch drone footage then?
I say this to Michael all the time. Is like one of the major things that made me anti-war and like so anti-violence generally is watching fucking Live Leak shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not being silly about it.
I saw Daniel Pearl's execution. It's fucking horrifying.
Right. I think there's a point where you go, maybe 10-year-old boys, not so much, but I think maybe in your middle school or whatever, and obviously you can opt out of it, but I don't think you're wrong. It's like, we're going to show you, just like they showed back in the day, car crash footages in Driver's Ed. It's like, this is the war. You want to vote for people who want to send people to war? That's fine. Sometimes, sadly, war is necessary. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is necessary. It is necessary. Absolutely.
But this is what it looks like. And I don't say that like I have an experience as a veteran. I don't, but I know what you're talking about. And I'm like, it's just like Vietnam when they started showing the bodies coming back. And it's like, oh, this is a real thing. It's like, yeah. And it's terrible.
Yeah, it's awful.
It. So,
yeah, there hasn't been a justifiable war in the United States in generations. Yeah. And maybe exposure to some of that media. You know, it's like the heart. It's funny because like some people get it, but like reading The Heart of Darkness and reading like some of the shits. Catch-22 is another great one about like the folly of war, and like, I don't know, people just don't absorb that shit anymore. Anyway,
well, and the fact that the war really only the people suffer, right? There's a great political cartoon that came out recently that had a chessboard and all the pieces were lying down and bloody and all this, but then off to the right, the king and the queen, the black king and the queen and the white king and the queen were just having like a nice dinner. It's like the people, the people who are selling you the propaganda, they're not the ones going to war. They're not the ones suffering. They're not the ones benefiting, or they're benefiting from your loss. It's crap, man. It's crap.
Play Stop Pause wrote in and said, Ember Lab acquisition possible if the game's good. He's talking about Kenna too. I don't know why Sony would buy Ember Lab, but maybe. I mean, I'm open to them making acquisitions. I think that they need to be more sensible than that. And I think
nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong with Kenna, and Kenna 2 looks like a step up. But I don't know if Sony really needs a studio to do that kind of game. Maybe Xbox should buy him. I like the cadence of Xbox. I thought South of Midnight was not a good game, but I like the fact that they're able to just put shit out, a lot. And I'd love that for Sony, but I get it. They're a smaller company and that's not their business model, but I don't think a good pickup for them is that. I wonder what a good pickup would be. Like, what are they lacking in? Here's what I would tell you. There are games, if you play on PC, like I'm playing a game right now that I really like called Humanity, which is kind of like an upgraded version of this very famous game called Project Zomboid. And it's kind of an isometric survival zombie game. But there's all these survival games that are really, really popular on PC. And it's like, why there's not a Last of Us, pick up one of those companies and give them the Last of Us brand and put that out on PC and put it on PlayStation, right? I think there are good acquisitions they could make. I don't know. I think they're good on Kenna style games, though. I wouldn't say they're lacking in that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't mind single player stuff, but like you said, it has to be with intent. Like I think a Western role playing studio would be interesting.
I agree. Yeah. Xbox, whether you love them or not, they are doing a great job on RPGs, man. Mm-hmm. Someone over there who greenlights clearly loves the RPGs because they got a lot of them coming.
Yeah, they do, and they own In Exile and all the Bethesda stuff and all and Obsidian and like Sony has nothing like that. And you would think, but then again, it goes back into like why you don't let other storefronts on your platform. It's like they just look at it and they're like, why would we pay for this stuff? We just get 30% of all the money. Like we don't have to.
It's true at all. Yeah. I mean, I guess first party doesn't, but
right. But what I'm saying is, for it to become first party, we have to put our own shit on the line as opposed to us just getting it for nothing, which is basically.
But Activision has announced they're doing a big open world game, Crimson Desert. If it absolutely delivers, and people who I'm assuming you've been watching all the.
Oh yeah, it looks
Desert.
awesome. It looks awesome.
Yeah, I mean, people who have actually played it at shows and stuff say it's the real deal.
Sony wanted that game apparently. That's
they wanted the team or they wanted the game.
They wanted it like as an exclusive. That's.
And what happened?
I don't know. That's like what people have been like. I think they said in an interview at some point, like Sony came to them and they basically turned them down.
Yeah, I mean that game, if it is what it looks like, I can't fucking wait for that fucking game, man. That thing looks awesome.
Yeah, it does look great. It does look great. Yeah. I think that's a single player space where like games sell for years. You can theoretically put expansions on them up the wazoo. Mm-hmm. Smaller stuff like Ken is cool, and it's clear that PlayStation is investing in that game, but you don't need to buy that team. There's no need to have that team, in my opinion. Commander Shepard N7 says Colin versus Jaffe. Who wins in a fight? I think Jaffe would probably beat the shit out of me. I would imagine. Oh, who knows though?
I'm probably stronger, but you have better cardio.
Yeah, I have good cardio. Yeah.
So if I don't win in the first 4 or 5 punches, it's over for me.
Yeah, interesting. Rico Seattle says, if the PS6 handheld is cheaper than the PS6 home console or the same price, then why would anyone buy the home console? Seems like a waste of money from Sony's perspective to make 2 different consoles because the console will be more powerful.
Yeah.
They're not going to be the same spec.
The handheld's going to be like 1080p 30 for a lot of the biggest games.
I'm so excited about the handheld. I miss handheld gaming so much, and I'm so jealous of the Switch, even though everything on it looks like shit.
Come on, man.
Where are you don't leave the house all that much. You're like me, right?
No.
So
I leave the house. I want to be clear. I leave the house every day. I don't leave my neighborhood very much.
Okay, but you don't leave the house to the point where you need a game console with you. It's not like
I like to just be able to play in bed or when I'm watching TV or during sports.
Right.
I mean,
so why don't you just play with the Portal then?
I do, but there's 2 problems with that. Number one is I use my PS5 to stream everything downstairs. So I have my PS5 upstairs. So it's not attached to the same PS5. But the other thing is that I just want to have the native experience. It's funny. We didn't end up losing our power, but there was danger we were going to lose our power a few weeks ago for some time. And so I charged up my Vita and turned it on for the first time. And I'm like, man, I kind of miss this thing. Like there's something Something's fun about it. And unifying those experiences, I think, for one ecosystem, which is what Nintendo has done for many years now, is just awesome. The Assassin AK says GTA 4 has a 98 on Metacritic. Any chance GTA 6 gets a 98 or higher?
Yes, there is a chance.
Yeah, I would think so too.
I mean, what chance? I don't know. Play the game.
I think I've said this, Jaffe. I think you and I even might have talked about this. Is that there's so much money and time behind this game to such an extraordinary degree that your expectations should absolutely be through the roof. Like I'm not saying it's going to deliver. What I'm saying is you should expect a 10. This is a $2 billion game. You know, like
yeah. What's weird about GTA 6 though, and GTA as a brand, right, is there's two aspects to that, or three if you throw in the online, but let's just assume the question is, why do you love it? Do you love it because it is this insanely high fidelity for its time sandbox that was set in an environment that was sort of aspirational to be a badass in? If that's the case, I think you should expect a 10. If you love it because you felt the writing and its take on the world and its quality of satire and whatnot, then I think we have no fucking clue what to expect, because that is something that we don't know the players anymore in terms of the writing and the creative vision and the how are they going to deal with the fact that the world is more woke now. In the world, the pendulum is kind of swinging in various directions depending on the month. That was such a big part of GTA and the way it addressed that, the culture, that I don't think anything they've shown other than like, hey, we know Florida's crazy. Okay, but is it going to be smart enough or interesting enough without, was it Danhauser, to really deliver that? That I don't think they've shown anything one way or another to indicate that. But in terms of the fidelity of the most amazing open world sandbox that lets you tear shit up in the real world, yeah, I think you should expect a 10. Absolutely.
All things considered, I'd also say that I continue to be impressed by how little we know about it and how little has leaked. And that a lot of the leaks have come from like one thing, like from years ago. A lot of discipline on that team, and I think they all know what the ship bonus is going to be for that game if they hang on. And that's what I was saying on Sacred. I'm like, this is the kind of game that makes people rich. It's the kind of game that, and that's why I always laugh when everyone's bitching about fucking crunch and stuff like that. If I were at Rockstar right now, I'd be like, whatever it takes, boss.
Yeah.
Like literally,
you don't sign up to work thinking you're going to get. You want to go home at 5 o'clock every day, go work at Mega Cat.
Dustin doesn't like that.
That feels like the kind of game they made, and they're like, we didn't crunch.
Yeah,
you can tell.
Yeah, no doubt. Stuart Z says, sorry if this was already brought up, but what if the God of War remakes are made in the same vein as Metal Gear Solid Delta, being the same exact game but with modern graphics? I think that would be the best scenario. I would love that, but I would be surprised if they showed that.
That's a remaster at that point. I think right. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's semantics at that point.
It is a remake, but I think it's like a literal remake, and I don't think they're going to show that level of restraint. There's no way.
I think this is going to be more of a reimagining. But I mean, again, then you get into these words: remake, remaster, reimagine. Who knows, right? But yeah, that would be cool. But I don't think that's the case. It might be if it's Blue Point, though. Blue Point, because Blue Point's God of War. What did they do? 3 or no? They did God of War 1. They called it a remaster.
2, I think were the original remasters, because they
called them remasters. Okay,
yeah, those were like their earliest projects, and ironically, Metal Gear were also some of their earliest projects.
Yeah.
Too.
Okay. So then, okay,
they're great.
Yeah,
it's why it made so much sense when Herman's like, "You guys should make a multiplayer game." I'm like, Herman, you're so smart.
Yeah, I know.
John Stamos MD wrote in and said, Colin, can we get a quick tutorial on how to properly shake your entire house with a shower fart, asking for a friend? I don't shower fart too much anymore because I have the his and her shower now, which is like this long rectangular shower with 2 sides to it. So I can't get any leverage. But if you're in a booth shower, just wet the side of the wall, get a little soap on your butthole, and press your ass against the wet wall, and you fart. And it's ridiculous. You're going to love it.
Do?
It's just loud and boisterous. You'll hear it across the house. It's crazy.
Okay. Excellent. That's my afternoon planned out.
That's set. Dave Calzone wrote in and said, having a loud Italian family can be exhausting in therapy for it now. Nice to see Jaffe on stream. Thank you for writing in. Be well.
Thanks for nice to see me. I think we've upset Dustin again. Look at him.
No, he's not upset. I think he's just producing. I think he's okay. He's
Okay,
probably
good.
bored, if anything.
Okay.
I'm fine. Don't
this
worry
is
about
pure,
me.
This is
Don't
pure
worry about me.
production this is you being pure producer, in my opinion.
I'm just
Okay, cool.
producing the show.
Just let him.
Great.
Just let
Listen,
him be.
I can take my screen off for you, Jaffe. Am I bothering you?
No, I
No,
worry.
no,
I just
no.
want to make sure we're not really upsetting you when we're teasing you.
I'm just producing, bringing up the super chats.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm good. All good.
All right.
Vincent Cashel says, did you all read Schreier's new article about games needing to be cheaper? Why does the industry take him seriously? Cheaper games equal race to the bottom.
No, they don't.
I don't. I actually read the piece and I was like, yeah, I kind of agree with him, because what he was saying basically was like, he's not saying games should be nothing. He was saying like that a game being $50 or $60 is actually a great differentiator, comparable to a $70 game for people that are tight on money, or it's just a more appealing price. So like he was bringing up Expedition, I believe was his major example of like, this is a game of the year game that cost, he said, I never saw this until he put it out there, that it cost something like $10 million to make. I'm like, it's
hard to believe, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But that's interesting. And they're in France. It's a little cheaper there. Maybe it's possible, but, and so I don't necessarily disagree. I've always been of the mind you should explore the scale. I think they're not going to do it because they don't have to, and maybe they think it's a little risky, but GTA could be an $80 game easy.
It will be $120 game at a version.
Oh yeah, like they'll have a early.
If you look at 2K, like I bought 2K for some stupid reason, Lego 2K Racing, and I buy their WWE games and I pay like $110 every year because I want to get it, 48 hours in advance and this, that, and the other. So I am sure they will put, like, if I'm 2K, I will put out GTA a week in advance and only sell the premium version. And I'll sell it for $120 because it will sell a shit ton. Especially if it's a great game and they know they've got something special and word of mouth isn't going to hurt it. And then you come out with the $80 version, right? But we'll see what they do. But I mean, look, the thing that blew my mind is a great game, at least what I played of it in the 2 open network test, is Sonic Crossworlds Racing. That's a $70 game. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and it undersold, right? They said,
what's that?
I think they said it undersold as well, which goes into Jason's
I didn't buy it. I'm like, I ain't spending that much money on that fucking game. And then there's a new game coming out called like Screamer or something, which is like another racing game that has a really neat mechanic and it looks like an anime. And that thing is like $70. I'm like, you guys can't. So I agree with Schreier. There are games that need to be sold for less, and there are games that should be sold for more. I think it's kind of neat to see a ballooning of those prices. But I don't agree
return to the cartridge era.
I don't agree with the super chat though that says it's a race to the bottom. Some of the best games of the last year. I mean, you think a race to the bottom is Shinobi or Ninja Gaiden, Ragebound? That's not a race to the bottom. Those games are $25. So no.
I think it's funny in the short term, like when everything got flattened during the PlayStation and Sega Saturn eras onto disc, people started losing sight of the fact that actually, and this, and Jaffe and Dustin, you definitely know this too, is like actually the breadth and depth of the game was comparable to its price because of the amount of space that you would need on a cartridge. And I think we kind of lost sight of the fact that maybe things should. At that point, they were like, well, everything's $50 or $40 because it's all on a disc. And even if we have to publish a second disc, it's like 2 pennies for us to do that. Who gives a shit? And I think that we kind of got away from the effort that goes into games that are typically larger, and that things should cost. Like I truly 100% believe games should cost more than $70. I don't believe every or most or many games should cost more than that, but there are definitely some games out there.
Sure.
Yes, absolutely. And some brave soul's got to do it. And Grand Theft Auto is going to be the one I think that would, you're right. Like, they're the ones that could do it, and they're most impervious to the feedback, I think.
Yep.
Sorry, we're going really long. Do you have to go, Jaffe, or are you good?
No, I'm good as long as your audience is interested and you guys are interested.
Yeah. I mean, we have almost 1,700 people here with us still. Cool. Suave Spy Mojo says God of War Metroidvania was a magnificent idea. Magnificent.
I agree. I've been wanting to make that or have that made for a decade. I'm not opposed to that idea at all. I just think it was rubbish.
Yeah, it is a good idea. You shared in your video, I think, some footage. I guess someone made up of like what it could have looked like at some point, right? Was that you? That it was like, or maybe someone cut you out and then put footage over it. But there was
Maybe, I don't know.
like a God of War side scroller that maybe someone spoofed up, and they're like, this is what it could have looked like, and it looked much better.
Oh, I did see somebody tweeting out today what looked like a beat 'em up God of War.
Yeah, maybe something. Yeah,
but that wasn't me. I mean, I did
okay.
see that though. It was cool.
Mr. KYT wrote in and said, Colin, saw a movie last night you should really see. Good luck, have fun, don't die. I know you don't do movies, but it's great. Man
I'm
goes
excited
back
for
in
that.
time to stop AI from becoming God, but very different than Terminator. You saw this?
No, but I'm excited to stream that and also the Sam Raimi movie. There's some good movies that I want to see, and that's the Good Luck. That's from Gore Verbinski, who did the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. He did a lot of hit movies, and he kind of vanished for like 10 years. And this is his first movie back, and I do hear it's a lot of fun.
Pokechal wrote in and said, Sacramento State, Sac State, just joined the MAC in football. This means that this year we will get Ball State versus Sac State. Who are you rooting for? Are
you asking me?
Well, he's just saying because it's Ball versus Sac.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Thank you for writing.
Yeah.
Dax7468 says, people think I'm going to let Marathon fail. Hashtag Marathon Sweep. I don't know if anyone thinks you're gonna let Marathon fail.
Oh, I'm worried about you. I don't think you're going to show up to carry water for the $150 million Sony game that only you can save. No, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the free weekend. I can't wait. I really can't. I mean, I loved Arc Raiders, and that was the first real accessible extraction shooter I fell in love with. And so I'm very excited to play this because Arc Raiders got a little long in the tooth for me. I played the shit out of it for like 3 weeks and I burnt out. So I'm totally down for this game.
Miggy Azalea says YouTube usernames were added a few years ago. If the name was taken, YouTube automatically added numbers, but you can change it. Thanks for the donation. Thank you for the donation. So it was very much like the way Discord used to do it. DLand720 says, why would you retire if your trophies went away? Because what would be the point at that point? Thank you for writing in. The Code Cool wrote in and said, Jaffe is Last Stand's Rich Evans in the best way. Yeah, kind of.
I don't know who that is.
Red Letter Media, Rich Evans is just one of the guys over there. Fan favorite.
Oh.
Hollow Shotgun wrote in.
Well, thank you. Did you hear that, Dustin? Fan favorite. Wink.
Was there ever any talk of bringing the earlier God of War games to PC, Jaffe? Hollow Shotgun wants to know.
No. I mean, there may have been after I left, but that was at a time where it was not even something on the radar. I mean, Steam was nascent if it was around at the time. So no.
Hey, 1426 says Jaffe is the kind of guy who would kiss his fish. See you later on your next stream, Jaffe.
Kiss my fish?
That's what it says. I don't know what to make of that.
I think fish are gross. I wouldn't get near.
Yeah, they are gross.
No.
Mr. KYT says Jaffe grabbed my Flint dibble at LSM Live San Diego.
I did. It was so gross. It was so tiny.
He also says, last one before I go bankrupt. Jaffe Colin, are we excited for Spielberg's Disclosure Day?
Yes.
I don't know anything about it, to be honest.
It's his new movie. It's coming out. It's basically about a guy who has evidence of what the government's been hiding. And he says, fuck it. I'm going to go all out. I'm going to release this to the whole world at the same time. And it's a sci-fi thriller about what happens when he basically accelerates disclosure, and the government obviously is not very happy. So they put out a trailer at the Super Bowl. It's got Emily Blunt. It's got Colin Firth, I think, or Farrell, one of those guys. It looks good. It's Spielberg too, and Spielberg doing Aliens. I'm in. This summer looks like it's going to be a really good movie summer. I haven't been excited about summer movies for a long time, but there's, we got, I think, Spider-Man. We've got Supergirl. We've got the Spielberg movie. The Super Mario Galaxy movie actually does look pretty good, even though I didn't like the first one that much. There's like 4 other movies, and I'm like, shit, this is going to be a good summer. So I'm looking forward to it.
That does sound cool, by the way. Lou Bega wrote in and said, has the anti-everything crowd, JT, made console warring less prevalent? Feels like the worst thing to happen to gaming discourse. Can anything be done? Maybe trying your best to ignore it. The one thing that I do say, though, is everyone's like, the internet's not real life and social media is not real life and all this. And I'm like, I don't know that that's so true anymore. I actually think that, like, a lot of people are attached to their phones all the time. These
Yeah.
opinions matter. People market towards these opinions. They make decisions based on them. It's kind of like I wanted to talk to you about High Guard. We'll do it next time because I want to talk a
Yeah.
lot about that game.
Okay.
So next time you come on, we'll do that. But I
I'm
think you saw a
surprised you
lot.
played the game. It's a multiplayer.
I didn't play it. I want to talk about what happened with it. I talked to some people
okay.
that worked on it. One person in
Got it.
particular. And
Yeah, their
behind the scenes-
response to it has been really interesting. I do have some thoughts on that. So yeah, we should talk about sometime.
Yeah. Next time because we're going really long today. But
All right.
that will revolve around this idea of discourse and pre-selecting which things will fail and which will succeed.
Yeah, but that's not why. That's giving those guys. It's absolutely not why that game didn't connect at all.
I think the game, as I said recently on a different show, like I think the game would have failed, found its own way. I think it hasn't even out yet because it might have been with Brad. I was on the next summon sign, as I was saying that like the game would have failed almost no doubt by itself. It would have failed differently. Yeah, and that goes to show you that there is like material effects on. You could see it with like the way people are talking about Marathon. It's like almost a pre-selection of the next game.
Yeah, but the pre-selection only works until everybody can go ahead and start calling.
I was gonna say, as opposed to the worst thing you can do to something, which is to ignore it. And
yes.
So we'll get to all that.
But all right, we'll come back. Yeah, we could talk about it for a while. Okay.
Let's see. Hacksome Gruxton says message retracted. He wrote in again though and said thoughts on the Intellivision Amico fiasco. I don't know anything about that really, to be honest.
I can still read his original message.
Oh, I don't. Well, he retracted it, so maybe he doesn't want to.
Well, it's already up on screen, but I'll take it off. It wasn't anything bad. I don't know.
Well, so I went down to see the Amico. Tommy invited me down. He was looking for a creative director of the studio. And I was like, yeah, I'll take meetings. Why not? This was a while ago, of course. And I went down there and I got to play it and I got to see it and it was real. And the vision for it was, I thought, really smart. And it kind of reminds me of the vision for that thing this Christmas that did really well. That was like the Kinect that sold the second best selling hardware over. You know what I'm talking about? That people were like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Right. And that was his whole thing. He's like, we want to do like $130 price point. We want it at Walmart. We want it at CVS. We want, and even though the Switch, because my take was like, well, the Switch does family games, but this was so no fuss, no muss, super easy. Everything was like an E-rated title. It wasn't like kiddie titles all, but it was family. You could play everything with your phone. It was all about low barrier of entry. There were some good ideas there. And it was a real system and I played it. And so I never think people were like, Tommy Tallarico scammed everybody. My take on it was Tommy has his entire career bitten off big fucking bites of the apple. And sometimes he can chew it, and sometimes it's too much. And in this case, he was not cut out to be the CEO at this point. Like if you remember, PlayStation 1 had a different CEO before it launched. I think it was Steve Race or whatever.
Right, Steve Race.
And then they brought in somebody else who's like, now that it's launched, we need somebody with a different skill set. Tommy was the guy to raise the money, to be the face of the company, to be one of the creatives of the company. But when the rubber met the road, I think he even at some point admitted, he's like, this is not what I do. Running a hardware company and the software and all, So I don't think, and I don't have all the data, but I know him as a person. I don't think Tommy ever intended to scam anybody. I know there's a lot of people online that will tell you if you connect the dots, it was a scam. Maybe they're right, but I never got that sense from Tommy as a person or from what I saw. I just think he bit off more than he could chew and he got in over his head and he didn't know how to get out.
Yeah. I got to look more into it because I don't know anything about it really. All right, we'll get through the rest of these quick. Justin Schwab wrote in and said, I was enjoying Sons of Sparta, but hit a save bug, lost 5 hours of progress. I am done. Oh, that's the worst, dude. The worst. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll have to be careful. My save's in the cloud. I'll have to be mindful. Lou Bega wrote in and said, speaking of PS3, why not remake or reboot moderate multiplayer franchises like Motorstorm? That would be cool. Motorstorm, Warhawk, Resistance, SOCOM, Nostalgia Play, and Foundation Built. I just think dude knew things. maybe revisit one of these things, and I don't think it would be any of those, to be honest. Like, I would love Resistance. I mean, I'm a huge Resistance fanboy, but I think Killzone is still the one that would read the best. Like, visually, it would be very distinct if you did that, you know. So
I mean, I think it comes down, and maybe you'll see this now with the Sons of Sparta. For some reason, they wanted to invest in that game, and even if that game would have been the best Castlevania, Metroidvania of all time, it still wouldn't have made the kind of money that a God of War Ragnarok made. So if they are switching gears and going, a tidy profit on some of these titles is acceptable, then I think you have a good point. Why not? You know, why not make a relatively cheap multiplayer Twisted Metal? Why not make a Killzone multiplayer or what's the one he mentioned? The not Warhawk, but one, you know, whatever, SOCOM or whatever. Yeah.
He says Motorstorm, Warhawk, Resistance, SOCOM. I see someone in here saying, Maggot Music said nobody liked Killzone. Killzone wasn't big, but Killzone was substantially bigger than every one of these games.
People liked the multiplayer of Killzone 2 is what I recall.
Oh yeah, Killzone 2 and 3 to a lesser extent people really like, but 2 was the one. Yeah. Killzone was a much more substantial game than any of those. But again, I don't think Killzone should come back. It would really be like Herman Hulse guerrilla bias if Killzone came back as well. But just visually speaking, I would be so excited to see what they did with it, because it does have a very distinct language to it that would inherently stick out. The Hellgast are cool.
You talking about just the Hellgast? I think the only thing special about Killzone is the Hellgast design. The rest is kind of generic.
Thing. That's the antagonist.
Yeah, you know? I mean, that's true. It's like Darth Vader, you know. By the way, I would be remiss because I can't stop saying it. Somebody in the chat is spamming saying, tell Colin he needs to watch the Joe Rogan, Roger Avery interview. That it goes off the rails. It's crazy. Okay, I've told him.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm behind on Rogan, but I'll check it out. Forehead Gaming wrote in just with $1. Appreciate that. Death Metal in Your Face says, when do we rip the Band-Aid off and talk Band-Aid and talk politics? I don't want to talk politics.
What's there to I mean, you know me, I'm always down to talk politics. It's up to you guys.
My favorite thing, like in the last, because I've just stopped really talking about politics, is on the shows, is like, Colin can't help but infest his shows with politics. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Everyone's begging me to say anything.
I've seen people say in the comments that you don't talk politics now because you know you were wrong.
No, I have no regrets really about it.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's the
Oh, I know, but like, well, I'll be clear about that. Like, I don't regret my vote. I just don't want to talk about politics because I don't want to everyone is alienating everybody. Like at light speed everywhere. And I don't want to do it. It's not about it. It's not about anything else. It's like, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to be part of this like division of.
I wonder if that guy who got shot by ICE would agree with you. Too bad we can't ask him because he's dead. Anyway, what's the next super chat?
So like, that's the reason I don't talk about politics.
No, I hear you.
You know, is like, I just think I'm like looking for things, and I definitely have taken more to things where I'm like, I don't know that it has now a relevant bearing. Now, I think many political issues do come up all the time on our shows because they have a relevant bearing to our subject matter, labor, economics, trade, you know, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Social issues from different countries that places are made or whatever. But I don't know. I don't want to like. What's the purpose?
There are places to go if you want to hear about politics, and you can certainly, you know, I do a show 5 days a week called Lolcow Crypt, and we talk politics. We just did an Epstein thing. We talk aliens, politics, all that shit. So if you want to go over there and watch that, you can. You can obviously find more learned people talking politics than me, but you know, yeah, it's a thing, man. But
because I don't think there's any I don't think there's any genuine curiosity. What people want to know about your politics now is whether they should be angry at you or happy with you.
Well, that's like games. That's everything now.
So it's like,
right?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
really.
It's like the Epstein files.
Be mad at me regardless.
I'd like to think the Epstein files would transcend politics, but this isn't really the place for who wants to tune into this and talk about the Epstein files. I get that you want to escape. Thank God you have an escape from shit like that, which is video games, because some of that stuff, whatever your take on politics, is brutal and terrifying. So yeah, but I'll talk politics with you all day long, but not on this show.
Yeah, and I just think like there's too many cults of personality, certainly with Trump and others, where like I don't really give a fuck about any individual politician. I care about the issues, and I'm going to vote for the next person that believes in the issues that I voted for the last time. So like, if it's not going to be this person, it'll be another person. It's like, bye, see ya. I don't care if your fucking life goes down in flames or if your political career's over. I could give a fuck less. It's like, I'm using you. You're the politician. I want to get things done. So whoever it is, I don't give a fuck about individuals that run.
I'd still fuck AOC though, regardless.
Next,
it's not an option for me in my life. I'm just saying, if anybody wanted to know where I stood on that.
Yeah, well, now we know.
Now you know.
I saw her pop up at that foreign policy thing.
Yeah, the Munich.
Munich, right?
Yeah.
One Pump Man says thoughts on Epstein's ties with 4chan and Activision. I don't really know too much about this. It's funny because I think I said last week that I was originally planning an episode of Sacred Plus with Hogue to go into all the Epstein file stuff that was relevant to games, because I thought it was interesting, like that he bought Little Big Planet. He was banned from Xbox Live. Like, there's a bunch of funny shit on there. He played WoW. But then I was taking notes and I was going through everything. I'm like, there's really nothing to say. It's more like a check. It's like, oh, he like bought Little Big Planet. It's like, what do you say about that?
Right. Well, was it so he could like keep the kids quiet while he was raping their friends in the other room? I mean, what was it for? You could speculate.
Yeah, you could speculate. Yeah, you could speculate. Well, the thing I wanted to know the most about, well, Jeff, you'll appreciate this, is like, now that his email address is out, the people in positions of power at PSN and Xbox Live or whatever could easily look him up, see what games he bought, like why he. The big thing I want to know is why he got banned from Xbox. That's a big one for me. Like, what did you do? No one gets banned from Xbox.
I know.
Especially in that era. He got banned in like 2013 or something. It's like, you got banned from
Everybody's
Xbox
trash talking in Call of Duty, and it's just all these awful racist things. And he just says, hey guys, what do you think about, that this 4-year-old? And everybody's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Dude? Can you imagine going too far for the Call of Duty?
I know.
Just like, you got to look into this Epstein guy.
He was in like a really racist, like sexist lobby, but then he started spouting off and everything got real silent. And then they booted him from the game.
That's right. But no, I mean, look, that shit is, but I agree with you when you look into it. The problem right now with the Epstein files is just that a lot of things are allegations and a lot of them are probably true, but just because they're in the Epstein files doesn't mean anything. Like, you can go, okay, this is what is claimed in the files about Bill Clinton, for example. And then you can look at a chart and it's like, this is what we actually know. And so when people are like, why haven't there been arrests? Some of it's because the Department of Justice is corrupt, both from Obama and Biden and from Trump, because probably all of them were protecting a number of people that would be arrestable. But I think another part of it is, a lot of it is there's no evidence of it. It's just somebody went to a deposition and said this, and whether or not they followed up or not is an interesting story. But just because it's in the files doesn't mean it happened, but it probably happened. So.
No, I think if it's in the files, it probably didn't, because it's everything like that. There's a lot of things that did, but there's such a volume of things in there that all of this shit cannot possibly be true.
Right.
That was what they were saying when they didn't want to release them at all. But I'm like, well, whatever. Halen's Haven wrote in and said, naive question. How much input or power does a director of a game have over a trailer for a game, in terms of what tone is struck, what is narratively revealed, and so on?
Absolutely, my experience. Now, again, it depends. You're right, because every company is different and every relationship is different. So I had a very close relationship with marketing when I was at Sony, and even when I didn't work for Sony, when I was working with Sony as an independent with Eat, Sleep, Play, and what's called Bartlett Jones, incredibly involved. But ultimately, even when I worked for Sony, the way the relationship was always presented to me and the way we ran it was marketing, especially your lead marketing guy or woman. And I always loved talking to marketing because I wanted to know, is this a good idea? Will this sell? Blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, they have final cut on trailers and ads and all that. But we're very involved if we want to be, and I wanted to be. And they can be involved in our creative choices, but they don't have the decision-making power. Now, that may have changed now, because I think since I left, they've had like a cabal of like 4 or 5 that you have to get past to get a green light. And I imagine people in that cabal, there's definitely got to be somebody in there from the head of marketing. Is this going to sell if we're going to spend $400 million, blah, blah, blah. So, but every company is different. Like your company at this point, I imagine, I don't know who the buck stops with when it comes to the final cut of the trailer of your new game, but I'm imagining you have somebody in that role. If it's not
Barry's basically the last line of defense for all that stuff.
Yeah. So it totally depends on the company and the relationships. There were also people within Sony that didn't give a shit. They're like, I'm making the game and you can do whatever you want with the marketing. But I was super fucking engaged with it.
Yeah, I would be engaged with it too, because I think that lack of interest in the marketing blew up in a lot of people's faces over time.
Yeah.
By not, I know I've said it before. Like I know Insomniac was really upset with the way Resistance 3 was advertised, for instance. And
I was at a meeting once where it was such a cool debate, because if you remember this, Resistance 3, I believe, launched with a flippable cover. And they had a beautiful cover that was your character walking into New York City, but the negative space created the mouth of one of the aliens or whatever. And that was like the Criterion Collection cover. And everybody in the room was like, that is art. That is so great. And marketing's like, but we're going with this cover. And you flip it over and it's just this generic dude bro with a gun or something. And it's like, oh my God.
They're the worst.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, they're not wrong a lot of times. You may not like their artistic choices, but they're like, my job is not to, I don't want to hang it in a museum, bitch. I want to sell it at the end caps of Walmart. Back the fuck up and enjoy your Christmas bonus and say you're welcome or say thank you.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
You know?
Adam Defunded writes in and says, gamers want deep war games like Spec Ops, but lately morally gray feels predictable. There are worry games like 14 Years of Flame that might lean into propaganda instead of strong writing. I mean, even if it's a propagandistic game, it has the right to exist. I'll be very interested to see what a propagandistic anti-Japanese Chinese game is, to be perfectly honest with you. I think that'd be very interesting.
The wonderful thing and the problem with certain kinds of storytelling is that life is shades of gray. And even something like Halo, which my mind immediately went to Halo coming out this summer, the remaster, the remake, and going, well, that's a pretty easy black and white thing. And then it's like, no, nothing is black and white anymore, right? Because of the internet, because of the connection of the world, it's very hard to find a genuine cartoon bad guy that is just absolutely wrong across the board. It's possible. But I think it's hard for modern people to buy into, good and bad anymore without taking into account that everybody's got a position. And you can say that sucks for storytelling, but maybe it's good for human evolution. Nobody cares. I'm just going to kill myself.
Don't kill yourself
right now. I'm kidding. It's just silence.
Never
silence.
I'm letting you finish.
I have never, ever considered suicide. I will tell you that. We were talking about this on another show I was on. I don't think that's a noble thing. I'm just grateful for it. Because I know a lot of people struggle with it. It's a very serious thing. And I don't mean to make light of it if you're watching. I know it's a real thing for a lot of people. I was saying it as a joke, and I'm not trying to make light of it if you're suffering from it. But I've been very fortunate that I think so much of myself. That's true. But I've been very fortunate that it's just never been something I've entertained. So
that came up with me recently too. I'm deeply depressed, but I've never been suicidal. Which I'm grateful for.
Yeah.
All right. Dark Taco writes in, we'll move through these quick because we have to go. Sony can keep getting 30% rips, Colin, but they need to make more money off of their own IP, brother. Certainly. But again, you have to remember, for them to make money off their own IP, they have to spend. To get the 30% rips off of other people's money, they just have to exist. Ratchet2505 wrote in and said, The Last of Us factions died because of the detail. They would not keep up with the release requirements to stay relevant. Battlefield 6 is a great example of this drop-off. I'm convinced that factions didn't really need content. Like, they probably could have released a couple seasons worth of stuff. The main game, Factions is still I don't want to say vibrant, but people still play it today. It has been updated in like 12 years. So I don't know that you needed to think too much about it. We need to come up with these more ideas of ephemeral online games that aren't necessarily meant to exist forever. That's the way it always was until recently. Let's see. A bunch of numbers wrote in and said, what franchise deserves or needs a remake? I'd personally choose Dino Crisis. You're kind of getting Dino Crisis back, aren't they? Well, no, Turok's coming back.
They just put them back out recently, but they're not
right. Remastered. That's what it was, Capcom. And yeah, and they did Exoprimal, which was like kind of a half-assed.
I would like that, but I saw today that Square Enix sent out a survey and asking people what they would like, and it occurred because the number one response was a remaster or remake of Chrono Trigger. And it occurred to me, it's like, yeah, they haven't remade that yet. And oh, I know what it was. It's the team that's doing one of those what are they called? You know how they do the kind of the 2.5D like Octopath Traveler and all that? It's the team that made those. They're like, we're trying to figure out what that team is going to work on next. And the idea of getting Chrono Trigger in that style, I think would be fucking awesome. But I don't know where it's going to end up. But yeah, that would be, I would say Chrono Trigger, but Dino Crisis would be close behind.
Yeah, it's surprising that they just dropped the ball with Chrono Trigger. With we had the best way to play the game is still the DS port, which is almost 20 years old, and nothing for the 30th anniversary, nothing for, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird the games that Square Enix has access to and chooses to re-release or even remake.
I know.
And then
Yeah,
the things
I know
that they choose to ignore.
That Parasite Eve isn't owned by them, but
yeah,
Chrono
they don't
Trigger
own it. They don't own it.
Is owned by Square, right?
Yeah, Chrono Trigger is.
So they could do it. Okay.
Yeah, there might be some. I doubt it at that time. Like the creators had no power at that time because like the Bloodborne is different. Like everyone's always like, why isn't Bloodborne coming in? Because there must be something with From on this. I don't think that that's the case there. But yeah, Parasite Eve is based on a manga or like a graphic novel or something. So, let's see, LMA Ogre. For loop is a programming term. Look it up. I saw that after we wrote about that or talked about that on the show. I didn't know that. Roberto Ramirez says, let's get an SS Plus about Jaffe founding Santa Monica. We could do something like that about that one day. That would be fun.
You should reach out to Shannon and Alan.
Yeah, I would love to. You have her email address, right? You should put me in touch with her.
I'll put you in touch. She never wants to come online and talk about anything, but with you calling and maybe Alan coming, maybe
that would be cool.
Willing.
I always had a friendly relationship with Shannon, but it's hard to tell. She wasn't a PR person really. So like, I feel like I did actually have a friendly relationship with her as opposed to it being a put on, you know?
No, she's a real honest broker. She's sweet. I adore her. She's amazing. So,
Mr. Gunn. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I skipped one. A very important one. Commander Shepard. Sorry, Dustin. He says, "How are you, Dustin?"
I'm very good. People don't need to worry about me. I'm doing my job here, working on the show. It's called Moriarty cross Jaffe.
Yeah,
not Moriarty cross Jaffe.
He's got resting, go fuck yourself face. That's what it is. That's
No. I just, there's a lot of people like, oh, Dustin's not talking. He's bored. He's asleep. It's like, I'm just working. Don't worry about
hanging out. Yeah,
don't worry about me. I'm doing my job for the show. We're all good.
And you're watching One Piece in the corner. Somebody said.
Oh no, I'm caught up.
Okay,
not necessary.
Mr. GN or Mr. Gunn says Jaffe is a fan favorite. Who are the gang's favorites? Everyone, all of my children, equally loved. Can't select a favorite. Pistol 101 wrote in and said, you guys tracking that Mariachi Legends game?
Yes.
Check the trailer later. If not,
awesome.
need more games from Mexico and South America.
It's very cool. Yeah, it's very cool. It is a game. It's like it's a side scroller beat 'em up, and it is. I can't describe it because there's like 3 types of games, but this particular one looks like it's going to be the best one out of all of them. They're kind of similar, but it's very, very pretty looking.
Oh yeah, this looks awesome.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, this looks great. Good for them.
There might be hopefully there's a demo next week is Steam Next Fest, so hopefully we'll see a bunch of demos.
We already have a Mexican Metroidvania. It's called Guacamelee.
Yeah.
I'm only
kidding. This is very different, I think.
It is very different. It looks awesome. Robbie Swab says, Colin, I'm still thinking about you. I'm thinking about you as well, and I appreciate that. Thank you for writing in. One Pump Man says, the 4chan connection is interesting because he can be linked to the constant hate seen online today. I don't know nearly. I'm like 5% caught up on Epstein, so I feel like this guy can be the gravitational well in which all things bad that have happened could be somehow connected to him. I don't know that maybe we're giving him too much power, or he could have been one of the most powerful people of all time. I don't know.
By the way, I think that last comment, it's not that Jaffe was a fan favorite. I think it's Jaffe is a wrestling fan who are some of the gang's
Oh,
favorite
I totally
I could be wrong, but I think
no,
that's
you're totally
what that,
right. You're totally
yeah.
right. I'm sorry. Dustin's loving this because, well, you know why. You want to go back
I
to
don't know
that?
what his take is on wrestling.
I can bring it back up.
You don't have to. I just wanted to mention it.
Can they cut the super chat? It's been going on too long. Crucifix Zero says, no. They're paying the bills. And also I feel it's weird for someone to give someone money with no acknowledgement on a stream.
Course,
it's just so well, Jaffe, a lot of people tell me like, oh, streamers don't read all the super chats.
Every
and
single
I'm like,
one I read.
Really? Like they just ignore the people that gave them money. I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, if you're a massive streamer and you've got, like, I don't know, Burnt Peanut, who gets like 90,000 views per stream, he might be like, okay, I'm only going to stop my show if it's $50 or more or something. But, I'm not going to stop the entire show for 100,000 people for 99 cents. So you may not want to spend 99 cents, but at my size, for sure, I read every single fucking one, and I'm grateful as fuck for every single one. So,
yeah, I'm just very, I know, well, I don't know because I really don't watch streaming, but people tell me that streamers ignore this stuff, and I fundamentally just am uncomfortable with that. I just think that's kind of like,
I would never,
like why would you, isn't it better for my business to acknowledge you just on a fundamental, and isn't it more human for us?
Yeah.
I
mean, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. I'm with you.
All right. Let's just,
but I like the female wrestlers if you're asking. So I like Becky Lynch. I like Asuka. I like Kairi Sane. I want Ronda Rousey to come back. I like the lady wrestlers.
And I see JD says, you don't read every single write-in on Sacred. If every person that wrote in on Sacred was paying $5 to say something, I would. But they pay $2 a month to have the option to have their thing run on. So you thought you got me, but you really didn't, unfortunately for you. Dustin, I'm getting baited.
It happens. Happens to the best of us.
Let's see. Adam Defunded wrote in. Adam, are you giving us every dollar that you have? You're allowed to do that. It's totally fine. Jaffe, how would you handle pre-selective outrage if you were still a game dev? Would you be a troll or how you are right now, or a tamed version?
Well, honestly, it would depend on the company I was working for. What people don't remember is I have always been very outspoken, but the story I remember, because it's the most recent, is when Drawn to Death came out. Believe it or not, we had amazing word of mouth on the internet before some of the reviews hit. And so I was bitching about Trump online, and Rhodey said to me that PR was calling and said, hey, look, we don't want to overshadow the main story. Do you mind if Jaffe just could you tell him not to be so online about politics this week? And I'm like, yeah, I made a game for them. I'm working for them in that way. And so for me, I would kind of pivot to what the company needed. I've never lied when I worked for Sony or I worked with Sony, but I would absolutely hold my tongue if it was something that the people were paying me asked me to do. So I think it would depend. But if it was up to me, at this point in my life, I would probably try to keep it separate. If I was making a low enough budget game, I would be very vocal and say, fuck you. I'm making a game about a very specific thing. If you don't like it, sorry, maybe we'll get you the next time. Or even on Twisted Metal, I told people that got mad in 2012 when we revealed who was going to be on the soundtrack, and there was some rap on there. And I made a video that did really well, actually. But I said, if you're racist, don't buy this game. And that was Twisted Metal, because I'm just like, even then I was doing it. So I think it depends on what it was about, I guess. If somebody was being mean to people, I would say something. But with this fucking money, I would say if you're spending a lot of money, I probably wouldn't be making a divisive game, at least not on the surface. Subversively, you goddamn right, it would be in there, but I wouldn't tell you.
Yeah, and I also think there's a difference between, I don't know, I don't want to say being overt, but like wearing something on your sleeve and then also believing or thinking something privately. Like I think there are too many people like determining the value of art and interaction by what people believe on their own. And I think that that's
Yeah.
fine, but I think that that's for you to feel that way. But I think that that's weird in and of itself, divisive. And
It
it's different than
may
people putting
be,
themselves out there.
Colin, why I like streaming as much as I do in videos now, because a lot of people will be like, if you have something to say, put it in the game, whether you want to make it overt or subversive, that's up to you. That's up to the publisher. Let the work speak for itself, right? I don't have the patience for that. So what's great about YouTube and streaming is I'll just tell you, and I get the same itch scratched. But you're right. I mean, but this is my work now, right? So fundamentally, I think, yeah, the work should speak for itself. In my case, the work is me speaking for myself. But I'm with you on that.
FireRock 277 says, couldn't God of War just keep going until present day because Kratos dies in almost every game and comes back to life? How is he so immortal?
Well, he's a god. He's a half god.
Right.
And it depends on what story you're doing. But yeah, I have a story that my take on it was Kratos always ended up as the Grim Reaper, and he is still active to this day. It was the role that he was born to be, which was death personified. And he's working today doing that, and he's happy or satisfied or whatever.
Daddy T 1997 says, I have a new theory that Colin fired Dagan because he knew Tommy was the sniper and didn't want to embarrass Colin when Dagan told him he was fired. That's getting closer to the truth, I guess, isn't it? The Assassin AK wrote in and said, Jaffe, make a game set in Alabama. I need to be represented by fellow Alabamanian.
I had a game that we were talking to Don Daglow's team. I forget what they were called. Stormfront, I think. And it was called Shit Kickers. And it was kind of meant to be a red state kind of action. It was almost like the Adventures of Bayou Billy, but done for the PS3. And it was kind of more of a embracing of not red state politics, because God knows I'm not into those politics, but the Southern culture in terms of pickup trucks and, cowboy hats and dogs and porches and, good old boys fighting the good fight against assholes and shit. That was absolutely. And we got relatively deep into pre-production on it, and we never did, but yeah.
Timothy James wrote in and said, they just re-released Dino Crisis 1 and 2 on Steam, so just wondering if they are bringing it anywhere else and if this is a test. Didn't Dino Crisis already come out to PlayStation?
Yeah, it's on PSN.
It's on PSN, because I think I saw it there, because I think it might not have
It does not play well. I got it because I had never played it, and I was like, this does not play well.
Chris Hendricks wrote in and said 4.5 hours into an entertaining chat, and there are still 1,700 viewers. Are there still? Now we're down to 1,627. Congrats and thank you on a great Monday stream. Kudos to Jaffe for calling all cars. I love that game so much.
Thank you.
Very nice of you to say.
Yeah.
This has been a great stream. I've really enjoyed this. I loved.
Yeah.
I know people like gameplay streams, but I would much rather do this.
Yeah. Every Monday, I'm here. Call me. I want to be a regular on this show. Do I have to fucking just show you my dick? Is that
no?
The
I
deal?
know that you do.
How much fucking flirting and dancing around do I need to do?
Let me put it this way. No,
I'm going to put it this way.
Oh, okay.
Fucking make it happen, Moriarty. Well, Jesus Christ.
If it was, well, everything's up to me. But if I had my druthers, that would be what this would be. Would be us just dicking around every Monday.
Dustin, can you get Colin some druthers? He seems to be out.
But I don't want to, because I enjoy this and I think it's fun, and it also does way better than a lot of the gameplay streams we do.
Yeah.
But so like people that complain about it, it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like I just talked about how I wanted to show you guys Metal Eden. No one gave a shit about that. The Ninja Gaiden stream, like all these other things. This is way bigger.
Yeah.
But I don't want to alienate people that want different things either. So I need to figure out
what kind of different things would they want.
Well, I think that like some people want gameplay streams and some people want, whatever it is, when we do trailer analyses or when we watch the shows and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to, but like, I love this is awesome. Right. So, but don't you understand, Jaffe, that I'm slowly making it happen? Can't you see?
I emailed you.
By the way,
I have ADD and the writing is on the wall. Your fans want it. It's ridiculous. Even Maddie has started doing streams. Everybody knows that's the fucking future. Maddie has his new Maddie Slop channel, which is great if you haven't seen it. And that's for a number of reasons, I assume, but the main one, or one of the main ones, is to keep the algorithm happy, because there's a difference between a 4-hour stream and YouTube figuring out who to serve that to in like an 8-minute clip, right? But even he's just like, fuck it, I want to stream a lot more. So I think, let's go.
We're getting
Let's
into a
fucking go.
position, I think, is what I'm
No,
saying.
quite.
Because I wanted to be clear, because the God of War thing was so serendipitous, but actually we should have said at the top of the show that I had you scheduled long before we even knew God of War existed. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it just kind of worked out that way. Because right after the last stream, I'm like, I definitely want to have you on in 2 weeks. So we'll see. But I'm getting there, and I want to work it out. Because I do enjoy this, and I want to enjoy what I do.
Yeah.
And I kind of dread playing games on
if
stream.
once a week is too much, you don't have to be there for everyone.
Yeah, the thing that I wonder how Dustin feels about this is like, it seems like I kind of should be involved because we do better, right? I mean, I hate.
Well, you've
that's
never seen it
true.
without you.
That's true.
Well, they know what a Jaffe stream is like without Colin. It's Jaffe's channel.
Yeah, but I would bring someone. We would have somebody else on when Colin can't be here. Is what I'm saying. It would be like almost like constellations. We would just rotate that third. It's always Colin's when he wants to be here, which hopefully is every week. But if there's like, what, I need a break or I can't do it, cool. Let's bring on either somebody from the stable and or somebody from the industry.
Yeah, I enjoy this. Like, I look forward to doing this. So I think it's something that it's been on my mind. That's why I invited you back so quickly. But I also want to be mindful of like what the audience wants. But then the audience is kind of suggesting, like, there's always gonna be people that don't like things, but the numbers kind of speak for themselves in a way. Also, because a lot of people, I mean, since the very first time you were on, it's like, people are like, I don't like Jaffe, just like people don't like me. And it's like, well, that's not really relevant to me. I like Jaffe.
Right.
No offense.
I mean, I'm a divisive figure, right? If you want vanilla, that's cool. But yeah, I mean, I'm totally down with the fact that there might be too much divisive figures once a week. I get that. That would not bother me at all if that was the reason. I would totally understand.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Where else are we here? Oh, Chris, thank you for writing in. Joris Joestar says, Dustin monopolizing the conversation as always. Does he ever know how to shut up?
No.
I know.
Sorry.
Jack McGarrigle says, do you care about the environment? Yes.
Sure.
I do.
What if it was me and Smash JT every week?
You'd have to pay me a lot of money.
I know. Can you imagine?
He's kind of fascinating in his own way, isn't he? Like,
well, he looks like he's going to lose that lawsuit too.
Yeah, like I was reading about that. I'm trying to catch up on all of that because I thought that was kind of like a slam dunk for him, to be honest, for a long time. And I don't know what went wrong. Well, because it just seems like they have all the anti-slap shit and like what is an opinion and what, I don't know. I don't know all the details of it, but he's like, I just can't believe he's real.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even trying to be an asshole. Like, I can't believe you're real.
I'm with you. He seems like he's mentally deficient. Like he seems like, I'm surprised he can run his own show because he seems quite stupid. And I don't mean that, I'm not trying to be an asshole or make a joke either. When you hear him speak, he literally seems like he's missing some cells. Like brain cells. Like,
yeah, I don't want to be mean. I feel like
I'm not being mean. I'm being literal.
Yeah, like I think I just can't believe it. And it's fascinating because before I did the show, like when I went on the show, I thought it was a bit. But it's not, I don't think, a bit. I actually think that's really him. And the whole stuff with Ghost of Yote he was so obsessed with that game, and after every domino fell that made him look worse and worse and everything he was saying, he just can't accept it. And at that point, I'm like, wow, this is, I don't know.
And I the saddest part, like I said, is boy, I mean, again, I love that game so much. I'm like, dude, you are so missing out. Your dumb little shtick, if you actually like video games, is keeping you from missing out on just a great fucking video game. And that's a real fucking shame that people in your audience are going to miss out on this game because they listen to you. What a waste. Such a good game. Anyway.
The Assassin AK says, Maddie is the GOAT. He adores God of War 3, Jaffe.
Yeah, Maddie's awesome. Maddie's fucking awesome. But again, he can take a shit and get 80,000 views. So am I jealous of Maddie? You goddamn right I am.
Yeah,
he's amazing.
Maddie's got special sauce. Oh.
Yeah.
Nova Phoenix wrote in and said, could Crimson Desert be the mythical quadruple A game?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. It looks great.
I mean,
from Pearl Abyss, we're going to get the quadruple A game from Pearl Abyss.
I don't know what that means, but what I'll say is if it actually is what it looks like, it's definitely the next Assassin's Creed, at least, right? I mean, it's going to be a big fucking mover and shaker as an IP, don't you? I mean, it looks amazing, and it looks like you can do so many fucking things. Like in the chat, Larav, I think, says, I'm shocked how many systems there are, and they seem to actually work. It could be wrong, could be a piece of shit, but don't know.
Lurtero wrote in, final inquiry, it's over. Says, focus on gaming streams too. Don't be like JT Smash. I'm not like JT Smash because I play video games every day of my life.
Gaming streams, what? Oh, go ahead. Go. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, I don't need to justify my gaming by streaming it. Like, just look at the trophies I have, and you can see what I'm playing. What do you think? Like, those are just appearing out of nowhere. I don't like playing games on stream. I'm just being honest with you. Like, I do it once in a while. Sometimes it's fun, but I don't get it. I can't interact with people. I can't pay attention to what's going on.
There is boring. A way, and if you want to have this conversation later, we can. If you're really interested. And I don't have to be involved in it, but there is a way with the people you have around you because I agree with you. I can't stand watching people play video games. But there is, I think, a couple of ways that you can make it compelling watching, even if it, like if you're just the high concept of some of the stuff is like, if you do have a game, let somebody else fucking play it and you show up with a bunch of notes and stuff. And there's a discussion about it that is a deeper dive while it's being played, then I think it's interesting for everybody. Then you're not just watching you struggle to get through a level. It's like, oh, the art designer said this about, it's almost like pop-up videos back in the day. It's like the art designer said this about this level and the director wanted this to be this, and this game is accused. It's more of a information dump while someone's playing it. I think that's compelling.
Yeah. Sure.
But just watching somebody play a video game, I've never understood the big deal.
So. Yeah, me neither. I like that there's all sorts of different wrinkles that I don't understand. That's fine. But I feel like I can't serve that audience if I don't quite understand it. I think I told Dustin for sure is that I started watching React content just generally to people reacting to music videos or famous clips of movies just to understand, like to try to get this space more, and I think I do get it a little more now. From watching that stuff. So maybe I just need to.
Someone in the chat says it's a great analogy. It's like the director's audio on a DVD or Blu-ray. So it's more like a commentary track that you're providing in real time and talking to the audience about while someone is going through the experience. So
yeah. It's a nice idea. Dustin, doesn't the Tetris collection have shit like that?
Yeah, it has like full documentary.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat does it. All the Atari.
Yeah, the Digital Eclipse Atari stuff. Exactly. Yeah. I want to put Digital Eclipse into. They don't need me to do it, but Koei Tecmo and Digital Eclipse need to get together and get those Ninja Gaiden games out ASAP. All right, that's it. Let's get the hell out of here. We've been going for so long, almost 5 hours. I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
that was fun. That was fun. I had a great time. I
did too. I'm around.
Yeah, we'll be in touch.
Blow the dog whistle.
Yeah, well, Dustin will hear that first and foremost, but
that's
but ultimately it'll get to you as well. And
yeah, I'm around. Hit me up if you need me. In the meantime, thank you guys very much. Thank you for watching, you guys. Please find me over on my channel if you want. We stream all the time. We put videos up all the time. But let Colin know I would prefer to do this show more often.
Yeah,
because this is fun.
I think the hints are out there, aren't they? I mean, like,
no,
I feel like you're crazy. Me inviting you back so quick, like emailing you the day after we were on, being like, that was so fun. Let's do it again.
I'm very bad at knowing if we get a second date or a third date.
Where the fuck did I put it? God damn it.
What?
Oh, we just got your Christmas card kicked back to us like last week.
Oh, I just got Dustin's Christmas card a couple of days ago. Thank you for that, Dustin.
Yeah, no problem.
We moved is what it was. And so I think what ended up happening is
okay.
Yeah. So, but thank you for that. I always enjoy getting y'all's Christmas cards.
Yeah, because what's funny about it is it came back and it's just also empty. So
what?
It like got sliced open at some point or fell apart somehow.
Shit. Okay.
But I'm crazy and I take a picture of every piece of mail I send.
That is crazy.
So I have a picture of your card. I'll send it to you.
All right. Thanks. All right. Excellent.
All right, Dustin. Goodbye. Thank you for your time. Good. Everyone out there, goodbye. Be well. We appreciate you. We'll see you next time.
Goodbye.